Hello, hello. What's up, y'all? Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees. If you're joining us after the live stream, hello, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Whether you're joining us then or live, and you're co-working alongside, remember to take breaks, have snacks, and good things like that. I'm here to work on my game for the next 8 hours, approximately. Yeah, I like coming in here and doing this every Wednesday and Thursday. I do a little bit of game dev in Godot. The game that I'm working on is an alien invasion game. It's like set up like an endless runner. It's supposed to be like a roguelike. It's got some stuff in it. It might be fun. We're gonna find out. I'm learning as I go. And so today what I want to focus on is terrain stuff, which is often what I'm doing. Specifically, we had a nice little pull request from Pierogigon that made the way we set up the dirt on the grass a lot better, which is super cool. I'm gonna check that out. It already is there, but we can actually make it look even better. So I'm gonna check out a way we can paint terrain on here and make it look nicer. And then, you know, I'm overall just setting up this level 1 area, you know, and there's a lot that needs to be worked on. We're getting there. But so you'll notice that there's a certain order that things load in as well. So like these cornfields come in sometimes 2 at a time, sometimes 1 at a time. These are chunks that, like, this is one chunk right here that this is on. And I kind of want to get more control over those chunks, right? So like here's this is one chunk. And I'd like to be able to say, don't spawn 2 cattle ranches, which is what it is, because it's an alien invasion, so naturally you start out invading cows, or like abducting cows. You can abduct in this game, by the way, too. Boop, and then you get some points. The more you get, it'll go up, and there goes the score! That's how you win. But yeah, so I kind of want to say, you know, don't spawn 2 of these next to each other, or, you know, something like that. So I might explore that today, later on. But what I'm going to start off with is getting the terrain paint set up with Pierogigon's pull request, which I'm really excited to do. And I think you'll see how impressive that looks in a minute here. Besides that, you know, maybe just different tasks, maybe set up another block, right? There's a lot of empty space. I want to put stuff in there. So I might do those kinds of things. So that's what's on the agenda today. You're always welcome to backseat code me a little bit, but I generally prefer if like you have steps for me to follow. Like, you know, as opposed to just being like, you should do that better. It's like, okay, well, how? And I might not like the way that you're suggesting either, but I am open to it and I invite it. So much of this game has been made, not made by you guys, but I couldn't have made it as quickly and as efficiently as I have without your help. I do make sure I take notes of everybody who contributes, so keep that in mind. This is my project manager. It's getting to be a lot, but these are the wonderful people who have contributed to it, so thank you. I will make sure I add you to this list if you end up being one of those folks. So anyway, that's pretty much all I gotta say. Let me check up with chat, see how y'all are doing. We got some Seppi up in the house, some Joe Schmo, and some Insane Alpha Beta. Welcome, y'all. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Seppi came through as a member during the weekly game dev streams. That means you get a song. Seppi, I'm not sappy that you're here. Oh, Seppi, I'm not sappy that you're here. Oh, Seppi, I'm not sappy that you're here. What's up, Seppi? Suppy. Wow, it's your song. I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. But I am actually also sorry. I do sing songs. I do sing songs to people who are members of Hyper Game Dev. Make sure you not only consider joining, but that you hit the gift memberships turned on, which if you go to join, hit the top 3 dots in the top right, do the gift settings, you can check to see if you've opted into gift membership. Some people can't opt in if they're brand accounts, so keep that in mind. We got Joe Schmo, we got Insane Alpha Beta. Joe Schmo gets a little song too for contributing a bunch to Hyper Game Dev. Thank you, Joe Schmo. Oh, Joe. Okay, it's just a quick one. I've been waiting for you to be live again. I took off last week, so I do 3 weeks working on the game, and then I take a week off. Specifically so I can see your reaction when I tell you I'm fully switching to Godot! Let's go! I did the Brackeys tutorial, and it just feels so good to work with. Oh my gosh! That's awesome! Insane Alpha Beta is a friend of mine who I've known for a while, and has been flirting with Unreal Engine, which is great. Unreal Engine is great. No shade to Unreal Engine at all. With that said, I tried Unreal Engine very seriously, and I gotta tell you, I also felt so good doing Godot. That's awesome. Let's go. Another Team Godot. I am happy to hear that. Look, I mean, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's nice to use, and shouldn't how it feels be the most important thing? At least it is to me. All right, do we got the chat working, the proper chat? Yes, we do. Okay, good. So, speak Godot. Godot. Yes, I have to agree with that. So Pierogigon made a pull request. So there's this shader that Pierogigon made, and actually it technically is in use. So when I was doing these terrain strip paintings, pretty much what I did is I did make a shader. And that shader was pretty simple. All that it was doing was it was saying if you have a black and white image, make the black areas this brown dirt, make the white areas this green grass. And then I could set the two colors in here and change them as I need. And that's all good and fine. Rogi added some extra stuff in there. Now let me see, I don't think this is actually Rogi's shader in here just yet. This is actually the shader that we wrote last time I was working on this game. So we can pull that up right here. There's the code right there. Pretty much all of it. A little bit left over there. See if I can squeeze that all in there. There it is. A little bit of shader code. It sets up these like export uniform variables over here so we can change them, right? That says albedo A. That's taking that name right from here. The mask texture, right? That's this right here. So we're setting those up. This is setting the default right there. And then the Dreams vibes it gives me makes me feel right at home. I like that you say it has Dreams vibes. Yeah, Dreams is a PlayStation 4 game that lets you make games. And I know that was a place where you were looking to transition from. I'm glad that it feels familiar in that regard. The thing that I find funny with Godot is that the Godot editor was made using Godot itself. Essentially, the editor is a Godot game. Did I know that? I don't know if I knew that. I might have thought that I could have known that, but I didn't remember knowing that. That is cool. That is cool. Godot, what is Godot coded in? Godot is written primarily in C++. It also supports GDScript, Visual Script C, and C#. Python, we got a lot of, I don't know about that. AI overview, Godotception. Let's see, what is Godot programmed in? No, what is it programmed in? It's kind of hard to tell. Is that true? Is Godot coded in Godot? GDScript is very similar to Python, for sure. Very similar. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't disbelieve you, Seppi. I just don't technically know that it's true. It's definitely C++. The Godot docs say it. Link me. I would like to learn more about it. Link us. You have to also, Seppi, you do have to do that on the Discord in the live text. So we have this forum, or that's not a forum, it's just a server channel on the Discord called Live Text, where stuff like that gets posted. And if you put that in there, I would love to check it out. Because I just wasn't sure. I didn't know. Anyway, so here is what that mask looks like that lets me do the terrain as I have done it. This is one of them. Let's get a different one. And Rogi wanted to solve two problems for me. So here's the one in that level that we were just looking at. I'm going to pull this back up. We just getting situated here. Okay, zoom this out. So let's actually go to the top, because that'll make it a little more obvious. Do you see? You see? This black stuff here is that. And then so what Rogi wanted to help with were two things. Number one, Rogi wanted to help me not have to put the noise on there myself. Because that is not fun. By the way, this GitHub repo for making pull requests and stuff, the link is in the description box, in case you didn't know. So I did make this noise manually. Let's see if am I in the wrong one? I think I'm in the wrong one. This one. There we go. There we go. So if I get rid of these layers, what you'll see is it's just black boxes with some stuff, right? And you can even see where it's a little grayer here, how the dirt is lighter on this part. So I was just kind of using some brushes to dapple in my own noise, so that way it would have this, like, these splotches. Well, Pierogigon set up a way that the noise can actually be generated in Godot. So all I need from the image is just this much, and then I can use the tools or the shader, the export things in the shader. So like these things over here, right? I can adjust these and then it'll be more noisy or less noisy. So that's one thing Rogi added in. The other thing Rogi added in was another color. So a way to blend between the brown and the green with like a different green color. So it just looks a little more vibrant. So that's also very exciting. And now Rogi's version, as I understand it, is going to invert the colors as well. So instead of having black here, these are going to be white. And then this part is going to be black. So it's going to flip those colors around. So I'm going to take a look at that, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Okay, so let's see what we got here. The Godot editor is a Godot game. Oh, that was the search. That was the search. The Godot editor runs on the game engine. It uses the engine's own UI system. It can hot reload code and scenes when you test your projects or run game code in the editor. This means that you can use the same code and scenes for your games or build plugins to extend the editor. Interesting. So it seems like there's like different degrees to which it's built. Like it's built on C++, right? And then it's built in a way that lets you use Godot to extend Godot and add extra stuff or something. It also says the Godot editor runs on the game engine. So I don't know, I'm kind of a little ignorant to like understand exactly what that all means. But I think Godotception is still an appropriate way to look at it. That's cool. So if you're thinking about building onto Godot, all you gotta know is what you've already done in Godot. That's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that, Seppi. All right, I'm gonna take a look at this pull request. So I don't know if there's, okay, it's GitHub time. It's GitHub time. So I'm gonna have to actually do some work here. This branch has conflicts that must be resolved. Okay, all right, cool. Use the command line to resolve conflicts. Why can't I press the button? These conflicts are too complex to resolve in the editor. Oh, goodness. Yeah, do it in GitHub Desktop. Oh, please do it in GitHub Desktop. Look, command line, not that complicated. But you know what? I don't want to. It's not in my workflow. So it's not what we're going to do. So most of this is probably a bunch of stuff that doesn't really matter. All I really need to worry about... So this is, I guess, okay, leave my changes. I don't care about them. Bring that, these are nothing. These are the nothings that I just don't care about. Your work in progress will be stashed, free to return to. Honestly, just discard it. But I've chosen to stash it. Will I regret that? We'll find out. All right. This is I've actually not done a pull request using GitHub Desktop. Usually I can just modify it in the browser. So this is new. Fetch it. Go ahead, fetch it. It did fetch it. Okay. So then how do I merge it? Current branch is this... What am I doing? Oh, is this where we resolve the conflicts? Because, see, this is really all Pierogigon did, was add this in here. I know, that's what I was thinking, we'll find out in about 20 minutes or less. Yeah, so this is not much. Literally all Rogi did was add a couple lines into the shader. And it's telling me this is too big? Oh, it changed to a 16 to an 18. Oh, I don't think I can handle that. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this is already in Godot. The shader has been modified on disk. Reload it. Reload it. Go ahead. Reload it all. Just do it. Just do it up. Okay. This is all fine. I don't care about these changes. Literally, none of these changes matter. None of these changes matter. Okay, so Rogi actually has a separate folder on here. Just sort it out, Godot. And it's just for Pierogigon's projects. So we're gonna open up Pierogigon's version of the cattle ranch. Fix dependencies. Dude, this is not what I thought. I am honestly completely lost. I don't know what's happening. The shader's been modified. Just sort it out, Godot. Sort it out. Somebody sort it out. Fix broken. Done. Fix dependencies. Nothing is broken. We're good. All is good. All is good. Okay, so perhaps now I can open up this scene. Ah, hey, it's open. Hey, it's open. We got there. Okay, so now you can appreciate how much nicer this looks. Look at that. Look at all that green. It's quite a bit more vibrant. And so then the other thing to know about this is it doesn't have that noise that I painted in. All of this noise is set by the shader itself, which is pretty cool. It's fancy grass. It's fancy grass. Exactly. This is why it was worth going through that hassle. I'll get used to it. I need to practice. I feel like it's the only way. It's just to like practice, you know, to practice using GitHub and stuff like that. Guides to using it. My small brain gets overwhelmed with all the videos I've seen of it so far. Yeah. No, I understand. So really, I mean, I learned it here live streaming. And really, I don't remember what guides I use. I think. Let's see. The only way I can answer that is by actually showing you what I did. I think that's the only way I can like properly answer that question. Because I don't really remember, but I want to help you. So let me see when I first started using GitHub. It was... Dun, 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 dun. Hey, what's up, Abba? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to finish my final exams tomorrow, and I'll take my summer holiday. Yes, summer holiday. Let's go. Get those exams done. You got this, Abba. I believe in you. I believe in you. That's exciting that that's getting wrapped up. You deserve to be done with that. Where did I don't know if I made it as obvious as I would like to have had. If I were to remember off the top of my head. All right, let me try this. Philmont. So this website sometimes helps me, and we can search captions. Sometimes it's helpful, but also like I somehow have to look for like the oldest one. Let's see. You know, just like the simplest ones. And GitHub Desktop. Honestly, the best advice I can give you about GitHub is use GitHub Desktop. It is pretty simple, other than when you merge something that has a conflict. Yeah, I agree. It's a little, sometimes it's a little overwhelming and it seems more complicated than it actually is. But yeah, I agree. It is pretty simple. It is pretty simple. It's hard because like I can't like start over from scratch, but I can show you quickly something, how to get it going. GitHub, February 2024, March 2024. I probably was... Okay, so here I was saying in 2023 in November, I said, really wish I had GitHub set up right now. So it probably was after that, I would guess. What I need to do is set up a GitHub. Okay, so we're getting warmer. November 29th, let's see, maybe December. I do have a, okay, so it's somewhere between December 20th and November 29th. That's getting somewhere. See if I can find some other Decembers. 13th of December, I'm going to do a GitHub push. All right, okay, so we had it before the 13th. That's the 14th. It's an elaborate treasure hunt. It is. That's what happens streaming 8 to 10 hours twice a week. Will do for you. I need to set up GitHub. So the 6th, I didn't have it on the 6th. We're getting warmer. So my specs, I feel like I used to put them in the description box. I should start doing that again. I really should start doing that again. I used to do it every stream back when I did Unreal Engine, because people would ask that question all the time when I did Unreal Engine. They're like, I can't run it. You must have such a powerful computer. I do not. I absolutely do not have a powerful computer. This thing is a potato. Well, it's not a potato, but... All right. These are the specs. I will... Can this fit in the chat? Does all that fit in the chat? Yeah, that fit in the chat. But I need to start putting it in the description box of even these videos, because it just helps. It just helps. And then I can be like, it's in the description. It's in the description. 2 thumbs ups. Maybe we can get a couple more thumbs ups. If you guys are watching this and you haven't hyper smashed the thumbs up button, you might as well now that I'm watching. I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding, but I am. But I'm also not. Let's put this in here. Bam, bam. Look at us multitasking. This is that hyper game dev, hyper ADHD vibe up in here. All right, there you go. So as far as that GitHub mystery, after the 6th, Am I willing to take that detour? Because I've been procrastinating it. Wow, okay. There is a GitHub repository. Okay, so this must be the one. Live Godot learning limb damage and health. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. We're still not through yet. We still not got there yet. I gotta find the point in the stream where this happened. This is also how, you know, if I'm gonna try editing these live streams, this is how I would do it. I would have to search the transcripts, dig around in there, and eventually try to find this information. Okay, so we're gonna look for... I'm gonna look up the word detour. There we go. Somewhere around here. All of this just so I can be more sure of how to tell you what to do. This on GitHub. And I should probably stop procrastinating that. Truth be told. No, it's okay. I am eating a GitHub repo. What I call spinach. It's spinach. Let me turn off the green screen. But it's spinach. It doesn't look that different, actually. Exactly remember the process. Does that make sense? Spinach? Do you understand? You probably don't understand what I'm saying. Why would you? Dun, 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 dun. Why would my password be wrong? Okay, let's try this. Bean. Apparently, I haven't logged in to GitHub in too long. Let me pull up GitHub desktop. Spinach. Push this to another time. I'm not sure. Spinach. That's okay, Marie. I mean, it's honestly, it's okay because we tried stuff. It's Dude, we spinach. Learned so much doing all that. Like that was an incredible learning experience. Plus beans. And like, believe that when we figure this out someday, it's gonna be so satisfying. Done. Spinach. So this is another problem. And then I like to season it. This is in particular apparently Thai coconut curry flavored spinach. That is something I don't know. I might have to. It's one of my favorite meals. We just need to know more about how this floor check works. And it's default. Was this easy? Did I set this up in like 2 seconds? As what I don't think. I think this isn't actually the first time that I did this. I don't think this is the first time I did this. I think the first time I did it was actually back working on a different project. I just realized. It was this project. Leeception right away. Yes, well, we're actually doing... Well, so we're checking out your pull request. And someone asked about what guides to use for GitHub. And so I wanted to show what I used for GitHub, and I kind of got a little distracted. Honestly, just fine. It sounds rancid? How dare you call my meal rancid? It's delicious. It's beans and spinach. It's beans and spinach. The most fundamental, there's very fundamental foods here. How could you think it's rancid? Honestly, Seppi, I don't have a guide to tell you. Just like GitHub, this detour isn't getting us anywhere. GitHub desktop setup project. Like, what's the easiest way I can freaking explain this? Plus side is that Git is useful for almost anything related to programming, not just game dev. That's true. That's so true. Because you can back up stuff very, very easily. Maybe just use this. Honestly, just use like this. It's very simple. This looks very simple to me. Install GitHub desktop. That's probably where you're dealing with issue, right? Create an account, right? And then when you're in GitHub desktop, right? Let me get the chat out of the way. You will create a new repository, and you're just going to make sure that the path that you want your game to, or where your game is saved at, where all your files are. So in this case, this is the spinning wheel I used for the game jams, right? You're just going to make sure that the file path is set to that. And then it'll create a web page for you, and you're good to go. So Dragonblade, I know you're new to game dev, and you don't really understand the general idea of what we're doing here. But essentially, this is something called GitHub. It's based on something called Git, and GitHub Desktop specifically is a program that lets you utilize Git in a way that is a little bit more user-friendly. And someone was asking about how to set it up, and I was just going through a little quick thing. So, you use it daily, yeah, right. Yeah. So you do understand sarcasm. But look, I'm not good at sarcasm, but I dabble once in a while. Spinach is one of the best vegetables. It is! It's an amazing vegetable. My vegan brain is very judging right now of calling the best vegetables and legumes in the world rancid. I know. But here's the thing. Like, I think a lot of folks, probably the spinach. I'm a big fan of beans, though. That's fair. I mean, look, I think I understand that for some folks, like, you know, vegetables are not a normal part of their diet. And that's, I think, very common. Honestly, the beans, if you don't like spinach, what I love about spinach is it kind of covers up the spinach flavor. You know, you just taste the beans. The spinach is totally taken over, for whatever that's worth. But yeah, I know I've not helped you very much, but yeah, just maybe check out this little guide here. And really the most important thing is just get GitHub Desktop installed, and you can probably figure it out from there. So anyway, so this is the shader that Rogi gave us. I'm still maybe trying to figure out how to get it totally blended into the project without things getting angry. Is spinach a vegetable, though? Isn't it just a leaf? We're not having this conversation. I thought you were eating chocolate cake. I would not eat chocolate cake. But I think that says more about you than what I'm eating. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing the chocolate cake part. Maybe I'm enjoying it as one would enjoy chocolate cake, because this is just so good. It's just that, the spinach is so good. It's cake good. If you copy and paste the shader code, yeah. Yeah, I know, but like, then I wouldn't, if I just copied and pasted it, then I wouldn't get to experience the terror of trying to merge your pull request. You know? Like, I deserve to experience that. Okay, your in-progress work will be stashed on this branch for you to return to, oh my god. Okay, so I'm currently on the Pierogigon branch. Right? That's, I think, what this is. Pull request. Pull request number 10 or something. So now I want this, and I think that's what Godot is loading. And Godot keeps telling me to reload. Like, stop it. Stop it. I'm generally still confused about what we're doing with this pull request. If I come back here, leave my changes on pull request. Bring them. Yes, bring them. Bring things. That's what we want. We want to bring. We want to merge. I know. Rogi, believe me when I tell you I tried. But look, it's grayed out. And when I hover it, it says, well, there we go. These conflicts are too complex to resolve in the web editor. Like, what? Why? So we're stuck with GitHub Desktop or the command line, but the command line is boring, so that's not what we're doing. Yeah. I don't care about these changes. Yes, throw them in the trash. Okay. So this is where we have conflicts, right? Conflicted. Great. Let's fix the conflicts. Conflict's not nice. Yeah, and so I did it in the web version, and it wasn't hard the last time I did it. But like, where are the conflicts here? Where are they? Where are they at? Like, just do it? I don't know. Maybe if I go to merging Rogi's pull request. I think you should. Here. Absolutely. I think you should try it. In my opinion, you should try it. Here. Here you go. In we go. Okay. Good. Good. I just ate the food out of your mouth. Looks like it just added rather than edited code that created the conflict. See, that seems strange. Very good. Nice, nice. It seems like adding wouldn't be a conflict. Why would adding be a conflict? I don't know what's going on. Just kidding. If you choose to commit, you'll be committing the following conflicted files into your repository. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So it's literally just the cattle ranch. It's literally just saying, oh, you made a change. Yeah, I know, that's the point. The point is that something's different. So maybe we're fine. Maybe everything is good. Oops, I didn't mean to push it. Well, I did. So this is doing something? This is committing? Because I can't click it. Is something happening? Careful with fixing conflicts because there's no undo. Great. Checking for this brand. Well, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. I want this experience. I do. You know? I very much do. It's hard to tell. I mean, this is definitely the most recent version. It's conflict in the scene I made. I wonder how that's possible. All I did was change. Right. I mean, isn't that just like a change? Wouldn't that just be a change? And so there's 0 changes. Merging Rogi's pull. Updated upstream. Whoa. What does this mean? It added this in there into the scene. Updated upstream. That doesn't seem good. That doesn't seem good. Mergy's pull request. I mean, can it handle that? I'm just gonna close Godot and I'm just gonna reopen it. Like I do obviously I want to work on the game, but this kind of is, you know, and I'm so grateful that Rogi did this because easily I could just add Rogi as a collaborator. Alternatively, Rogi could just send me the code and I could paste it in. But I want to learn how to manage pull requests. I want to deal with the issues that come up. To me, that's important. Can't open file block level 1 cattle ranch pierogi. The file could have been moved or deleted. Okay. In theory, the conflict should be solved in the source of the pull request. Oh, so this is the pull requester's fault. That's really helpful. That's helpful. So what I should have or could have done, or even could still, is leave a comment like this: the conflicts need to be resolved, or whatever. And then Rogi would have to do that. And then I would be able to merge it. So it has to be mergeable before I bother with this or something. The file is corrupt. Well, yeah, of course it's corrupt. Because they injected... It's too late for you to look at the conflicts? Really? Like it won't let you? That's so weird. I mean, maybe you could make another pull request, you know? And this one we just throw in the garbage. You know, I just close it and we move on and you try again. you know? Unless you don't want to bother with that. But I think it's a good learning experience. The conflict comes from the fact that from the time they forked, Rogi uses they, them pronouns. From the time they forked, you have made changes. So their fork is behind. Right. Right. Oh, so it's not like Rogi's fault. It's so but okay. That somehow makes me more confused. You're asking if it is too late? I don't know if it is too late. I feel like you can only answer that question, or maybe someone else can, but I can't. I don't know. It's not a big loss. You know, I haven't done anything today other than just talk about what I want to do, which is apparently sort out GitHub. So, you know, I can easily just revert this. So we're going to pretend like that didn't happen, right? I'm just going to revert that one. Rogi uses they, them pronouns. They should update their fork with the current code so that when it's merged into yours, there would be no conflict. Oh, so I would need to go say, hey, this has been updated. Can you update your fork? That makes sense, but like, does that mean I have to update my fork before pushing the changes? I think so. I could be wrong, but best practice would be for the repository owner to resolve the conflict just to avoid accidentally modifying something they'd like to keep. Well, yeah, of course. Right, absolutely. And the thing is, I mean, I guess it should tell me all the things that are changed. No, that's a good point, Joe. That makes a lot of sense. Well, that's kind of what I expected, right? I expected it to present me with, here are the changes, here's what you can keep or not keep, and then I could just trim that. And that's actually what happened. We've done this, Rogi and I did this before off stream, and when I did that, I used it in the web version, and it did exactly that. It provided, here's this, and I was able to actually cut out the things that I didn't want to update. I was able to do that, and I thought I would get presented with a similar thing here, but I have not been presented at all. You disagree with that? Oh my goodness. Okay, all right. That's very interesting. It sounds like there's different ways in theory to approach it. So yeah, anyway, I have reverted this, I believe, probably. I'm pretty sure we've reverted at this point. I don't think I have to commit a revert. To me, it makes sense that as the pull requester, I should be requesting the most convenient thing for the owner, right? Imagine if the 14 people working on Godot would have to fix the conflicts from all the 2,400 plus pull requests that are open for the engine. Right. That's a good point. It's a good point, but you know, it seems also like it's asking a lot of the people who are making pull requests. But I guess it makes more sense because of exactly what you're pointing out. There's more, in theory, coming from one end than the other. And so it's best practice to have the end that is making the pull request deal with it. I see. Was I good at math? Nah. I just don't know how to update my fork, and I think it's too late to update it now that I've already pushed my changes to an unupdated fork. Rogi definitely was good at math. So then, I mean, if that's the case, Dragonblade says it's not too late. Perhaps it's not too late, because I could just close this, right? Oops. Okay, I can reopen it. I didn't know it was gonna work. I thought it was gonna say something. Hyper gamedev closed this. Hyper gamedev reopened it. But like, you know, Rogi, and I'm not expecting you to like jump in and do this right now, but it would be helpful to know if you were thinking of doing it sooner or later. Because if you are thinking of doing it later, then I'll work on this later when you are able to do it. And then we can revisit it or try to sort this out. Let's do it! Let's do it! All right. Do let us know where you're at in the stages of this process. Because I am keen to learn how we can do this best. If 5x equals 30, then 2x plus 1 equals... that would be 13? No, because so 5x equals 30, that would mean 5 times 6 equals 30. 2x plus 1, that would be 2 times 6, which is 12, plus 1 is 13. Yeah, 13! Yeah, 13! That's right. Easy. Easy. I don't know how GitHub's visual tool works for syncing and solving conflicts on forks. The documentation for it doesn't give info about how to sync it outside of the website or using the CLI tool. Those sound like words. I just soloed a system of equations on the fly. Yes, I did. Yes, well, I don't find algebra particularly difficult. But, you know, Albo was asking if I was good at math. And when I read that, oh, command line interface, gotcha. When I read was, I thought you meant when I was in school, was I good at math? And the answer to that is no. But I can do some basic things. I can do some basic things. All right, well, I mean, it's tough because it's like, if I start working on something, you know, like, is that gonna mess up what Rogi's up to? Because then Rogi's gonna have to update it again, right? I mean, not necessarily. I guess if I don't, I guess I could stash my changes and then bring them in later. So maybe I'll do that. That way we can keep moving forward and see what happens. Rogi has 3 options. Create a merge commit. Okay. All right. Create a merge commit. Gotcha. Squash and merge. Rebase. Ah, yes. I remember learning about these. But which one? Squash, rebase, merge, difference. Ooh, Dragonblade already knows. Rebase would be best. Why? Why? Like, why? Rebase also has its place. Let's say you're on a feature branch and a ton of new commits have been made to the main branch or the branch you're going into. Okay, this sounds like it. That sounds like the situation. The purpose of rebase, simply put, is let me get the changes that are in, oh, this is good, that are in the branch I'm going to merge into my own branch. Whoa. Let me get the changes that are in the branch I'm going to merge into on my own branch. So if I've made a bunch of updates and Perugion needs to catch up to those updates, using rebase will grab all of my updates, apply those changes, but keep the changes that Perugion made that are different than the things that I've changed since then. Then if I test the feature / test my code in my branch, I can confidently say I will not break anything whenever I rebase/merge into the target branch. It also keeps the commit history linear, so it's easy to follow changes because every feature or every request with a rebase squash would just be one commit when you're moving fast. It's especially easy to do this. Getting the hang of rebasing is not easy. Oh, great. I was like sold on it, and it's like, but like you're in danger. Oh, okay. No one is good at math except a scientist. I mean, hard math, right? Hard math is hard. Rogi says, it's asking me to resolve conflicts, and it says I gotta open in command line. And when I try to do that, it says I need to download Git. Right, so that's kind of what I got. That's what I got. And when I did that, and what it means is this. But when I did that, I did not see anything like what I saw in the web version, and I was confused. But so you said you had 3 options. Is rebase still an option? Or you're saying that when you click rebase, it comes up with that? There's 2 other options too. Use the file from upstream/AMW Godot 4.2 or use the file from AMW Godot 4.2. Upstream? What does that mean? What's the difference? This is what it says when you click rebase. Post an article in live text that has some fancy GIFs. Oh, I love fancy GIFs. Showing what each does based on commits. You said GIFs, and I said let's go. Say no more, fam. Dun, 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 dun. I was promised GIFs. Oh. I found them. You said GIFs. Okay, but Rogi's getting some other issue here, which is use the file from upstream or use the file from non-upstream. So what the heck is upstream? I'll post this link in the chat here so you guys can see it too. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of a cool little page. And if you guys wanted to learn along with it. Upstream is your repo. Download Git. You never opened Git in my life? No, wait, it's not GitHub desktop that it means? Wait, but I thought that's what it meant. I thought it meant you could either use Git via command line or you could use the desktop GitHub. I think that's what it meant, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why I didn't see anything that made sense to me here in GitHub on the desktop. GitHub tool and Git are different, right? Well, I just thought when it says you can either update it in the command line or download Git. To me, downloading Git and using it in the command line are the same thing because I'm ignorant, but obviously I'm not. Okay, so upstream is your repo. So Rogi should do upstream. Why? What is? What? Why is that word? What does that? Upstream is from where you clone the repository. Downstream is any project that integrates your work with other works. What? When I click on upstream, it lets me resolve the conflicts. Oh! In the web browser, even. That's interesting. I guess they weren't so big anymore. Git, the origin of all. The origin of all is Git. Philosophical here. Made by the same guy that made Linux. Oh, Linus Torvald? That guy's a character. GitHub CLI command line interface and visual tool uses Git and the GitHub API to control the repo. Okay. 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 Upstream would be your repo, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it did bring you to GitHub desktop. Oh, good. That's where you clicked on upstream. Cool. I think I'm going to resolve the conflicts now by using the upstream files. Someone stop me. I'm about to click it. Click it. Do it. Do it. Well, basically what I'm doing is I am trying to merge a pull request that someone made. So this project, this game that I'm working on, exists as a repo on GitHub. And this repo, you can find the link in the description box, actually. Contains all the code. Everything that goes into this project is right here on this website. And whenever I do something and I want to save my project, I make a commit. And that updates this repository or repo. And so Pierogigon made a pull request, which means trying to make a change to this code that can then be merged in as like a collaborative process. And so we're trying to learn how to merge pull requests right now. So there's this pull request from Pierogigon, updated the shader to include a gradient. So updating this shader for the terrain stuff. And so this branch has conflicts. That is to say, I have made some changes to the project, and or there probably already were conflicts, but now there's so many conflicts that we can't even do it in the web version, and we're trying to figure out how to do it elsewise. And so Rogi, on the other end of the planet, okay, that's not quite accurate, but you know, somewhere else on the planet, is working on getting this sorted out so I can properly merge it into the game. And it's just a big ol' game dev learning experience, because it doesn't feel like game dev, right? I'm not testing a game, I'm not playing a game, I'm not getting to like actively craft something, but it's such an important part of collaborating and saving progress that I think it's worth spending time on. Pull request is a GitHub thing. Technically no, but yes. I don't remember what we were talking about, but yeah, probably makes sense what you said. When I try to push it, it says force push and gives me a warning that collaborators will need to reset things. Whoa, I need a bite of spinach to think about that. That doesn't, I mean, whatever. Like, I can just revert stuff, right? Like, what's the worst that happens? I just say no, right? How could you, as someone who isn't a collaborator, have so much power to cause chaos? All right? How bad can that be? Dragonblade describes a GitHub pull request as an alternative to me telling the other dev, hey, pull my changes with Git, which Git can do pulling. Did I understand that? Rogi's gonna do it. Rogi's gonna do it. Pull request is the alternative to me telling the other dev, hey, pull my changes with Git. I feel like this should make something more clear. I'll give 1 minute for someone to stop me from committing an atrocity. Do it! You do it! We don't have a minute. This is live. You do it now! I command you! As your lead developer on this project. Oh, it changed! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, all right. Force push it. Isn't that like a Star Wars ability? Yes, you're a good cat. Forcefully commit, please. Okay, require approval from specific reviewers before merging. No, we don't need that. But that's very nice. So if I wanted to say oh, Dragon Blade, who isn't a collaborator, but suppose they were, Dragon Blade must approve, right? Then I could set something like that up. So that's cool. Now we get to study this. I don't really get it either. I guess GitHub in some way functions differently than the open source protocol that is Git. I don't know. Yeah, right? I mean, and Rogi has said this before, and I'm starting to appreciate the sentiment. It might be interesting, useful, and even superior to learn GitHub using Git via command line. I think GitHub like interfaces with Git because Git is more weird or something. Yeah. Continuous integration has not been set up. That's okay. This branch has no conflicts with the base branch. Merging can be performed automatically. Let's freaking go. Okay, but wouldn't I want to look at it? I mean, it's fine. It has no conflicts. So let's say, I don't even know who Pierogigon is, and I want to understand what this is before I merge it, right? So somehow I would be good to look at it. So it says I can also open this in GitHub desktop. Probably I should do that. Or view command line instructions. Files change at the top. Boop, 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 boop. Up in code? No. Edit? Commits? Files changed. Ah! Haha. Does GitLab have different functionality than GitHub? That's a good question. As I understand it, they're just competing projects. Or competing products. And then maybe they do have some different features. Barebone sounds kind of close to weird, maybe. Yeah, right? Weird from my perspective, the perspective of someone who just learned what upstream meant 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Barebones, yeah, maybe Barebones is worse. Maybe I shouldn't look into that. I mean, we got here. Could have done it without chat, but we got here. Okay, so now we're seeing the exact changes that were made to the code. What is this? I don't know. Look how it was 2 lines. Rogi changed 2 lines. Instead of comma 0.5, there's a parenthesis, and it equals 0.96. This is very different. It is, though. And instead of the albedo, the end of the file. Thank you! I was like, what is this? Do I click on it? Instead of final color for the albedo, it's gradient color. That's not much. That's not much. Literally, that's the only thing that's different. Okay. I guess I will review the changes now. And then I can approve them, submit feedback, and approve merging these changes. Nice and simple. Bet it looks great. I can't tell. I mean, I do know what it's gonna look like, but how could I know what it's gonna look like unless I merge it? That's another thing. If I wanted to test out a pull request, it's I don't even know how I would do that, right? I don't even, that's, people who approve pull requests for the Godot engine itself. Do they just have to know by looking at the code what it's going to do? Or are they able to load those changes in an environment, experiment with them, and then decide whether to keep them? Maybe that's just some next level coding genius to be able to know how it's going to go. And that could be true, but is that the only way? You can test it out and revert it. That's true. They merged the pull request locally. Oh. Oh, the green stuff. Right, you added stuff. Right, you added stuff. Ah, yes. Well, suddenly I realized that that makes sense. You added a float UV factor with the dirtiness. Yes, so this is the noise that's going to be automatically put in there. So I don't have to come to my painting program and add all of this noise in manually. Pierogigon set it up so we can use the in-editor tools to generate noise that'll be unique and different and stuff. And then this, I believe, is going to let us have that extra green in between the dirt and the grass. I like this, that you can merge the pull request locally. Right, so just don't push it. I see. So you can make the merge without pushing it. Is that pretty much what you mean? I guess that's what you mean. All right. Okay. I think I understand. Got it. All right. Nice and simple. Bet it looks great. Love it. Approve. Submit review. Let's go. Changes approved. Okay, cool. I'm an approver. I'm going to merge it. Merge pull request number 10 from Pierogigon. Updated the shader to include a gradient. Let's go. Let's do it. That was so much easier than what the heck was going on before. And I'm so grateful, Dragonblade, for your advice that the person who's making the pull request should adjust that stuff. Because it was so much easier for them to do that than me to try to, like, figure out what to do. I learned what is a rebase, and then it's the best for catching up to a project if yours is behind. Heck freaking yes. All right, let me update the credits for sure here. Oh my goodness. GitHub forks? Can we just... Oh, I see. It's like literally if you make a GitHub fork, then you get this credit. I feel like we should have a Git consultant, a GitHub consultant. If there isn't already, there is now. GitHub consultant. Dragonblade. Joe Schmo. And then, of course... Or I guess we could even say pull request. Yeah, that's right, Rogi. That's right. Wait, you should be up here. There we go. There we go. Credit given. Doling them out. Okay. So now, what does my GitHub desktop look like? Don't I need to pull it? I guess I should discard these changes. Right? Let me close Godot. No, Godot, just don't worry about it. Godot, just, you don't need to be a part of this. Goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. I feel like I don't care about any of these things. So just throw them away. So we reverted Rogi's merge earlier. So I'm actually just gonna check up on where we're at. So why is it saying push it? Right? Like, what is there to push? Oh, the revert. I see. Ah, I need to push the revert. So this should actually be better. There are commits on the remote that are not present on your local branch. Fetch these new commits. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. I'll do that. Ooh, now it says 1 up and 2 down. Okay. Okay, it's getting a little more complicated. So I guess I want to... That must be what the rebase thing said about resetting. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if it is. Maybe. Overwrite any changes on origin with your local changes. Fetch the latest change. I guess that one? Pull origin. I don't know. Okay. Oh, we got something. Okay, there's Rogi's thing right here. Nice. This looks clean. This is good, because all this has on it are those changes that we already talked about that I saw on the website. So this is good. This is very good. Now we do have this, which should be fine. Push it on out. Oh, it's good. It's clean. There's nothing weird. I think we're good. Okay, let's boot it up. Let's boot it up! I think we made it. Now hopefully Godot will agree everything is fine. That is going to be the moment of truth in this great endeavor of ours. Thank you so much, Rogi. This is awesome. Repo was deleted. Whoops. Well, I'm just kidding. That was something Dragonblade said, but the message didn't go up quickly enough, and so you thought I just said that, but I didn't. Okay. Repo does not seem deleted. All is lost. Oh well. Well. No. It's fine. It's fine. Cool. Open up Rogi's scene planned. Oh, this is already looking a little strange. Okay, alright. Cool. So that's blank and empty, which is interesting. What's going on with that? What happened there? It's a little messed up. Maybe the shader is wrong. I wonder if it's loading the wrong shader. Yeah, this doesn't look like the right shader. I think that's the problem. So let me drag your shader onto here. Oh, maybe it isn't wrong. Missing the gradient texture. Oh, we are missing the gradient texture. Oh, I wonder if that wasn't included in the file. And Rogi had that like on their local system. And that's why we're able to do this. Or that's why we're not able to see it, but Rogi was able to have it. I feel like it should have been in the previous, because we saw all the extra green color earlier. So that's interesting. Or maybe that's what the force thing did, is it somehow got rid of that. Or you didn't save it? Okay. Well, I suppose you could always make another pull request and add it in, technically. And I guess I would have made a mistake here because I've already pushed these local changes. That was probably a mistake. That was the force thing. I guess they didn't resolve the conflict on the scene file. Oh no. But they did on the shader itself. Interesting. I mean, that should be in a previous version. That file. I'm surprised that we don't have, like, proof of that. And maybe that's, again, the force thing. Like, we don't actually see that in the changes. Almost like it never even happened. Force just forced the conflict to be solved without code change. Wow. Wow. Well, I don't know. So there's a couple different things we could do. Rogi, we could just do this the easy way since I mean, it is another learning experience opportunity. There's a couple different ways, a few different ways we could deal with this. One, Rogi, you could try to do another pull request to ram this in and then we learn more. Or, you could just send me the gradient and I could just put it in there and we just ignore all that. Or I could make my own gradient, and then we still avoid all of that, and you don't have to do anything. I'm trying to save the gradient in case you want to try practicing it with me again. Yeah. Practicing what with you? Let's go. I'm open to any of those three options. Because at this point, we've learned so much. Do we need to learn more? But I am game to learn more. But it requires the most effort on your part. Practicing pull requests, it just requires the most effort on your part. So yeah, let us know how that's going. I will make no changes to the project, so that way we don't have to worry about any rebasing. We get to do a version clean of rebasure, and I will await things. I suppose in the meantime we can learn more about what is a rebase. Preserving the order of change sets. So the master, that is to say the version that I had, and then the feature, that is to say what Pierogigon is adding on. So, oh, this is really helpful. So like these represent the updates that I've made. This down here is where Rogi originally made the pull request and added these blue dots on here. The rebase takes those changes that have been made and shifts it up to the latest version. This is a nice GIF. That makes a lot of sense. Read this again slowly. New commit for every old one with the same changes. Okay. What is it, rebase? It's a way to replay commits one by one on top of a branch. Whoa. What? Loop. Play it again. Or does this never move? It did move. This is wild. I made a pull request with the gradient file saved. Oh. Pros. Streamlines a potentially complex history. Manipulating a single commit is easy. Avoids merging commit noise with busy branches. Cons. Squashing the feature down to a handful of commits can hide the context. Yeah, I feel like I felt that when I was trying to kind of go through here and see, like, okay, so where did that file get lost? We don't know, because it got squashed in a way. Rebasing public repositories can be dangerous when working as a team. That's very specific. It's more work rebasing with remote branches. It's more work. Rebasing with remote branches requires you to force push. Oh, that's what happened. The biggest problem people face is they force push, but haven't set git push by default. This results in updates to all branches having the same name, both locally and remotely, and that is dreadful to deal with. It is? Okay. 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 All right. I don't know what... Okay, I just have to believe them. I just have to believe them on that front. All right, let's see what Rogi's changes ended up looking like. There's some interesting notes there. So I'm going to come back to my little GitHub inbox. Blender auto updates and saving the gradient. Ooh, Blender auto updates. No conflicts. Love it. We're going to look at the files changed. There's 3 files changed here. We've got the Cattle Ranch block that Rogi has made. I think we need to cook for a couple years before we can read this web page and be like, oh yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, you're right. We do need some time to cook. Yeah, that makes sense. I think you're right. I think that makes a lot of sense. We're too young to get all that. So this literally is completely adding the scene in that didn't exist before. Which is interesting, because this scene should already exist. Right? Or is this like a different one? I recommend Dark Reader as extension. I know. I need to use it. I do. I do. I went with this one in a hurry. And I just haven't had the time to put the other one. I guess I could just do it. I guess I could just do it. I have Dark Reader on my other computer. I like it a lot better. This one sucks. It just does. It just sucks. I don't like it. I will delete it right now. And I'll have absolutely no problems with it. I don't like this one. It's not that good. What I will say is it's lightweight. Dark Reader is not lightweight. But that doesn't make it better. All right, I have done this. I have done this. Oh no, now we've lost all the colors. Oh, because this is already in dark mode. I see. So wait, if I can do it on and then toggle it off for GitHub. Gotcha. Okay, so this looks like the same scene to me. I'm a little confused why this is a new file, but whatever. Maybe it's just like replacing it. It might just be replacing it. Yeah, I noticed that. It's much better than what I was using. Okay, and then, so I think that's what's happening. I think it's replacing, which is weird because why doesn't it say that it's deleting them? I don't know. I don't know, but there's the gradient. This looks fine. I'm generally confused why there isn't more like red happening here, but who cares? Review it. Thank you for the gradient. It's like making them as completely new files. It is weird. Okay, so it's not just me. It is weird, right? Whoa, what is this? GitHub, what is this? What? These are the ones that I can choose to add? If I press the colon key, it suggests thumbs up, thumbs down, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, or first place. That must be alphabetical. That has to be what it is. This has got to be alphabetical, and it just isn't showing me the full list, because that's absolutely chaos. Okay. I was like, why did it choose those? So it is weird that it's not adding stuff. Happy! Okay. You can add more. They are the first in the suggested. Yeah. I eventually got there. Okay, so we'll approve this. Approve merging them. Looks good. Still find it weird that there's a 0. But here we go. Merging it. Not going to push it because we want it to be local. We want it to be local. That's what adults do. They make sure that they don't go pushing something that they don't understand, that they haven't tested. Merge pull request, 11 Blender auto updates, and saving the gradient. All right, let's see what happens. I have a feeling like Godot is going to be like, hey, these are some new things you've added. All right, we're going to fetch it. It is a new scene. It's confusing. Did Rogi put it in a different folder, maybe? Maybe it's in a different folder, and I didn't realize that. The scene name doesn't match your convention. Block level. Oh, it doesn't. So it doesn't. Oh, well, that's true. Well, yes, that's true. But there should have already been one with pierogi at the end. That's true. So we actually added that as a way to differentiate between collaborators' stuff and my stuff. Well, here, oh, I think Rogi saved. I know what happened. That's okay. So here, I think I know what happened. Look at this folder structure down here. It's going collaborator experiments, pierogigon, terrain, and then the files. This pull request that you made is going terrain level 1. So this is actually not good. This is going to cause the game to crash. This will cause the game to crash because this is adding a gradient into a folder that loads scenes, which means it's going to be like, I can't load a gradient in my collection of scenes. So this actually won't work. So technically, you didn't put it in the collaborator folder that we designated. So I would kind of want to not keep this, because otherwise this is going to break the game. Ooh, I almost missed that. I mean, I'm glad that, like, I didn't, and I was like, why is it not replacing anything? Because it's adding new things where they don't belong. Rogi, you still down to keep making changes? I'm so sorry, but, like, you know, it is what it is. Not my favorite statement to say. It is what it is. I hate that. Okay. So this isn't, because it's merge pull request number 11. So if I were to pull the origin, then we would get that. But I actually would want to yeet this, right? Instead of putting it in. I'm not sure how to make changes exactly, because on my end, there's 2 pierogi scenes in different folders. Well, this has become an entire thing. Not is open. I don't care if they're open. Show me number 11 that I approved. I would like to unapprove it. So I'm going to revert this. Add a description, reverts, creates T-res in an inappropriate folder. These files should be in the collaborator directory. So I'm creating a pull request now? Okay. Do another one. Do another one. Okay, so then I will merge this revert. Wait, but I already... Okay. Okay. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Pull request successfully merged and closed. So this should basically do nothing different. I'm sure we'll still have the history, so if I pull up this and we bring this down, something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. This removes these. We don't want these, because these are danger. These will crash the game. So this is good. We're in good shape right now. This is what we want. And the game won't crash. Just to double, triple check, it should run just fine, that level. It does. I feel like I just saved the game. I mean, it's not a big deal. You know, it's like I could just delete the files. But just in terms of, like, getting in best practices of, like, making sure that the things that come in don't corrupt the game. I feel like I just rescued the game from having some kind of disaster, which is kind of a cool feeling. Okay, let's see what we got. Now, since I just made that change, I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't cause another issue. So you said you made a pull request. Now, I'm not getting a pull request, so I don't know what that is about. But GitHub is saying you... Oh, you will do it. I see. You will do it. I was like, no, you didn't. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. I just read it wrong. Yeah. Thank you. Take your time. Take your time. You're doing amazing, Pierogi. I mean, I gotta at least throw you another credit. Just for, like, the amount of effort that you're putting into this. Whoa, Dark Reader. freaking murders Google Sheets. Okay. I gotta say, I kind of prefer the other one to this one. This is not looking good on Google Docs. It just completely obliterates it. Jeez. So now we are stuck with this on Google Docs. Hey, what's up, Almeska? Oh, I forgot to sing songs to everybody. I forgot, dude. I got so wrapped up in everything. I sung nobody's songs. You did the pull request? Okay. The song singing is just, it's like borderline on its way out. I'm just saying, not on purpose. Just like, it's just happening that way. Okay, we got another pull request. Follows in the right places? We gonna find out. This branch has conflicts. Oh dear. So the conflicting file is terrain level. Okay, but I already got rid of it. Maybe this is the maybe a rebase is due, because this doesn't exist anymore, right? I already got rid of this. Didn't I? Did I? We need to find out. Yeah, I mean, I'm searching pierogi and it's not even in here. So I think it's wrong. If it thinks this is the most up-to-date version that has this in it, it's sorely mistaken. Because I think Rogi, what you didn't take into account when I came in here and removed the files that you added. So I think you have to rebase it again. This time on my GitHub desktop, there's no warnings or anything. You don't even have the option to rebase it if you come like over here. That's very confusing. Things are going well, Albeska. We are experimenting. We are experimenting with pull requests in GitHub. I believe I did. Did I commit it? Oh, maybe I didn't commit it. Joe, I think you might be right. I thought I did. Because it looked like it happened over here on the web. But when I look over here, that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm a little confused. It makes more sense? Okay. Yeah, it totally makes sense. Yeah, I'm not confused at all. I'm not at all confused. Yeah, because it's definitely not in here. It's been removed. I was like, why is GitHub so happy right now? It should be complaining. So I see. I couldn't just do that on the web. Because I came over here. And this. I reverted the auto updates, Blender auto updates and saving gradient. Hello, Mohammed. It's a little curious, right? Merge the commit. And what this did is this removed everything that Pierogigon added in. See? But, they're not any longer here in my Godot project. And in my history, all three of them have been removed. It has marked them as removed. And there's nothing to push. There's this, which I don't even understand. Like, this is... I don't know what this is. This is some old stashed things that don't matter. I don't think any of this... It doesn't even... I don't really understand what this is here. I feel like this is some old thing. If you merged and reverted the merge, wouldn't that just be like nothing happens on my side? Right. Which then brings me back to the question, what the heck is going on over here that says that it has conflicts that must be resolved? Specifically, that this has an issue. It's almost like it's trying to add this. It thinks that this is still there somehow. The version that you're pushing right now. It thinks that this scene exists, even though it shouldn't. If you pulled the right branch, then this shouldn't even be in there at all. I don't think we need any of these changes, is what I think also. I feel like this is nothing. So I'm going to get rid of all this. Yes. Throw it in the trash. You know what I'm saying? So I like either you need to rebase or pull it differently. I deleted that scene on my side locally before pushing. Well, then I'm just confused. Like, what'll happen? Like, if I mean, I could just try this, and we could just see what it does, you know? When you look at your project on the GitHub website, the file that should be deleted is not there. Oh, good question. Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, so it would be in terrain, level 1. It is not there. These are all TSCN files, as they should be. And I suppose I could even search for things appended with Pierogigon in here. Yeah, it's just not even in there. It's not even in there. Doesn't exist. Oh, I should have just typed pierogi. Pierogigon folder in the collaborator folder. Pierogi in the collaborator folder. There's a branch called revert11. Is that it? Yes. That's the one. It says preview pull request when I click that. That's the one where I removed the files that you had added in. Wait, you said revert 11? This is merge pull request 12. So wait. I'm actually a little confused. What I'm looking at. Merge pull request 11. This is the bad one. Merge pull request 11. Pull request 11 is the one that added in the danger files. And then I attempted to revert that, and that was its own separate commit. And then, so there's the revert of those 3, and then I merged the revert of those 3. So I basically made my own pull request, which was pull request 12. And that should be the one. I know this is just getting confusing. When I click upstream AMW Godot 4.2, it says a branch with that name already exists. What does that mean? A branch with this name already exists. And when I go to regular Alien Meat World 4.2, there's no local changes. Rogi's Fork is 6 commits behind. How do you know? I assume you're looking at the files, Dragonblade. Somewhere. That sounds like a very useful thing. You open their repo from the pull request. Oh. Oh, right. So up here, Pierogigon wants to merge one commit into, this is our repo, the game's repo, from Pierogigon's repo, right here. If I open up Pierogigon's repo, somehow I can determine, so this has got a history of 178 commits. If I look at our repo, this has got 183 commits. It is behind. So somehow, Rogi has to make sure that they're pulling the latest one. Your suffering summons me. Welcome, J. Jordan. You know, I don't feel like I'm suffering. And you know why? Because I'm not alone. Because y'all are here supporting us through this. And Rogi is here being willing to try all these things and do all these things. And that, to me, just makes it like a great learning opportunity. With that said, I can't say we're figuring it out yet. But we're getting there. We're learning. Welcome, J. Jorn. I haven't sung anybody any songs. I did. I sung one song to Seppi earlier. We're just going to do everybody real quick. Dragon Blade dragged themselves on in. Dragon Blade dragged themselves on in. Dragon Blade dragged themselves on in. Oh, Dragon Blade, thank you for being here with us. There's Dragon Blade song. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. No, Pierogigon is not gone. Though I haven't heard from them in a minute, we know they're here. Welcome, Pierogigon. Thank you for supporting Hopper Game Dev. Who else? Albeska. Albeska's the best, you betcha. Albeska's the best, you betcha. Albeska's the best, you betcha. Thank you for supporting Hopper Game Dev, Albeska. Albeska's the best, you betcha. Albeska's the best, you betcha. Albeska's the best, you bet you. And of course, J. Jorn. Hey, J. Jorn. Hey, hey, hey. J. Jorn. Oh, hey, hey, hey. J. Jorn. Oh, hey, hey, hey. J. Jorn. Oh, hey, J. Jorn. Oh, hey, J. Jorn. Wow, that was a lot of songs. I'm so sorry. Really sorry. Also, you're welcome. Wow. Wow. Pepsi or sleep? This is a common dilemma that you have. I mean, if you're even having the dilemma, it sounds like you could go the Pepsi route. And I will say, sometimes you drink some caffeine and you end up falling asleep anyway. So like porque no los dos, right? You could make it work. So Rogi has done things. Rogi removed an old commit, which they think was also the pull request. Okay. And then after I did that, it let me pull from the branch. That is to say, the one with all of the commits. But it's not giving me a rebase option now. It just says merge. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it shouldn't need a rebase. Maybe, right? Maybe that's good. Maybe we're okay. Maybe everything is fine. Right? Thank you for the random drawing. This drawing is awesome. Caffeine doesn't affect you? Well, then I think you have your answer. I think you have your answer. It is not a difference between Pepsi or sleep. Okay, let's see what we got. Whoa. I have to choose between use the modified file. So this has been closed. Rogie closed it. Okay, so this is what you did, is you closed this last one that was behind several commits. So that's been closed. It's red. Wow. I have to choose between use the modified file and do not include the file for the pierogi scene that's in the wrong place and the gradient file. I mean, it sounds like do not include. So I'm going to try keeping the gradient file, but not including the pierogi scene file. I mean, so here's, Rogi, let me make sure that we're on the same page. So there are two folders, right? Two folders that your files have been in. And one of those folders is the correct place. The other is the incorrect place. So here's the incorrect place. If it's in terrain / terrain level 1, then it's the wrong place. Whether it's the gradient file, the scene, or anything, nothing that you're adding should be in the terrain directory. So if that's the parent, if terrain is the parent, like ultimately, it's in the wrong place. The correct place is this folder right here. Collaborator experiments / pierogigon / terrain. That's the right folder. So as long as whatever you're committing is in this directory, we're good. Anything else, get it out. After you do the changes to Godot, the scene file must be modified and the gradient file untracked. Oh, you should include both in theory. What? What? You need a damn CS degree to use GitHub. Yeah. I'm gonna take my computer science class in GitHub today. I don't know if it's a class, but it certainly must be covered in at least one. No, but that's why I want to like spend our time doing this, because it is not necessarily super intuitive at all, but it's so important. The gradient is in experiments. Good, perfect, nice. Then we're good. A few new lines in the scene file and one new file should be the only changes. Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. That sounds correct. At this point, I think that makes the most sense. Rogie said, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. It's fine, right? You kept the gradient, but discarded the pierogi scene? I don't know if you messed up, because the pierogi scene should already be there in that folder. I think that it's already there. Dragonblade doesn't think it's a big deal. The gradient just won't be assigned to the material. Oh. Well, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? If the scene, because the scene is already there, right? It would be interesting to have it all be able to smash together, but at this point, with all of our back and forths, I think that that's the most reasonable thing to do. It'll come in handy once you learn the ropes. I'm pretty much clueless with GitHub. Really? Wow. Well, you still helped us, and you got a credit for it, so, you know. Maybe not so clueless. Just pretty much. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, cool. All right. All right, I will anxiously await whatever changes come, however confusing they may be. Label issues and pull requests for new contributors. Now GitHub will help potential first-time contributors discover issues labeled with good first issue. What? Okay. All right. I have a feeling my project isn't big enough for that to be important. New pull request. Let's check it out. I did something. I did something. All right, let's see what Rogi did do. Oh, interesting. So these are the two commits that were added earlier. No conflicts. I love all the green. Very affirmative. Let's see what was changed. We've added 9 lines of code, removed 0. We've changed 1 file, which is just the gradient. So just a gradient was added. That's it. That's all this does, is it adds the gradient, which if you think about it, earlier when I pulled up Godot, we just saw that white void instead of the gradient, and we needed the gradient. I was like, we need the gradient. Now we have it. Okay. There the gradient is. And then give me a laughing face. Okay, cool. Approve. Moral of the story is to pull from the upstream before making changes. Yeah, I mean, I guess yes, and like, what if, you know, you're working on something over a longer period of time, and you know, what choice do you have? Like it's almost inevitable that sometimes you're going to be making a pull request on an older version. Ideally, I guess there's a big difference between forking and working on it. And I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Is before you turn that fork into a pull request, make sure it has been, I don't know, because you're saying to actually pull it from the upstream before making changes. So yeah, I guess that brings me back to my point where inevitably that's going to happen once in a while, where you're going to miss new updates, you know, and so ideally try to do this, but if inevitably something gets updated, be prepared to rebase and deal with whatever that brings up, which I wish I could explain. But I generally kind of figured something out, maybe. I think I'm still confused about why it didn't let me rebase before. Well, yeah, right, because you were, because you were, like, in the past, right? And so why didn't it just catch it up? Yeah, I don't know. What I do for work at the start of the day, I pull everything to be up to date. And before I do any commit, I make sure my branch is up to date. Cool. So you can let's say on Thursday and you're off on Friday. On Thursday, you do all this work on the code. You're not quite done with it. You don't work on Friday. Someone else makes changes. You come in on Monday to finish the work you started on Thursday. And now that the main branch is a little different. So before you commit your changes that you started on Thursday from the old version of the project, you make sure that your branch is up to date, resolve the conflicts, so it's ready for whoever approves those things to look at and make the judgment that they need to make without worrying about conflicts. So it sounds like the etiquette that you're implying here, or at least the workflow that you're implying, is for the person who makes pull requests to resolve issues before committing those things. It's very, very helpful insight, actually. Moral of the story is merge, rebase, whatever, before committing your fork. Yeah, I think that's the moral of the story. I think it is. Wow, this is very interesting. This has been really useful. You know, I mean, in a way, it's like it puts a burden on people who want to contribute. But at the same time, like I think that's just kind of like part of contributing, right? Okay, we're merging it. I'm confirming it. And now I'm going to check over here in GitHub. I will fetch it. At work, there's no way around it. We all work on the same project. I can't ask my coworkers to fix the conflict I made. Right, right, right. I mean, I'm sure somebody ignorantly would do that if they were new. And hopefully they wouldn't have gotten hired in the first place, probably. But right, I see what you're saying. Okay, I fetched... I am going to pull the origin. I could have looked at more information, I guess, before I did that. Okay, here's the pull request. We have those too. Oh, okay. So you could do it, but you're not going to do it. And as you see, all it's doing is adding in the gradient, which is very nice, very nifty. Nothing else. Super what I need. I will not... Now, it's still saying to fetch the origin. I guess I have to... It's interesting, because I'm not... I guess... Oh... So I guess I've already made a mistake on my end, because I've done the merge, right? So if there's issues... Like, if I wanted to make... Let's say there was someone else that I knew would be working on this, and they were working on a version that now has this bad merge in it. It's not bad, but assuming it is, I would have done this in perhaps not the most ideal order for them. So that's something I want to practice next time I have to do this, is making sure I don't just go merging things without testing them first. Even though this time I'm quite certain it will cause no issues. Usually they leave for vacation and leave the pull request with conflicts. Ooh, wow. Such a specific situation. And yet it makes sense. I was watching a video about how a lot of open source programs suffer because of the barriers to contributing. And it makes sense. Wow. Yeah, right. I mean, it is such a huge, especially with a big project, it is such a huge part of the process, is getting through what you made to the final version. Yeah. Wow. Sounds like a good video. I'd watch that video. Like, artists and designers aren't going to know this stuff. True. Wow, it's very programmer-centric. Well, maybe they should learn. I'm just kidding. Or it should be easier for them to be able to do it. All right, so here's the new version. Let's see if I can add this gradient in at long last. I'm going to come out here. Oh, it's in there. It's right there, baby. There's the gradient in its beautiful brown and green glory. At long last, and we will escape the white void. I will drag and I will drop. Whoa, whoa, wow! I took that crab clip and turned it into a GIF and put it in live text. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, Insane Alpha Beta made a GIF of me observing a crab. Nice. First hyper game dev GIF. I love it. I love it. Rogi says, what? That's not what it looks like on my end. Oh, so I did notice that it didn't look right. Because earlier today in this very stream, it looked like how I think it would look on your end. It did look that way, and now it doesn't. And that was the version before, I don't know, something. Another reason I'm adamant that the pull request author needs to fix the conflict is because the author doesn't know the change they want. Right. So, like, the owner could yeet something that the author wants to keep. Interesting. The owner knows only what needs to stay unchanged. Right, because that's just resolving the conflict, not about actually making the decisions that are informed about what the author was trying to do. And whereas the author would know what those changes should be. Gotcha. That's a really good point. That's a great point. Yeah, I mean, you've made the case entirely now. Like, I feel like that's a very well-rounded point, is that it's not feasible or realistic for an owner to be able to resolve every single pull request conflict, and the owner can't actually know technically necessarily what the author intended. It's a really, really good point. I think you need to reset your dirtiness and noise strength sliders. Okay. Oh, dirtiness. There we go. There it is. Oh, it looks beautiful. This is the intention Rogi had for this game. Thank you for this wonderful contribution. Look at it, it's beautiful. It's got different colors of green and yellow and stuff along with the dirt. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it fabulous? Now we can have control and we can change things. And I don't have to make noise by hand anymore. I think the best way to christen this pull request is to create a new texture using this shader. I think that would be a good way to put it to good use. The pull requester needs to resolve for sure. It's just chaos otherwise. Yeah. Wow. I love that. I love that we came to that realization. Well done, everybody. Honestly. Oh my gosh. Y'all are amazing, beautiful people. So lucky to work with you all. So let's also we can showcase a little bit of what Rogi has put together. All of this effort was so we can have, look at this beautiful control. Look at that. Look at that. I love it. We can change the size of the noise, so it could be super big, basically non-existent, or we can make it really tiny. We can adjust the strength of the noise, so it could be, isn't this awesome? We can make it look more just like grass with nothing special at all. Or we can add in a little bit of dirt. We get all of this control now. And this is just a great shader that Rogi made for the project. I love it. I love it. So it could even be like the grass on the outside could be a little dead. It shouldn't be, but if in theory, it could be. The reason why it shouldn't be is because then it's not going to blend correctly. Shaders are truly awesome, and I am just a novice user of them. Yes, and you know, that noviceness has served us very, very well here. Yeah, Rogi nailed it. I wonder if we can even appreciate what it looks like in the game. So in order to implement this, I don't have to do much, actually. I don't have to do much. I wonder if we can like randomize a bit too, so when it creates this tile, it's slightly different each time. Probably. I still haven't explored. I mean, first of all, probably. Yes, I would guess yes, we could. Shader, I hardly know her. You know that the art of shading somebody doesn't require you to know them. The true original meaning of throwing shade would mean that you could just read somebody in an instant. You wouldn't need to know them, and you could throw that shade. Just saying. But I understand you want to take a more cautious route. Shading isn't your thing, and I understand. Welcome, Entropy. It's good to see you. What is she talking about? Why not use the shader nodes? Oh, do you mean like is that an, I mean, that's, where is that? You can do that. First of all, code is fun. Second of all, is that what you mean? Like actually like the, or do you mean, what do you mean? Say more. Rogi knows how to do that. Yeah. Oh, the randomizing thing? Nice. To me, that seems that we could do that. It seems, I mean, it makes me want some other things to be randomized. But yeah, we could. Sorry, the stream looked like it glitched for a second there. But we're good. The internet's been doing that lately. Not a big problem. You probably didn't even notice. Just a little blip. But just in case, know that everything is fine. Yeah, I don't know why that keeps happening. It's been happening the last week. Definitely glitched. It was quick though. It was just a little glitch. Just a little glitch. Just a little glitch. You prefer text code for shaders. I prefer it for everything else, as I prefer it for everything else. Yeah, same. Yeah, I just feel like you get a little bit more control. The visual scripting, right. Most shaders are done in visual scripting because usually they're done by artists. Right. I mean, I feel like that's what the visual scripting shaders are for people who aren't coding. And I don't know, first of all, I didn't even know how do you even do that in here? Because I just get presented here with the text code stuff, but I don't even know how to, like, open that up in here. Like, is that another plugin? Just a small road bump, ain't nothing. I actually like to combine the two for shaders, make my own nodes for complicated logic or heavy math. That's interesting, because to me I would think that you'd want the text for the heavier math. But I guess the nodes make it easier because you don't have to, like, know all of the math. It'll just, like, contain it all a bit. Zombie Bowtile. Welcome, Zombie Bowtile. Coded shaders just make it so much more cathartic when things work out. Yes! Heck yes, that's satisfying. I did that. Let's go. Plus, I mean, at least when I go to, like, godotshaders.com or something, you know, this is actually what I based the original shader that we're using on, was this shader. I usually don't see any, I mean, I just see code. I'm sure, I assume it converts to code. I don't really know, but, you know, this is what I usually see on all of these. So I would assume that this is also more shareable, but I could be wrong. Probably because I'm used to Blender shader nodes. That makes sense. Yeah. And I tend not to use Blender shader nodes because I find that a lot of that doesn't convert into Godot, but maybe it does and I'm just doing it wrong. It does if I, like, export the texture as, like, a PNG file or something. But, you know, I tend to like things to be as interoperable as possible. I can see myself adopting that style of coding my own nodes. Whoa! And then using them. Wow, right? That would be very convenient. Oh, I like that. I don't know how to do visual shaders either. There's a really cool program called Material Maker for Godot that's super advanced. Whoa. And it's mathy? Interesting. Yeah, I'm still not even sure how you would pull that up on here, but I believe you that it's real. For visual, when you create a shader, you can change the type to visual. Oh. New shit. Oh! So on this screen, I suppose. Type shader. Visual shader! I didn't know that. That's news to me. So then if we try to edit this... Oh, this is giving Blender. Wow. Ugh. Visual scripting. And it probably has a lot of the same, you know, named things as well. I mean, to me, it's like, now I gotta learn this too. But what I like about it, what is so nice, is that you can see everything listed out, right? So you know what you have to connect with. You don't have to pull up the documentation necessarily to see what options you have with your code. And that makes a lot of sense as something valuable. I mean, I guess if I were gonna set, oh my goodness, like, how would I even do a uniform, you know? I don't know why, I don't even know why I'm doing this. A vector function. I made a vector function. And the result goes to the albedo. Did I do it? You don't have to look into all the 9,999 functions that exist, yeah. Did I make it yet? I don't think I did. Yeah, I'm just not sure how to even get it to be the same. I guess I would need to define this as something. Oh gosh. I like code. I used to love visual scripting, I really did. I might look into it, although I think I'll probably stick with the shader properties in the shading language. At least you can learn some things that way, like learn the bare bones of it all. But there is something to be said, I think, of seeing all these laid out. At which point, you know, you could also do both. You could like use this like, well, not like Dragonblade was saying, but you could use this as a way to find, this is like, here's your documentation right here. Pop this open, and then you can probably call the same things, maybe, in text code, maybe. Another thing you can do is convert regular BSDF materials into a shader material, and it writes the code for you. Right, nice. That's a good tip. Speaking of Blender to Godot, do you use the Blender import or do you export it out? The first. I use the first one. I love it. You know, it has some quirks, but I like it. It's way easier. I would prefer using the shader language as well. It's interesting. It's fun to explore the different possibilities, though. But yeah, I do hook it up to Blender. Let me put Rogies back in. Let me just fix what I have broken. I also want to set this up so this is actually in the main scene now and not in the collaborator folder. Now that I've approved this in a certain sense, we can merge it manually. But yeah, so I do, and what Zombie is talking about is, so if I make a change to an asset in Blender, it'll also change here. Where I'm least impressed with that is with animations. It just requires like a lot of fiddling, and it can be a little frustrating, and it's weird to like get the hang of it. But you know, with models, it's way great. And then, you know, I kind of have to explain that too. So like on the GitHub repo, you know, I've added a whole section on here on how to set up the project, because not so far the folks who have done pull requests haven't had Blender and Godot integrated. So now I have instructions on here, because if you don't have it integrated, the project won't load properly. So, you know, it has its advantages. It does have some disadvantages, but for sake of the workflow, I find it so awesome. So like, I mean, just as a quick and dirty example, right? So I made these on Monday during the member stream, these solar panels. If I wanted to do something absolutely ridiculous to this, like maybe come in here and do that. Wow, that's weird. Why would I want that? No good reason. And then I can hit Control S, come over here to Godot, and Godot is already updating it. And so if we come in here and we look at it, it's gonna look different. It's gonna look a little different. And so now you can see it has already updated it in Godot, and I didn't have to manually export it, which is nice. Probably the node-based materials are easier for teams. That makes sense. Easy to go in and tweak a value without knowing the ins and outs of the code structure. Right, exactly. And I think that goes to the Dragonblade's point that it's better for artists, you know, or it's maybe more intended for artists, or it'll have a lot of value there for artists. Okay. Why is this not okay? You better be undoable. You know, people who aren't familiar with code or programming. I want integration between Blender shaders and Godot. Me too. That was like the first thing that I did in Godot, was because in Blender, was I tried to learn how to make a tree. That was my first task, was make a tree in Blender. And what I found out was that tutorial that was showing me how to make a tree was assuming that I was just going to leave it in Blender. Here, this one, trying to make a tree. And I used these, it told me to use all these shader nodes and stuff, and I did. I got deep into that. And I was like, great, we're learning Blender. This is awesome. Blender is so powerful. I love it. This is great. And when I brought it into Godot, let's just say it didn't look the same. So like very early on, I decided that, you know, I wasn't going to mess with Blender shader nodes because it was just going to cause issues when I tried to bring things into Godot. So why even bother learning any of it if it's just going to cause issues? But like if they did make that integration work, then yeah, like let's do it. Let's go then. But when I brought it into Godot, it looked disastrous. It looked terrible. Terrible. I was so demoralized. Look at this. Look at that. That's not a tree. That's not what I made. That's not what I made. That it's like it's smeared. It wasn't right. It was all wrong. Anyway. But I'd be willing to relearn, you know, those things. Yeah, it's really powerful. The Blender nodes are super powerful. Yeah, right. Knowing for its own sake, sure. Zombie says, I wonder when Eevee next comes out, it will have any changes. So I don't know anything about that. Is that related to the Eevee engine that when I go to change my this render engine, is that what that is? Sounds like it'll break things. No, not necessarily. Eevee next. I don't know what that is. I bet it's cool. I bet it's cool. Zombie, you seem to know a few things about Blender. All right. So anyway, we need to fix this terrible solar panel abomination. There we go. And then, so we've got Rogi's shader. Now I would like to configure it and actually get it, not so much configure it, but get it added in to the project itself. Because right now it's just in this collaborator folder where we quarantine things before trying to add them in to the main level area. It just helps avoid potential chaos. I'm worried I might have messed up the seams here. It seems pretty good. The seams seem good. Because what I need is for this edge to be solid green. It can't have noise on it. Seems okay. All right, good. Now, these are the specific settings. I'm probably going to change these settings anyway, to be honest. But, you know, for now. Let me get the long chat up. Give me that long chat. Eevee was made to replace cycles. Change the entire way rendering works. Whoa. Today I learned. I love Blender. I'm in TV and have been looking for ways to use Blender instead of Adobe products, because I be cheap. Understandable. Adobe is not that. That's pretty cool. I feel like Blender is getting adopted more and more in environments or different industries that otherwise were like, we have to pay money. We must use the state of the art. It's like, open source is kind of actually the state of the art. By the way. Cycles is more realistic because of how old it is. Whoa. And how much work went into it. But Eevee is more modern and performant. Realism is overrated. And Eevee Next is supposed to be Eevee rewritten using the same technology, but using the lessons they learned while making Eevee to make it even better. Cool. They found better ways. Too late to change something. Oh, I see. So they just have to like redo it. Gotcha. Does sound awesome. What is the best free source to learn Godot shaders? Ooh, I don't know about free source. Does anybody know about free source? I do know a great $1 tutorial. If you're willing to spend $1, Rogi knows. If you're willing to spend $1, which is not free, all right? It's not free, okay? There's a link in this description box, and that link will take you to this page right here. There should be a link in the description box that takes you to this page. All right, and this is a Humble Bundle software bundle. Abo, check the description box. Go to the Humble Bundling. There's a bunch of stars. There should be a bunch of stars. And it'll take you to this software bundles link. And right now, there is this bundle right here, this Godot 4 tutorial bundle from gamedev.tv. It's a great bundle. Now, normally, you're going to pay... Oh, I'm behind the chat? Oh, geez. Normally, you're going to pay $25 to get all of these tutorials. So you'll get 10 tutorials for $25. But if you set it to $1, the only one you'll get just so happens to be a shader tutorial. You just bought it? I hope you bought it using the link in the description box. It's okay if you didn't. But in case you didn't know, anything that you buy on Humble Bundle, you can support Hyper Game Dev. Come to any video, look in the description box, you'll find the link. Or just make sure $partner equals Hyper Game Dev is at the end. And you can support this channel like just by shopping where you'd already shop. Just saying. Something to think about. So see right here, you just add $partner equals Hyper Game Dev to the end of anything on Humble Bundle. And you can support this channel, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, the shaders tutorial is good. The shaders tutorials is good. Yeah, think about it, because again, only $1. Only $1. And you'll get just the shaders tutorial. And then if you want to go a little further and support Hyper Game Dev, hit adjust donation when you go to check out. You can just leave it as it is, or you can hit adjust donation. So it's going to give me 15 cents of that dollar. I say me, but it all goes back into the channel. And so what you can do if you hit adjust donation is you can change this to give potentially more. It's up to you how much you want to give. But you could give up to 70 cents of that dollar to this channel, which does help. So just something to think about. Anything you do on Humble Bundle, you can support the channel, which is kind of a cool thing. Yeah, bookmark it. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Zombie. I appreciate that. It means so much. It's such a huge help to the channel. Just so you know, the Godot bundle with the shaders is available for 1 day and 9 hours. It does say that, and that's probably true, but like sometimes it's not. So a Humble Bundle very much does those that like marketing thing where they're like, get it now or it's gone forever, and then it's not actually gone. But they've been extending this one for weeks. So I mean, it might be at the end, who knows. I try not to mention this because I feel like I'm just giving in to some stupid marketing ploy that I hate. So I don't really even know what to think about this, but you know, do with it what you will. Yeah, it's so literally everything that Rogi did here to make this happen, Rogi learned it from that shader tutorial. And I've been seeing what Rogi, I've bought it myself, but I haven't taken it. And I've been seeing what Rogi has been doing using that tutorial, and the things Rogi has been saying about the tutorial, it seems very legit. Beyond worth it. Honestly, like a steal at $1. But I haven't followed it myself. I will one of these days. To be fair, Rogi has a math background, so it clicked with you really well. Yeah. That's fair. That is a fair point. The $1 is worth it to me. I learned shaders with 0 knowledge. Yeah. I've been meaning to ask, how did you specifically learn GDScript? I'm doing the 3D course from that bundle, and I'm starting to feel like not knowing how to code is making the learning curve steeper. Yeah. Dude, I love knowing text code. I love it. I really do. The old marketing trick of everything must go that stays on the window for 5 years. I know, exactly. I hate that. That's what's great about using Humble Bundle because I'm not like sponsored by them. It's just an affiliate link, which means I can say whatever I want about Humble Bundle. I can say whatever I want about the Humble Bundles. I don't have to like mince words. I can be like, this is garbage. They shouldn't do that one day left thing if they don't mean it. And nobody's gonna get mad at me. But yeah, I mean, for me, like my entire GDScript journey, I've chronicled in live streams, and basically, I just got in there and started doing it. How did you learn it though? Did you learn Python first? No, I literally didn't know any text code at all, ever. I never knew how to text code. I mean, like HTML, but like nothing other than that. So I mean, genuinely, like I'll even show you. I'll give you, if you're interested, I will show you the link where I learned it, because I just came in here and I said, hey guys, I don't know how to do this. Let's go. And y'all helped me. So that's why my biggest advice is to find community, whether it's going to the Godot Discord or something, right? The Godot Discord is a great place to go. Finding, you know, even like Godot forums or Stack Exchange, I don't know. Make sure you're connecting with a community who knows things that they can answer questions that are specific to the problems that you're trying to solve. So this is the live stream. Wow, I'm wearing the same top too. That's amazing. Where I literally just came in here not knowing anything, and people in the chat just like, they helped me. They helped me, and we got there eventually. So I mean, there are tutorials. I think like it's really hard to find like great tutorials that are gonna walk you through it. I will say the Brackeys tutorials are looking really, really good. So maybe take a look at the Brackeys YouTube channel. That might walk you through it really well. So let's even just pull that up. And I'll drop that link in the chat as well, because Brackeys is starting to, from scratch, teach you how to do GDScript. I have a feeling you're gonna get a lot out of that. So I'll drop that link in the chat as well. But no, I just learned GDScript. I had never done text code in my life, and I was able to make a little hello world thing. So yeah, good luck. You got this. Honestly, just like dig in. Just like jump in there, start doing it, and try to solve a simple problem. I really like the simple hello world thing. Get something that just prints letters on the screen. Set a label to say certain text, you know, when you press a button, you know, make that happen. And it'll all kind of fall into place. Yeah, Brackeys is a great place to start. So check out that. I put both of the video where I first started, so you can see what it's like to struggle through it, how I got to where I'm at. Every video along the way that I've like done in Godot is right here. And then the Brackeys link as well will give you a really good starting point. Yeah. Also, hello, Katie. Welcome. Katie Codes is here. Hey, hey, hey. Katie Codes is here. Hey, hey, hey. Katie Codes is here. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, Katie Codes. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Katie Codes is here. Hey, hey, hey. Katie Codes is here. Hey, hey, hey. Katie Codes is here. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, Katie Codes. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Yeah, there's your song. You know, I'm not even that sorry. That one wasn't that bad. But you are welcome, that's for sure. Oh, gosh. Not many free resources for Godot shaders as far as I know, but I haven't looked at it in a while. Oh, and then another thing, Abo, that you can do, now that I think of it, is go to godotshaders.com. This is a great resource. Head to godotshaders.com, because what's great about godotshaders.com is it will just have examples. They're just gonna be examples, and you can use those examples to learn. So whatever, here's a toon shader for 2D sprites, whatever. Click on it. Scroll down here, there's all the code. So in a way, if reverse engineering is a way that you like to learn, GodotShaders.com has just a plethora of stuff. And then most of these on here are on the Creative Commons 0 license, which means you can do whatever you want with it. You don't have to credit anybody. So you might want to double check, but usually they're all CC0, most of them. So something to think about. Something to think about. GodotShaders.com might help you learn. Might help you learn. Dun, 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 dun. Cheeky Boo made a 3-liner pull request. What? Just for fun? Oh my gosh. That's awesome. So you did. Refactored some alien.gd constants to exported properties? What? Happy Wednesday, Cheeky. Makes constants speed, jump velocity, and depth distance tweakable in the inspector. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't make those exportable. I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty cool. Rogi wants to learn the light function. I don't know what it does yet. It was outside the scope of the beginner's course. Well, GodotShaders.com, you'll find all kinds of stuff you didn't know. Learning to break things is a great way to learn. I agree. I agree. Like, what broke? How do I make it not break? You know? Or how do I make it come back to being fixed? Mistakes are the greatest teachers for everything. Completely agree. Completely agree. Click the player in the scene to open the inspector and make the changes to those fields. Cheeky! Look at you learning Godot! I love it! Welcome! I requested this change to show how export constants can change in the inspector instead of in a script. Exports also have export groups, which may boost organization. Oh yeah, I love the export groups. That I did know. I did not know about the constants exported though. All right, let's see. Wow, I love it. We talking about pull requests? We get a pull requests. Oh, so they're not constants anymore. I see. So here's the thing. The reason why I set these as constants is so they can't be changed. So that kind of raises a question to me of we're getting serious mode. Okay. But and correct me if I'm wrong, but the advantage of using a constant is it's just a tiny little bit more performant, right, than a variable. Since a variable is ready to be changed, potentially, at any given moment. And a constant can't be changed, hence why it's a constant, and the advantage of setting it as such. Yeah, the export group, I love the export group. The export group is, and then you can do categories too, so you can chunk it up further. But yeah, so for me, so my personal response, and maybe this brings up some more pull request etiquette discussion. Personally, I would prefer them to be constants because then they serve that purpose of constancy and they can't accidentally get changed, I guess, or something. Oh, interesting. Oh, good. Well, then this is perfect. Because that's a dilemma, right? If you are the owner of a project and someone is making pull requests, you have to make decisions about how to communicate to that person about the changes. Do these changes work? Is there a good reason to reject them or to ask someone to change it a little bit? I got you, Cheeky. I got you. So thank you for giving me that experience of being oh no, I have to say something that isn't yes. I hate not saying yes. Yeah, I think constants do make a lot of sense. So I love this. Let's talk about this. I mean, I don't even know how to say request changes, so I'll just comment on this. Thank you for making this PR. You must say no right now. Wow. Okay, I won't even say that. No. Thank you for making this pull request. I love using export variables and groups/categories to organize things and have more control over data. With that said, I believe constants are the more appropriate choice here. You don't know any of that with constants versus variables? Let's go. I'm just going with what I understand, what a lot of you guys have taught me about the difference. Yeah, and so like a constant, you actually can't apply, and as far as I know, an export annotation to it, because then it would defeat it being constant, which means, you know, if I want to change the speed, the jump velocity, the fall depth distance, the boundary distance, I have to go in and manually adjust it. Now, I will also say some of this stuff I kind of want to keep, right? I'm down with the export group properties. I feel like Cheeky even maybe rearranged these. I don't know. So like, if anything, we could ask for just like a change, right? So request changes. So be like, you know, don't change these to const or to exports, but we can keep the export group or whatever, right? So thank you for making this PR. I love using export variables and groups to organize things and have more control over things. With that said, I believe constants are the more appropriate choice here. Can we keep the reorg/export group portion? I might be reading it wrong. What? Can we keep the reorg/export group portion while leaving? Yeah. Why would you want to keep the reorganization? So let me look at the way it is right now. So right now, you can't put the constants in there. Oh my gosh, Rogi. So Rogi's like, no, this is chaos. You have to make sense. Things must make sense. Yeah. So I guess basically I wasn't sure. That I didn't realize that I had nicely grouped these all at the top, but now I see that they were, so I wasn't sure if Cheeky had like moved these, but I guess we would have seen that. So I guess I see what you're saying. There's no you're right, I am reading it wrong. There is no export group to keep because we're getting rid of it. No, you're right. The export group is gone. Maybe. Oh, but it wouldn't really make sense, right? Because so let's be clear what this even means. No, Rogi, you make an excellent point. You're right. This was me trying to bargain with having to say no. But you know what? Logically, it didn't make sense. So here's, let me see, where did I do this? I did this, boop, boop. I guess I did it in the Game Jam template. Let me see if I can find in files. Dude, I must have done this somewhere. I must have done this. Okay, I did not. Did I do, okay, we know that group. But didn't I do an export group someplace? I didn't! Wow, that was in a totally different project. Let me open another Godot engine. I'll show you in the Jam template where I've done this. Because I apparently haven't done it in this project. But what the export group does is it takes already exportable variables and it organizes them in the inspector. So here, I have certainly done this. Do I have a category? I do. Let's do one that has more. This one has a bunch. Okay. So this is for creating spawns. You know, things that instantiate in the scene. So I have export category spawn movement. And then we have export variable, export variable, export variable. An export variable allows me to change these values in the inspector over here. So if I go find the spawn here, that must be on this. Where is that? Where is the spawn script? Here, there it is. Okay, so if we look at it on here, I'm gonna pull this back up. Here you can see we have let me open this up a little bigger. Just make it a little bigger. It is a cool trick. Yes. So this is export category. It's very similar, and I can show you what makes them different too. So here we have spawn movement. This is as a category, right? So as a category, we get this header here, and it has all of these options in it. If I didn't keep that and I got rid of that, so let's comment out this and comment out this, right? Now they're all just in here. So all of these export variables, the things that we have, you can also export a range, which will let you adjust it as such. So I can now press this up and down arrow and it will, in theory, adjust the range. And then because this is a Boolean, right, it's going to show up as a checkbox, stuff like that. Now, if I comment these back in, what you're going to see is that those categories return. And it just sorts it a little better. As for the group, so now within that category, I also have it in a group. So that's within the category. And the group gives us these little drop downs. So now it's like collapsed, and we can open this up and see these settings in here. So that way they're not all the time available and taking up space or whatever. Or it organizes it a little better. So that's what these do. And then again, if I just comment these out, they're just gonna spill into this whole thing. So it gives it a little more organization, and it narrows down the chaos. And it makes it look a little more like everything else. One thing that I noticed, which is cool, I don't know if I remember there was a way to get the icons here to show up. So if I say, like, I think if I just call this like node, is that correct? Oh, that's a group, sorry. Let me do this, the category. I think it'll actually add an icon that it thinks is appropriate. Okay, it did it. I don't remember how we did that, but I had found a way to like hint at like a certain icon. I don't remember how he did it, so I won't worry about it, but there is a way to do that. In shader code, you can control how much the number increments decrements by 2. Yes, that's right. So that's with the uniform. So it's a little different. It's the same, it's essentially the same thing, except instead of at export, which you would use for GDScript code, with what Rogi's talking about on the shader, if I pop open all of that, right, we've got uniform here. This is the version of at export, if you will, for shaders. So here we've got this called mask texture, right? That's this. See how that says mask texture? You can't really, because I just blew it up way past there. Okay. So there we've got mask texture right here. What's up, Appleseed Games? Welcome. There's mask texture. So if I want to change that to Appleseed texture, right? Save that. We have to, oh, well, I do have to come through here. And every place where this exists, I have to replace it. So that's important to keep in mind. Probably be easier if we just created a new one. But you know what? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Search and replace. I'm going to replace mask texture with Appleseed texture. Replace all. That'll resolve the issues. And now, as you can see, it says Appleseed texture. So it's quite the same thing. And you know, I assume there could be some way. I don't know if there's a way to do the groups and categories. Maybe not. Probably not. Probably not, but maybe. But you can at least get the export, so that way you can modify these manually, which is kind of nice. That's what Rogi's talking about. All right, let's not call it Appleseed, as delightful as that is. So back to the pull request that Cheeky made as an example. So I unfortunately just have to say none of it. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think I just have to say that. I think that's all I can say. Thank you for making this pull request. I love using them. It's really great. I believe concepts are a more appropriate choice. So yeah, we can't keep anything that Cheeky did, which is fine, because Cheeky did that on purpose, because Cheeky is cheeky, right? Naturally. So we've now continued to learn more about how to communicate on GitHub and all that good stuff. So I would not want to merge this. I'd want to do the opposite of merging, which would be closing it, right? So I could leave it, right, and give Cheeky a chance to rebut or do something different, right? Or close it themselves. I'll leave it for Cheeky to close, you know? That seems like a nice thing to do. Hey, what's up, Christian? Welcome. It seems like a nice thing to do. Let Cheeky decide if they want to close it, which I'm sure they do. But maybe they don't. Maybe they're like, no, 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 no. But wait. Okay. So, moving forward then. We did all that GitHub stuff before. So we could get this. It's going great. We're learning a bunch of stuff. We're chatting. You disagree that it's a nice thing to do? Wait, what? Really? You think it's nicer if I just shut it down than let somebody rebut? Okay. All right. I mean, it feels a little, you know, I think it's more clear to communicate that you rejected it, so Cheeky could make a new one. I don't know, you know, just like from the little research I've done, I could be wrong. It was like a video that I watched about GitHub etiquette, that not being super, and again, it could be different workplaces, different environments. In Rogi's environment, this wouldn't be the norm, but I think it depends on the atmosphere you want to create. And to me, I would rather create an atmosphere of like, this is an open conversation rather than, you know, no. That's just me. I mean, but you're right. Like, is it clear that I rejected it? I mean, maybe not. You could be right. There is. I don't remember what it was, but I could try to find it. I did not hallucinate it. GitHub pull request. I don't know if it used the word etiquette, but it certainly discussed it. I will see if I can find it. Yeah, I don't remember what the video I watched was. It seems like something I would add to like a playlist, but I don't remember if I did. Who knows? How to GitHub pull, how to accept, reject. I'm trying to think what I searched when I was looking for this. Was it this? I'm just thinking of the guy who was in the video. I'm just trying to remember him. Yeah, there's videos. I mean, you can look at all of these, right? How to do it in the right way. How to review. So I mean, you can do the search. You'll find it. Right? There's different perspectives on a way to do it or not, you know? And what suits you best is going to depend. Really don't remember which video it was, but it was something. The reason I thought rejecting the pull request is better is because of when I made the pull request, it was easier to make a new pull request than modify an existing one. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Like, I had to pull the branch and all that, and when I made the mistake of committing first, I had to go in and cancel my old request and make a new one. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I guess, you know, it's also like who is the person who's making it? Is it someone like you who I know we're like having this like conversation with, or is it someone who's a first time person who's doing it, you know? And I guess Cheeky is someone that I could be having a conversation with, and it's not a big deal. But you know, just trying different things. But I like the perspectives too. I'm so bad at Git. I always use it in my project, but I just know how to make an add a commit and a push. I mean, you know, and that's the same like up until today, and maybe not necessarily, but I haven't gotten to really practice doing beyond that until more recently. So I mean that's good. Like Christian, you're doing it right. You're doing it right. I'm curious to also learn and share the learnings that I have about taking that even further and working with collaborators and stuff. Yeah, maybe. Last time I had to download the entire project instead to make checkout. To make checkout? Yeah, it's it's a learning curve, and it's good to just get practice with it, you know? That's the most important thing. So all the pull requesting that we were doing was in service to this shader that maybe I'll put some work into. The Humble Bundle has a programming languages mega bundle, and one of the courses there is Git and GitHub. Really? But unfortunately, the $1 trick doesn't work this time. You have to pay the full $30. That's cool. I didn't know that. I did see that pack. I didn't see that there was GitHub stuff in there. I remember the first time using GitHub, how many times we all overwrite each other's changes. Right. And so that's funny. That's funny. So you were probably working as collaborators. And so that's something I'm trying to kind of avoid is to experiment with, you know, the pull requesting, but maybe not. Maybe like you weren't working with collaborators and everybody could be the owner and like, I don't know. It's interesting. But that's probably a good experience, right? Like you have like a you know, in the weeds. You've had in the weeds experience and gotten to experience what it's like to wrestle it out with other people. That's probably like taught you a lot. What's up, Pixel Tuner? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. So this shader is currently in a collaborator folder, which means it actually isn't in the project itself or in the version of the game. It's in the project, but it's not in the game itself. In the game, we still have the old version. I would like to get this added in so that way we can have this nice shader Rogi made. And then to just christen that shader, I would like to make a new texture with it. So, for example, this one would be not bad to update. This one I've actually added in some dirt on top with a decal, which is fine and cool. But that's that. So this one could use Rogi shader. You can see it just goes from brown to green, and there's no fancy lime green in between. Not that, you know, from a, you know, I think I might want to adjust that gradient a little bit because artistically it looks nice. I don't know that it makes the most sense for like this super lime green grass to be in between, but it sure looks nice. We don't get to see how nice it looks here though, because here, this is the version that doesn't have Rogi's additions on it. So I think I would like to try to get that in here so we can see it and appreciate it. Right? Look how different that looks. So in order to do that, I don't think we have to do very much. I would like to actually... I would say we could leave this in the collaborator folder. I'm not really opposed to that. Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm going to pull up the terrain level. Oh, actually, it's already open right over here. So here's the actual one that's in the game. And this has the old shader. We want to add Rogi's new shader in here. I could just drag it, but I'm going to do a quick load. So we're going to pull in from collaborator experiments, Pierogigon, Cattle Ranch. So, you know, I'm not really sure. Like, do I want to add this into the main folder or just keep it in experiments? I think for now I'd like to keep it in experiments so that way Rogi can more easily adjust it. This is not the most sustainable way probably to work on this project, to have like you know, everybody, if Dragonblade makes a change, if Pixel Tuner makes a change, Cheeky, whatever, it's for everyone to have their own folder that they make changes in. It's interesting, but the reason why I did this, quarantined these updates, is because it was too easy to break the game on accident. And because this is mostly a solo development project that just happens to have people supporting it, I think this does kind of work, but at some point I might want to have these more unified. So for now, we'll just keep it this way. So I'm going to open this shader. That looks terrible. It looks really, really bad. Doesn't look good. Ah, this is not the right one. This is the example visual node shader that I was making. This needs to go in the garbage. This needs to go in the trash. So I'm gonna throw this away. Goodbye. No, thank you. Please don't exist. Okay. Great. So we're going to load the actual one. Okay, now we've got the right one on here. And obviously not looking great. That's because the noise texture and the gradient texture are empty. So I'm going to add the texture that Rogi made right here. That we, or sorry, the gradient texture that Rogi made. So there it is, looking a little wimpy because we haven't defined these values quite yet. For the noise texture, we actually need to create a new one if we want one on here. So I'll create a new noise texture. Not the most important thing yet. Okay, so there we go. It's starting to look a little different. I think I need to adjust some of these other values to get it to be more or less what I want. Now, it's not looking remotely as good as Rogi's. What are the differences, pray tell? Update the mask. Oh, right. This is the old mask. Oh, so that's the other thing. So Rogi's mask requires, and I don't know why Rogi did this. I guess it's like it's easier, right? So the original mask that I made, first of all, it had noise painted into it. Rogi's shader makes it so I don't need to paint noise on there. My original mask also had white as the section with the green grass or the outside, and then black as the dirt or the inside. And then it would gradate between those to, say, blend between those. But Rogi inverted the colors because it was a lot easier to work with. Black is 0 and white is 1. So otherwise you'd have to like think of it in like a backwards way, and that would be weird. So that means I'm going to have to start making these a little differently. Now I think Rogi already made a version that I think is a little different than what I had anyway. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to update mine here to have inverted colors. So let's just do that. And I wonder with Rogi's if I even want this blend out here. Maybe. This is quite a bit different than noise, so I think I do want to keep it. I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to export it a little different so it's not the same file and we don't mess up the existing ones. As soon as it's ready to export. I don't think I was here when you started on the colors and stuff, but why is it a mask and not a texture? The reason why it is a mask is because I want it to be flexible. I want to have more control over the way that it looks, basically. With the texture, I feel like we're kind of fixed into one thing. And then I can't. So let's say, for example, I have 100 level chunks, and they all have a separate texture, right? And let's say I want to change the grass color on all of them. Either I make 100 new textures, or I can update the hex code that affects all of them anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a lot easier to update 100 hex codes than it is to update 100 texture files. It's to leave room for indecisiveness or flexibility. My shader combines the mask with a noise texture and a gradient, so it is more procedural. More procedural, right. Right. So it's like those pieces are separated out instead of stacked all in one thing, which is more what I desire. Okay, so for this, in the terrain level 1 textures, I'll just say this is one. I mean, I guess it's. We'll just say invert for now. We'll just call it invert for now. It's pretty much the new one. It's interesting that I have a number 2 on here. Oh, I guess. Wait, what is that for? Hold on, before I do this, what is this one? This is the second one. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So why don't I just do 01 underscore invert? I think that'll be fine. Okay. Export it. Even though they're all going to be inverted eventually, it's fine. All right. Now I have to I forgot to actually invert it. So I should probably do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it on top. And then I'm going to change the colors just like that. And then I'm going to export it. Probably should actually do the thing that it says it's doing. Okay, now we've got an inverted version of the mask. I'm going to quick load this in here. There it is. Oh, much better. There we go. And then I think we're pretty close to good. Now, Rogi had already chosen a noise texture. I could just use the noise Rogi made, or we could just choose a different noise. I'm not nuts about this noise. Godot is awesome, young. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I have to agree with that. Is it able to support more than 2 colors? So we could write a shader to do more. I think with the mask, I don't think that would work, because the mask is white, black, and everything in between. So I think if we're using the mask strictly, then it's you only are limited to white, black, and everything in between. And as for adding more colors in there, we kind of did that by having this gradient, and so it'll go through the multiple colors of the gradient. But again, that's just going to apply it to this section in between the white and the black. You layered blotches of gray to get a more natural transition. Okay, so you want me to use your mask. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. What about if you layer multiple masks? Yeah, for sure. And so that's something that I honestly might want to do. Look at your mask. Okay. All right. I'll do it. I'm resisting it, but I'll do it. Let's open it up. Let's do it. So no, let's do it. You insist, so let's do it. Because you know what? I'm probably going to be so glad I did. Maybe. So we got to come into this folder. Open up your mask, which is here. Okay. Okay. So you're saying that this is superior to this? To me, oh, are you saying like around here? I see what you're saying. This is superior because there's more blending. I've blended it out here. Yeah. I see. I've blended it only on these sides. You blended it more on the insides. Nice. And you even made this more defined. Okay, your mask is superior. This actually is a lot better. I should learn to do it this way. The way the noise works, you can have more blends. Yeah, right. So anyway, in terms of adding an extra color, pretty much the way that I've been doing it, I'm so glad I didn't resist opening up your mask. I just didn't realize the extent to which you made changes. So over here, something that I would like to add in is an actual dirt, right? Not the dirtiness Rogi names. That isn't really dirtiness. It's more like separation or something. This is a decal, which is a cool node in Godot that lets you take a texture and project it onto something else. onto a mesh, basically. So if I lift this up, it's going to go away. And if I bring it back down, it goes on top. And all that this is like this brown noise. And so this gives it a little more dirty dimension. I like that as like a song name, Dirty Dimension. But I would like to have this be in the shader. And so that's something that in the future, I mean, maybe I could even try to figure it out today, how to add that in there. And in order to do that, I would need to probably layer another mask, which, you know, sucks, right? Because it would be nice if I could just paint that on here somehow and it would just magically work. But unfortunately, we're only dealing with black, white, and what's in between. So there's really no way for me to add in an extra variable unless I have another mask, as far as I know. Dragonblade says you can. Dragonblade says you can do it! In theory, you could paint on one mask. Use different color channels. Oh, so I don't have to just use black, white. So you're saying if I were to do like red or something and come in here and do some of this, which kind of brings us a little back. I mean, that's interesting. Oh, that's not what you're saying. So wait, are you saying like export the file with like built-in channels? So like basically like layers. So if I had, let's say I made this section be red or whatever, maybe not necessarily, but this would be, or let me even illustrate it better. If I put these on a separate layer but assigned them to channels, then I could have the shader read those channels and either choose to apply, let's say, a noise texture to it or not. The image will look funky, but it works. I mean, that's fine. So is that kind of what it is? I mean, obviously not like a layer. I would need to like turn this into a channel, which I think I can do. I mean, if it's a PNG file, so it would have to be, I don't know what file type Godot would be able to read channels from. Can a PNG save that? I know there's a way to make the layer a color channel. Maybe if I go, oh, I think there's a channel. Oh, here we go. There's any, oh, okay. So actually here's the color channels in GIMP, which is what I'm using here. So we've got red, green, blue, alpha. And you can see that they are there. And it's basically just covering the white section. So, I mean, I guess if I was going to try to modify this channel somehow, I would just do that. I don't even know how I would do that, if I'm being honest. New channel. Create a new channel. Whoa. So now I've actually made a custom channel. And I guess when we split those in the shader. Yeah, I know you don't. But like, I guess, you know, what I'm still wondering is how I could call on these. So, I mean, if I call this my channel, right? Like, would this be something that would then export out somehow? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's interesting. Split a layer. In Krita, you can split a layer in channels and use them as layers. Split a layer in channels. Custom channels don't work. It has to be RGB. I see. One thing I was going to suggest was 1, decrease brightness on the whole mask. Move the gradient colors down so the previous whites align to the brightest of grays. And 3, add a new color. That might have made sense to me. There's like a chance? That's a lot of information. Then you could draw whites again, and then those would be... Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's interesting. That's a cool workaround. I see. So this wouldn't... So white would no longer be the brown. Instead, white would be the dirt. And we just say, if it equals white or 1, then turn that into dirt. That's interesting. I mean, I guess then we'd be back at drawing dots on here again instead of using a noise texture. We'd lose the control of a noise texture, unless I'm wrong there. But game shaders don't usually know how to read more than 4 channels. I see. That makes sense, because technically red, green, and blue channels are black and white images just processed with the appropriate colors. Right. That makes sense. So when you were saying split things, you can just split a layer in channels and use them as layers. I think my shader code right now uses the red channel. Right. Yeah, I do have Krita. I haven't used Krita for these types of tasks. I'm sure it's doable here. It doesn't matter which I chose because grays have RGB. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel a little, daunted by the task of trying to figure this out right now. If you're willing to work with me, I would layer mode. Okay. Layer mode. That was something that you saw somewhere. Somewhere you saw... Oh, mode? Oh, yeah. So mode technically is like the overlay. Or not the overlay, but the... I don't know what you call it. The way that they like merge together. So like, for example, here we can set the mode to overlay. There's a word for it, what this does. We can set it to be multiplicative, to dodge, to lighten. So we can change this, but I don't know. I don't think this is what this is in it. I don't think. I see what you're saying. There probably is a way to do it. Oh, so maybe I could convert this. Blend space, RG composite. I feel like there is a way to convert a layer to be a channel. Color tag. Maybe if I actually come into the editing of it, we could look it up too. I'm still not, I guess I'm not really sure what it is that I'm supposed to do, like pseudocode wise. GIMP convert layer. Are we converting a layer to a channel or a channel to a layer? I guess we want a layer to be a channel. Going to the image menu bar and selecting save to channel. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't fundamentally understand what Dragon Blade wants me to do either. I thought we were just going to draw red and green and blue in the image. No. No, that is not it. What it is, Rogi, so this has these different channels. The file, the mask has built-in different color channels, right? And that's what makes it white, because the red, the green, and the blue are all at full blast here. That works too? Oh. These are all at full blast. And so what, in theory, we could do is I could adjust the channels. Just makes it harder to work with when painting over them. Oh. And so then what we ideally could do is adjust the red, green, and blue channels, or one of those channels, separate the channels and edit them independently. Yeah, can you not just turn off green and blue and draw? Oh yeah, we definitely can. In theory, it would draw on only red. Oh, that's smart. Okay, I like that. Let's try that. Oh, I have to probably be on a layer. So this would still be creating a layer over here. But, oh, it might be that it won't let me draw on these. And that's why it asks me, like, I could create a new layer, but it's not actually letting me draw on this. Let me see if we get, like, an error message. The active layer is not visible. Right, but can you draw on the channel? But if I create a new channel, it'll let me draw on it. So I guess let me ask that. GIMP modify red, green, blue channels. Double-clicking on the name of a selection mask channel will allow you to edit it. Really? Because I thought I did double-click on it. I felt like I double-clicked on it. That was just like the feeling that I had. So I could do what you're saying if I create a new channel, though. Oh, maybe I need the layer and... Oh. Wait, I think that worked. Because it's not on the blue or the green ones. It's only on the red one. Nice. I think that worked. So it's like, if they're not visible at the time that I draw. So what if I get rid of that, select this. I mean, this is on the same layer, so that probably won't work. Oh wait, maybe it did work. I'm only a little confused. No, that's still doing it on red. Yeah, I'm a little confused. Yeah, I feel like this is not great for us to do. Oh wait, I double-clicked on it. Wait. Wait, did that work? Oh wait, there's two separate ones. But this is on a... Okay, but what if I try to do it on the same layer? That's not gonna work, is it? It's all a bit confusing to me. I hate to go too off on, like, a GIMP tangent. I feel like that's no fun. And I don't really want to do it. And, like, we're... Basically, 3 primary colors are necessary, blah, blah, blah. Using the channel dialog, channel attributes. Only available for selection masks. Right. So I just don't know. Anyway, I don't really want to... I kind of just don't want to do it, if I'm being honest. Because, I mean, we could do a whole shader thing, but I just, like, don't want to. You know? I just, like, don't want to. So I'm just, like, not going to. I just, like, don't want to. So I do like what you said, Rogi, about making the mask a little bit more blended. I think that is a good idea. Let me get rid of all this mess that I've done here. It's something to think about, but I don't think thinking is very fun. You know? It's the kind of thing that, like, I just don't want to deal with. So if I wanted to catch my mask up, and I could just use your mask. I could. Let me see what yours looks like again. Do I like yours? So this one is yours. The one that you made is this one. And then this is the one that I had made. Obviously, the noise is terrible. I would not want to keep that noise on here. So I'm going to adjust that just a little bit. All right, Rogi. Thank you. I'm going to adjust this a little bit Thinking is tiring. It is. It is. What was the noise that Rogi added on? So Rogi made a whole noise texture on here. Or just at least adjusted the texture quite considerably. I'm going to see how I can adjust this. I'm also going to get some music playing. It's not just that the thinking part, it's just like, it's, I don't know, I don't really feel like trying to puzzle out how to do something in GIMP, honestly. And like, you know, we could try to get the dirt, but then I have to do like shader code, and I don't really feel like doing shader code. One thing to point out is I reduced the height of the noise because your land strip is long, so it gets confused. Oh, you reduce the height of the noise. When you say height, do you mean width versus length? Surely you don't mean like... Yeah, okay. I was like, it's not tall. You didn't make tall. Grass. Whoa, that's loud. The dimensions of the noise texture. I see. That's interesting. So this is on mine, this is on Rogi's. So for the noise, so wait, where? Here? Oh, I see, it's 100 right there. It's set to 100 instead of the default, which is 512. Interesting. I believe that that makes it better. Although I technically don't know why it makes it better. But I believe you that it does. Oh, because it's, I see, because it's stretching it out. I see. Oh, that's probably what's making this one look so bad. Oh, gotcha. So this is all super stretched out. And so if I were to, I got it, I get it. I get it now. If I were to come to the terrain here, open up the noise texture, if it doesn't mind. Pull this down. Oh, much better. Yes, I see. Because otherwise it's doing it to a square, which this is obviously not a square. It's a big rectangular chunk. So making it a square forces it to be super, super stretched out. And then you can even see, this is a little harsh. That's got some seams, so I need to adjust the seams a little bit. I like doing this from scratch, and I think, I'm sure Rogi feels a little like, why don't you just use my noise texture? Well, because then I wouldn't learn anything. You know, I want to learn how to get Rogi's results without having to use what Rogi made. So making it seamless is helping. Definitely giving it less of these strips here. It does even make me wonder if it'll get better if I adjust the width as well. You know, just like play around with it a bit. And then like sort of develop a standard that works good for this. So we're still using Rogi's mask, which is fine. I'm curious how it looks. Oh, this isn't Rogi's mask. No, this is actually the original mask that I had made. And you can see it really obliterates that path in between the two sections, which I almost don't hate. You know, it kind of looks more like natural, like it happened on its own. But and we get a nicer blend over here where I did add the gray, and then it's much harsher right here. So I actually do think that that is a good change to make, given what we're working with now. So looking at the version that Rogi made, you can see it has more blend here. So I'll actually add that in. I think that's a good change. So let's get a nice brush. Honestly, like, the other reason why I didn't want to do the channels thing is because it's a bit of a distraction. It's just kind of like, it's just kind of getting off task a bit. Like, we've been off task and having a blast, and there's nothing always wrong with that. But there's a point where I feel like I would like to do something in planned order. I'm gonna make this brush a little smaller. So like, that's to me, that's something to come back to. That's like a whole, its own thing, is getting that dirt on there. And I'd rather for right now get this set up. So that way I can even, I can even apply it to something that it belongs on, instead of coming back to that later. Okay, so I'm gonna export this, which means we'll see it update right away. Come back to Godot. Oh, so much better. Look at that. Much more solid now. But then if we want to blend it out a bit, which we do, I will get a different color here. And I'm going to make this a very fuzzy brush. And I'd actually like this to be underneath that, if it wouldn't mind. That's not the fuzziest brush I can imagine. That could be fuzzier. But we can blur it, so it'll be fine. Obviously, I don't want it on top of that, so I'll have to adjust that too. I'm gonna blur this. I probably should use the layer separated version, but we'll get there. So I'm gonna blur that out a bit. It's a bit much, and if I'm being honest. You know, I almost want it to like directly extend from here, which I think, you know what I should do? I should just blur out what's already there. Let's try that. That like strip. I'm gonna add some blur onto that. It's okay, but I think it would be good to keep the gray on there as well. Bring that opacity down a little. And then let's see what that looks like. Let me make sure we don't have anything sticking out where it doesn't belong. Export it, and then hop into Godot and see what that looks like. Whoa. I mean, it's spread out a lot. It's spread out a lot more. You know, part of me, you know, I feel like the lime green is very extreme. It's very extreme. It's a bit more extreme than I think I prefer, is something that I'm realizing. I'm gonna lighten that blur up just a little bit. So I think I'd like to adjust the gradient texture. So if we open up this texture, we can change how this blends in here. So that third color is like this kind of dirty lime green, but we can change this to whatever we want. So I could make this more like dirt. Oh, there's a couple colors in here. Interesting. It's nice. We can add as many colors in here as we want as well. Obviously, it should look, you know, like not bad. Just gonna play around with it a little bit. Yeah, I would almost like it to be a bit desaturated. You know, I want it to add dimension without being too unrealistic. It's kind of hard. I almost like, a part of me just like wants like a reference, you know? Actually, I have my cattle ranch image ready. Or almost ready, anyway. Okay, so... yeah. So it does kind of take on some yellowing. And obviously some areas are more worn in and dirty than others. I mean, even there's like a big difference between this color and that color. But I almost see like, you know, actually it is closer to what Rogi had. It does have some like lime green notes and then some yellow notes. I actually think Rogi was onto something. I think as well, it still was a little oversaturated compared to what I'm looking for. But we'll get there. The grass being solid green might be hard to blend with. Yes. Right. You're saying the original way that it was? Or, I see, you're saying just even this on the outside? Yeah. It can be a bit imperfect. I'm okay with that. But I think I see what you're saying too. Like, but, you know, unfortunately, I do kind of need it to be that way. You know, this is just for like a prototype. It doesn't need to be the most beautiful game ever. Yeah, art stuff isn't my thing either. Can't you tell? Likewise. Likewise. So I'm really just touch and feeling it here. I kind of prefer the more desaturated look. Honestly, I don't think this is that bad. And I like how it's a little more sudden in these parts. I'm gonna see if I can adjust this a little bit. Let me put this in manually. Sometimes dragging the slider jumps a little further than I want it to. A lot further, often. Because see, what I definitely don't want is for it to reach to the edges and compromise that green color. Otherwise, it isn't going to match the other tiles. See, like this coming to the edge, not okay. Very bad. This has to at least leave some border here. Otherwise, the tiles or the chunks won't merge with each other. All right, let me see what this looks like. Let me see what this looks like. So this is the actual one in the game instead of just the little extra collaborator one. So I want to do this one up. Yeah, and as far as the dirt goes, you know, I'm pretty okay with the decal for now. It would be nice to not do the decal and to have a proper shader implementation. I like the idea of adding another color on top. It's just, I don't really know how to do that. Oh, that lag. I don't know what that was. I don't really know how to do that. It's nice. Obviously, you know, it's like, it still is gonna have that harsh blend to some extent. You know, I might want to blend a little more. I feel like I want that yellowing. It's very strong. I'm gonna see if I can't shorten that. Hopefully, I wonder if I can get a live preview. Maybe. Yeah, nice. I love that. So I can make these changes and then we can see them happen as we go. Yeah, just something that even kind of matches that green a little better, I think is nice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, 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 no. Don't do all that. You know, there's something almost a bit exotic about it. I kind of wish there was more dirt. I feel like there's a little bit more grass in here than I like. You know, there's something about this that feels like I lose some control. Oddly enough. For how much more control it gives me, I feel like I'm also losing some control. Because see, like, you know, I'd like it to be more brown in these sections. And then here, it's doing, because of like the randomness of the noise, it's making it very unevenly distributed. But I don't necessarily want small noise. I want like big noise. But I don't necessarily want that to mean that we have a big green area and then a big brown area. Although this doesn't look that bad. I guess I could try adjusting the texture. You lose control in a sense, but you're able to iterate through different combinations faster. That's true. That's very true. That is true. I agree with that. I mean, you know, it's hard to say because, you know, if I'm painting on here, you know, it's less iterative, but it's more specific. It's a little confusing to say it that way, but you know, because I can actually do more live modification here and see what those changes are and what a difference that makes. But you know, it starts to feel a little, I don't know, insignificant. I kind of like this. It's nice. You know, so you know, if I were to like randomize this, right? If I were to have these values be randomized, I'm sure I would get some versions I really don't like. But this isn't bad. I like it. I like it. It would be kind of nice to have some randomness on there, though. And I guess it depends what you randomize. Like, I could keep some of this distribution on the shader and then change, you know, the seed. That would probably be, if I was going to add randomness, I might just change, like, the seed of the noise itself. So if I adjust that here now, you can see it gives it some variation, but it kind of generally keeps what I was going for, or the way that we're distributing some of those values. I think that actually makes the most sense for adding in randomness. That is what a seed is for, after all. So if I were going to code that in, I'm sure I would just put that right here on this script. I'm not even sure how I would access that. I guess because this is within the shader, so we would need to go to surface material override. I think it would make more sense to save this texture. Or I guess we'd be creating a new texture. I'm not exactly sure how I would interface with this noise texture from GDScript, if I'm being honest. Because I think I would need to be able to communicate with the shader code in order to change this. So I'm not exactly sure. Like, maybe I could just say surface material override shader parameters. Like, maybe if I even copy this value and paste it. I mean, it's not gonna give me. Okay, shader parameters slash noise texture. Okay, that's actually promising. Maybe we could do it. All right, let me see. So if in the we would want to do it in ready, it would need to be every time the terrain block recycles. So reset block objects for every object in get children. If it's a block object, reset object. So we'd want to even add something new in here. Are you trying to set a shader parameter in code? Kinda. There's a method for that? Kinda. Well, so here's not really a shader parameter. So what I'm trying to do is change the seed of the noise texture. So the texture that's being loaded into the shader, I think it would be nice to adjust the seed of that noise texture. So it's not even just that noise texture, it's the fast noise within that noise texture. So actually, I might even want to go a bit deeper. Oh, so we just go to noise. So that would probably be how I reference it. I'm not sure how you do that in the most efficient way, but I'm pretty sure you can access all those parameters from code, right? But again, that might tamp down efficiency, so I would verify before depending on it. How would I even verify it? So it's something like this. We have to get to the surface material override. You know, it's somehow I'd have to reference all of these. Surface material override, material 0 or slot 0, shader parameter, noise texture, noise, and then get the seed specifically. It does feel a bit inefficient. So like this would be, I guess I'd be doing like ... and all of these or something like that. Dragon would probably know, but I feel like Dragon is asleep at this point. Would be my guess. I don't know exactly how to get properties from textures in code, but I feel like set shader parameter function is involved somehow. I am not asleep. Well, we can't just call on Dragon Blade to do things. That's not fair. Says shader parameter changes the value set for this method of a uniform in the shader. Changes to the shader uniform will be effective on all instances using this shader material. Okay. To prevent this, use per instance uniforms with geometry instance 3D set instance shader parameter. Set instance shader parameter, or duplicate the shader material resource using resource duplicate. Per instance uniforms allow for better shader reuse and are therefore faster, so they should be preferred over duplicating the shader material when possible. Hey, what's up, It's Paige? Welcome. How you doing? Okay. I don't know, shaders are supposed to be efficient, so changing the parameters at runtime maybe wouldn't be a big deal. That's true. Or that sounds like it could be true. It'd be an interesting thing to try to test. I'd almost like to just write it like in the process, just like freaking loop through, like just constantly change it. Relaxing, just watched a movie called Joker. I hope that was an enjoyable experience for you. I mean, just for the sake of experimentation. You have to use get shader parameter and save that in a variable, and then you can more easily adjust it. Can I on-ready that? Changing parameters for shaders is not a problem, but it's a problem if you do it too often. That makes sense. I don't know if I would want to on-ready that. Variable, terrain, noise. Will this work? So I would have to, so for calling this, string name. Both set and get documents for shaders have to be applied to the material. Both set and get documents for shaders have to be applied to the material. Okay. Technically, I don't know what those words mean, but I've heard you. Functions. Both set and get functions for shaders have to be applied to the material. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. So instead of, I see. So the material is the shader, right? Or we should say, I mean, guess what I'm not sure of is, I feel like I should do surface material override. I'm a little confused. I guess I want to say, because it's itself, it's on itself, right? This script is on itself. So it needs to pull. Right, yeah, it's already itself. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I figured. But apparently I needed someone to say it. Yeah. I don't know if I'm typing this right. I don't really know how to reference the 0. Actually, I kind of do. I just forgot. Surface material. How have we done that before? Okay, that's anywhere in this project. Literally type material. Oh, really? Oh, it's not surface material override. It's just material override. But I feel like we also have to be specific about which... Apparently it's just material override, I believe. What I'm not as sure of is how to reference the specific number. Reference the node? Yeah, it is the node. There's another function that gets the active material. Before surface material override? But it is the node. So do I need to say self is what you're saying? I need to say self. Because I kind of figured it would just assume. That wasn't as helpful as I thought it would be. I might not need to say 0, honestly, because I think it's the only one. I don't think there's anything else on there at this time. So we might not need to say 0 at all. I don't think we need to say 0, would be my guess. I feel like we don't have to do that. And then for the parameter, that's where I had that wrong. I guess I am curious at some point to know how to like reference a specific, because if there was 0, 1, 2, 3, that would be nice. It did accept it without self. So like that's good, right? Hey Jose, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. I'm gonna say the shader parameter in this case would be noise texture, right? Or do I have to say whatever the heck this is? I don't even know if this is the right way to refer to it. It might be. Probably is. Okay, so there's that. That's terrain noise. In theory, just to be a little wacky, I'm gonna put this in a process function. It's gonna be ridiculous, and I know that. But then I'll know it's doing something. So we're gonna say terrain texture, and specifically within terrain texture, this isn't really terrain noise, sorry. Specifically within terrain noise, I actually need to go deeper than that. I wonder if I should put that up here as well. I'm not really sure how to reference it beyond this. Could just say dot noise. Since if I pull this out, it says it's called noise. And then we have seed in there. Yeah, it's so many layers. Exactly. Kinda hurts the old brain there. So terrain noise and then seed in theory. And what if we just say it just equals a random integer range? 0 and 100. Okay. It's not smart. What? Okay, let's see where we went wrong. Attempt to call function get shader parameter in base null instance on a null instance. So we could try self. Yes, please set us straight if you must. I feel like this is not making sense to on-ready it, at least. Why does Jimp hate using the colors I tell it to use? I don't know. It sounds like something Jimp would do, though. Oh, Dragonblade's been experimenting with that. How many digits does a seed have? It seems like it can be like any number, any integer, is what it seems like. So get shader parameter is not working on the material override. at least. So we're not getting much out of that. I wonder, do we really even need that? Like, if I just say, Dragon figured out how to do it, what the what? But it doesn't want to use white? What? Even though it's set to white? You know, somehow that doesn't surprise me. It uses a weird gray. I actually remember having this problem. I don't remember what I did. Other than, you know, I mean, I don't know how you're changing colors. I mean, it's pretty easy, right? You just come here. But if you drag over here, right, you would think, hey, I'm using white. We have the HTML notation, FFFF. So, like, make sure you do that. I don't know what else you'd be doing. But I think it's default white, isn't this? But I feel like you would have known to try that, to drag that over there. But I guess technically, I don't know for sure. So maybe instead of doing this get thing, file new select white FFF paint, it's gray. Really? I guess I'm kind of getting that too. I wonder if it has to... Yeah, because you're doing a new one. That is kind of a weird gray. Wait, why is this happening? Okay, this one's not a weird gray. I don't know, this one maybe because I had been messing with the color channels. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Probably not, but maybe. This might, oh, I know why it's weird gray on mine. It's because my opacity is down. Is your opacity down? You said you made a new one, but this looks white to me on here. I made a new one. It looks pretty white. And then if I sample it, it also looks white. Anyway. So I don't know about this get shader parameter thing, but I think we could, in theory, skip it and say material override. It's set to white, use color picker. It's not FFFFF. Could be the brush. Oh, that's true. It could be the brush. Yes. That's a good point. Could be the brush. Because the brush would change, would not potentially change if you made a new one, a new file. So you'd have to open up tool settings when you click on the brush, and you could make it hard edge. Well, it'd be a pencil would make it a harder edge. So you could choose like the pencil, and then it would be just pure white there. You can also adjust the opacity of a brush, so it's possible you have the brush opacity down, and then that will give it that gray appearance. Sees your tablet. Oh, is it like doing pressure sensitivity? It's using hardness 50 even if it's set to 100 because it sees my tablet. Really? Interesting. I've never used GIMP in that way, so I actually can't speak to that. Certainly seems like it would be nice for it to be overwritable. What was that chain that we had before? This material override, shader parameter. Oh, so that is still shader parameter. Right. Noise texture, noise seed. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Noise texture, noise. That's not gonna work, is it? Well, it's not angry about it. Probably a setting to turn off pressure sensitivity in GIMP. Yeah. Oh, it still don't like that. It still don't like that. Invalid get index noise texture. Oh, so it still isn't for that. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to reference that. Let's see if the internet can help me. Godot, how to reference a noise texture uniform in a shader GD script. Oh geez. Ah, jeez. To reference a noise texture uniform in a shader in Godot GDScript, you can add the following code near the top of your shader outside the vertex function. Well, that sounded very clear. How to add a texture image to a shader, setting a shader parameter on a noise in GDScript. Oh, looks like this is not something someone hasn't tried. I have a simple shader that uses a sampler 2D with a noise texture. In GDScript, I want to animate the offset parameter on the noise. I'm using this code. Material get shader param, that's kind of what Rogi was talking about. With that in there. It prints correctly. Okay, so it's already doing, so they're already ahead of us because it's printing correctly. The noise is completely static, so it's just not making a change. Interesting. What's up, Edward? I think I just say material. I think the material override. I mean, but it is a material override, is the thing. But this is also written differently. Let me see if I write it like this. Oh, this is a little different than the way I was doing it. So let me try that. Search material in Godot docs or maybe search texture. Yeah, at least override. Heard. So this is called noise texture / noise / seed. Let's see if it gets angry. Now, I didn't put material override, which I feel like is going to at least be an issue of some kind. Invalid get index material. Yeah, there is, right, it doesn't have a material. So, material override. But I feel like we're just going to get the same issue. Yeah, same thing. Attempt to call function get shader param in base null instance on a null instance. I wonder then if I do need to reference that number. But, you know, if I try to do a little .0, it doesn't like that. Search material in Godot docs, maybe search texture. Let me see. Wish I even knew what that was called. Like the property. Oh, it says slash there, but obviously we can't use a slash here, right? Because that would need to be like a string. What is material override? It's a property, a dictionary, or what? It's the only way that I can set a custom material that isn't the default. Wait, it is letting me set another one. Wait, I don't have to make it an override? Oh. Well, screw that then. Wait a minute. Let me save this. I'm gonna save this. Let me see if we can skip it being an override. I mean, I feel like I'd like to know how to do it as an override, but it also seems like I don't have to. A reason why I use overrides is because usually it's the only choice I have if I've imported a mesh from Blender. But I didn't actually import this from Blender. This is just a plane in Godot. So I actually might be able to avoid this. Even though it would be kind of nice to know how to do the override, what if we just ignore this? Terrain textures, sure. Do we have a special folder for level 1 or anything? We do. Level 1 textures. There it is. That's for cornfield. That's for voxel GI data. Really don't need that. Alright, let's save it here. And then I'm gonna yoink that out of here. Just kill it. Oh, it comes with that as like the default one. It's overriding it. And then I'm gonna add the material in here. Let's load it. Which is in my terrain level 1 textures, right there. First of all, does it look the same? Yes, it does. Okay, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Again, would like to know how to do it with an override. But hey, if this works, I'll take it. Alright, let's see what happens. See if it gets angry again. Probably will. Yep. It does not like that. So that did not save us. Invalid get index material. Really? Really? Invalid get index material. That's interesting. It doesn't need. Okay. You don't think there's a material on mesh instance 3D. So that's the mesh instance. We just put the material on there. But it is not keen to reference it. A part of me also wonders if it's because I'm on-readying it. I mean, it shouldn't. Cool. So let's see this. GD script, reference. I mean, this is also what this person is doing, and they're printing it quite well. I wonder if we could even try that. The material we're looking at is on the mesh instance, not the node. Mesh.surface get material. The material you're looking at is on the mesh instance, not the node. It isn't on the node? But the node is the mesh instance. Yeah, Joe, I'll try that. This is where the script is. Oh. You know what? You know what I just realized? This script is on other nodes. And so it might be an error. It might be an error because it's trying to run this on the other nodes that have this script. I wonder if that's what's happening. The node is a reference to a mesh resource. Interesting. The mesh resource has a material. That's true, actually. Actually, you're right. Wait, actually, that makes sense. That also sounds true. So would I say mesh material? But I mean, I can't just be slamming dots around. Right? But yeah, then I do wonder, not as assisted function, get shader parameter in base shader material. Well, it got a little further. So it saw the mesh, it saw the material, and it's saying get shader param, so is not good. So if we say get shader parameter, oh, it ran! Okay. No, I think Dragonblade was right. If I set it to mesh, stream dropped out for a second there. Everything is fine, nothing to worry about. Should just look like a blip. Okay, so is it doing something? Is something happening? So it's like not giving an error. Let's have it print. Just print some of that information for me. Tell me what we're seeing. I also need to stop printing this damage thing here, because this is getting in the way. Let me look for that real fast. Damage amount. Oh, we have to put a per or a underscore, I guess. Give me the printing. The print. Here's a print. There it is. Do not do this. Okay. Let's see if it at least knows. I think it should be 0. Oh no, it's changing it. It's showing the random integer that's changing constantly. So it is changing. It just might be that we can't actually update the texture seed at runtime, which might bring us back to that same problem that I got that code from in the first place, where they were saying they see that it's changing, but nothing is happening in the scene. So now we can go back to that to see how to resolve that. So it prints correctly, but it's not doing anything at runtime except print the correct value. If they write it a little differently, it doesn't change it. Okay, so let's see, did anyone respond? Uh-oh, one person. I doubt shader will update information about change of sampler source like this. It's better to code offset manually inside the shader as another uniform. Then you can add this uniformed offset to UVX of your sampled noise. If you don't understand this, paste code of your shader and I will help you adapt it. Interesting. I ended up doing what you suggested. I enabled repeat on the sampler 2D and went... So it looks like if we want this to happen, we have to do it in the shader. We can't just update a shader like that. Something that's sampled, or like, you know, the export thing, the texture that we're modifying. I can't just update that from code. You took the texture from the shader, you edited it, and now you need to put it back in the shader. Whoa! I like the sound of that. But what that person said is a lot better, to use a parameter to change it. Because then the parameter I can update. So, okay. Interesting. So what I would do is come to the shader code and create a special parameter that adjusts the seed of the noise texture. And then I would access that parameter from GDScript and change that instead of trying to access the sampled noise texture. So I don't know how to do that. I suppose I could figure it out. I mean, we're already adjusting other things in here, right? Like the noise size. And that UV, right? So we would just do the same thing. You can't change the seed! So then I probably shouldn't try to do it, but you can change the UV. Oh, so just like move it, like have the same seed, but move around the UV to a different position so it would like effectively be randomized? That's interesting. That's an interesting approach. Why can't I change it? I believe you. I wish I could do that. It's right there. It's an option. So that would mean adjusting this width and height. And that would be kind of tricky. I don't know if Godot has a noise function. So it would have to be... This is getting complicated. Shader. Godot documentation. That option there just generates a bitmap texture that is later on passed to the shader. You mean this? Godot shader noise seed. Randomize the seed of noise. To randomize, you can do noise seed equals randy. Now this isn't in the same context, so I don't know if this is going to work. Noise is located in a shader parameter under a sprite as uniform sampler 2D noise texture. Ah! Good, very good. This is from 2 years ago. For anyone wondering how to solve it, the solution is in the comments. If your script is in the node containing the shader, it is. Just do material get shader parameter noise texture. Well, I think we got that far. Give or take. Yeah, we added noise and seed on there. So you can do, yeah, well, we did that. So this we've pretty much done, but it's still not updating it. So this doesn't quite help us because yes, we can change the seed number, but it doesn't update it at runtime. So then we kind of have to go back to what Dragonblade was saying, either figure out how to get a parameter to update or feed it back in there somehow. So how would I do that if I've updated this and I want to now apply that updated version of it? Because this person might not be trying to change it at runtime, but we actually do need it to change at runtime. Because it's not instantiating a new block, it's reusing the same block. So it would need to be able to make that change. You have a get, you should have a set. Oh, wow. Wow. Am I allowed to literally just like on-ready that? Am I committing a terrible crime? I mean, I'd almost feel like I'd rather set it, not get. I feel like getting isn't what I need at all. I just need to set. I don't think I need the get. I just need the set. Yes, you are committing a crime. I will get phantom taxed for this. Oof. Okay, no, it didn't like that at all. Trying to get a return value of a method that returns void. Don't see the need to store it in a variable. Right, so I mean, I guess we just don't do that anymore. We just don't do that. We're just done with that. Those days are behind us. We just type it all out. Okay. Okay. Although I have a feeling we're gonna get a similar issue. I guess for the sake of readability. Only identifier, attribute access, and subscription access can be used to assign a target. What? What's that? Is it because set is handled differently? No. You need to get the texture on ready, change the seed, and then use the set method to set the change texture back to the shader. Oh. Okay. I see. I can't assign in this. Invalid call to function set shader parameter. Expected 2 arguments. Right. Yes. What arguments would you like? Oh yeah, then there's set instance, which we might rather do. In a general sense. It's looking for a value. Well, see, that's just it. Like, why not skip that? Why even bother if we could just set the value in here? Shoot. Whoops, that's my keyboard. That's my keyboard. Why not just do this and forget all of that? Like, this seems pretty unnecessary. Right? Just do that. Seed terrain noise seed. Seed equals terrain noise seed. Right, that would make it more readable. Okay, well, we haven't crashed. I want to see chaos. I see nothing. So this was not correct. Definitely not changing. It's set at the 0 seed. I recognize it. Or not the 0 seed, but the one. I feel like it's actually like -100 or something is the current seed. But it's set on that one. So just saying set to a random one every frame is not enough. If I do this get seed equals terrain noise seed. Oh, that's a good idea. Try the next one. Keep going. Oh, see if a different one is different. It should be already happening. Honestly. Because it's the same, the next one that comes is the exact same thing. The only difference is that it got moved around a little bit. But it should be the same one. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it's not gonna instantiate like a different one. There's only one. Static. I mean, we can try. So this one I recognize. It has this like half dirt, half non-dirt in this section. And then it's pretty much all dirt over here. If we keep going, it's probably going to be the same one. So yeah, I guess I'm just pretty generally confused. But I guess that's an interesting problem to try to solve. This is like a test environment where you only have one barn? No. So the way that this works is, so we used to instantiate multiples, but that was slowing the game down. So the way that this actually works is there's one version that's loaded in, and that's it. So if I pull out here, we swing around. There's this back here behind the camera. This is the terrain collector, and it collects all of the level chunks that are not currently on the terrain belt or that are being moved towards the player. It holds on to them, and then it will randomly pick one and add it onto here. Once it gets past the player, it will then start moving it back to the collector, and then it goes back in here. So that one chunk that we're working on, trying to get this noise seed to change, that one chunk is loaded one time and it goes back into here when it's not on the main belt, and then it comes back. So that's why I need it to update at runtime, so that way we say that, hey, when you've gone into the collector, change your seed and then put it back out there. Is the way that works, or the way it's supposed to work. Speaking of working, I think I'll work a lot better if I use the loo real quick. I will be right back, less than 2 minutes, and we will continue this challenge. I sense that we're close. I sense that we're close. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get a snack. I started playing other music. I didn't mean to. I'm fading that out. Just ignore it. Stretch your legs, get a snack. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes. We can do this. We got this. We like got this, right? Why is the scroll down there? Get on up. Get on up. I find the entire idea of changing the seed as a parameter of a shader that is just a texture fundamentally wrong. Wait, what would be the alternative? Changing the seed as a parameter of a shader. So you're saying the version where we create a parameter that modifies the seed? I mean, apparently it's not even something we can do. Maybe. All right, hold on, I'll be right back. I took a little longer because I got a snack. What's up, Tincho? Tincho! Oh, Tincho! is in yo. Tincho is in yo. Oh, Tincho is in yo. Oh yeah, now Tincho is in yo. Welcome, Tincho. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through, hanging out with us. Honestly, I'm all distracted. I'm out here working a few members. Oh yeah, what's up, Edward? Edward's not dead. We're so glad you're here. Oh, Edward's not dead. We're so glad you're here. Oh, Edward's not dead. We're so glad you're here. Oh, Edward, we're so glad you're not dead. I'm really sorry for that song. That has unfortunately become the one I sing for you. We'll work on it. Alright, let me see what you guys are talking about. What did I miss? Thank you, Tincho, for supporting Hyper Game Dev, by the way. I appreciate it very much. We should replace July 4th with April Fools. We should replace July 4th with April Fools. I don't disagree with that, actually. Approve. This moves to the Senate. Simply because it's silly. Yeah, July 4th is too serious, man. July Fools has a nice ring to it. Yeah. Dragonblade says the noise resource should be impossible to be retrieved from a shader, as it's not something a shader can read. Whoa. Your uniform knows to read only bitmap data, not something that's generated. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, it can read it. I mean, because it's printing we can get it to print all the seed numbers that we're randomly generating based on whatever it's set to. So it's definitely trying to update it. July 4 rules. Assigning a noise resource to a texture parameter should just make Godot generate the bitmap data and pass it to the shader. I bet that makes sense. Mostly, I'm starting to get confused. Maybe it is better to just change the UV of the noise texture sample slightly. Yeah, that was Dragonblade's suggestion. And so, now I gotta figure out how to do that. Although I feel like we're so close to doing it this way, but maybe that's not the right thing to do. Is there some way to write shader code where it just instantiates the seed based off time or something? That'd be cool. I would love that. That would be awesome. I don't think so, but I have no idea. I'm saying that ignorant. Literally ignorant. When I say change, I mean add an offset. Yeah. I mean, I have like a random offset. I have to figure out what that range would be. But yes. Working on Melee Mayhem, nice. Yeah, I like that you're doing something in Roblox. I think that's cool. I think that's good. Rogi says it's easy. In the texture function, in the second parameter, you just add a random number to the UV. Oh, that does sound easy. Okay, let's do it. You made that sound easy. You gotta make sure it's a one-time thing and the noise texture has repeat enabled. Okay, I got a little more confused at that part, but let's sort it out then. So I will open up our shader. And you're saying, turn that music down. We back now. Yeah, I like it too. So I want to say, in the second parameter of the function here, I presume, add a random number to the UV. Repeat enabled is a hint you can add. So wait, you're not saying up here, when you say and when you say add, you mean literally like put a plus sign up here? Oh, up here is where repeat enabled goes. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I see. The other thing is down here. Got it. That makes a lot more sense. So I'm literally just saying plus random. Plus random. No, I'm sure we have to code it correctly. No. Random, not a thing. Cool. And then repeat is a thing. Sampler 2D, repeat, enable or disable. Okay. You plus random inside the parentheses of texture after the comma. Oh. Inside the parenthesis of texture after the comma. What is random and shit? That's what I was wondering. I wasn't sure. I couldn't find it just searching for random on the doc. So I don't really know then what it should be. Godot shader random. Really? Wait, I can't just say random number. Surely it can't just parse random space number. One thing I hate about getting free scripts is that sometimes coders will, instead of actually making the code readable, assign everything assignable to a random alphabetical letter. That is annoying. So scripts look like if E equals B and C plus D. Yeah, that is terrible. Yeah, don't do that. It's a bad idea. I mean, do it for yourself if you want, but if you're sharing it, you really shouldn't do that. It sounds like something a Roblox developer would do. Set the random number in code as a separate uniform. Right, but that's still not random. Like, how is it randomized? I feel like I would need to access that parameter from GDScript in order to set it to be random, right? And so that brings us back to using like get shader parameter, which I don't exactly know how to use in this case, but perhaps we'll figure it out. Okay. So we're getting behind here. Texture, noise texture, UV, and then random number. So we would want to create a new uniform, as you had mentioned. Uniform random number. Random, we're gonna say random seed, like an adult. I guess, what kind of type? And I guess the seed, oh, it's not seed, it's UV. So I might, if it's an offset, I probably need to do a vector 3, right? Because it'd be an X, Y, and a Z. So I'll say vec3 then. Something like that. No? Yes? Okay, good. And then we come in here. Plus random number. Unknown identifier. I identified it right here. Oh, I called it random seed. Random UV. Random offset. Let's call it random offset. I wonder if it's gonna get angry. Let's see. Because it's a vector 3? I don't know. Maybe it won't. Yeah, it didn't like that. Invalid arguments to operator plus vector 2, vector 3. Uh-oh. Will a float work? Or a vector 2? I don't think it'll take a vector 2 either. It's randomized when the shader is applied to each node? Oh, I don't know. You just float because we can do vector 2 float. Really? Actually, it accepts the vector 2. But wait, you're saying a float can be parsed as a vector 2? How does that work? Today I learned. But it accepts vector 2, so we're good. Okay, and then I guess that's it. I guess we've done this part. Vector 4 1.0 is the same as vector 4 1.0. Oh, I see. So it'll just apply it to all. It's like, I see. It's truly a uniform vector, and it's making it all the same on every axis or every vector of that vector. That's cool. Recorded some cinematic shots to your game. Gonna use them for more thumbnail art and stuff. Nice. That's good. You gotta get people to play it somehow. Alright, so we got our X. I mean, I would think I'd want my X and Y to be different, but it probably won't matter. I mean, it'll be so big, right? It's probably such a big noise texture map. I might as well just do the float. The math way of saying it is that it is setting every component of the vector to the same value. Ah, okay, it sounds like a way to say it. It sounds like English to me. But I always appreciate hearing a more official nomenclature. English way, okay. Cool, so yeah, maybe I should just do that. Maybe it'll be easier if I just do it a random instead of, let's do the integer. Let's do the random integer, or sorry, the float. It sounds like it'll be easier if I just do that. You know, to me, it's like we can be even more random if we do a random X and a Y, but A, maybe not necessarily, and B, it's probably a huge offset range anyway, right? Probably, maybe, unless it's not. So we'll just do a float. Okay, so then I need to access this from my script. We don't need any of this. This is all garbage, absolute trash. But we do want to access the shader. So we would want to say self mesh material get. Do we want to get or just set? I don't even know. I still don't really know how to access it. Any offset larger than square root of 2 will just loop back to the same results. Right. That sounds like that would make sense. I'll be honest, I'm a little unsure how to do this. I guess I do want to assign a variable to it, right? Actually, we probably should on Reddit. Material is right here. It's right here. It's on the self of the mesh. Self mesh, we want to call this, where is random offset set to a random number? That's what I'm doing here, Joe. I'm doing it here. Right now. Currently it isn't, which was confusing me too, but we can't, or if we can do it in a shader, it's more work than is probably necessary. On-ready variable equals noise, terrain, noise, UV. We can just say, actually it'll just be the terrain shader is what we're adding in here. I don't know why I did equals. I know why I did it, but it was a mistake. All right, terrain shader equals self mesh material. After material, we do set shader parameter. Oh, nice. Oh, Dragon Blaze got some mid-lock text. That's exciting. Or I can do 2.0 or some other number. Who cares? It's not gonna matter. I'm guessing that this is potentially the GIMP channel color experiment. Mesh material. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could be something else. Shader material. Set shader material. Parameter. Sorry, my bad. Why did it auto-complete that? Am I bugging? Why did I type that? I just typed it. I just did. I don't know why I did that. Set shader parameter. That's not what it is. Oh, okay. I just know you were like messing around with it earlier. Okay. Set shader parameter. Random offset. And we specifically want to add the value that's going to change, and that's our random float. And you're, wow, now this I would not have freaking done. You made a resource in code. I did? I did. I did. Oh, you're looking at this down here? Okay. Random offset, random float times would never have thought to do this part, but I'm so glad that you told me about it. All right, so there's our randomizing right here. Apparently being set to that. This is in the process, so it should look freaking ridiculous if it's gonna work. Oh, Dragon Blade did that. Oh, Dragon Blade made a resource in code. What? Oh, yeah, baby! Look at it go! Okay, alright. Okay. Wow. It's a party. It's a party terrain. For party dirt. For all your party dirt needs. Wow. Where'd the music go? Give me that music back. Dang. I'm out here trying to jam and it's like, no. Oh. It's because I only set it to 25 songs. I meant to do more. I always forget that. I one of these days I'll download all of these. Joe says, uh-oh. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is what I wanted. Now, obviously, I don't want it to happen. I got a couple things to say. Number one, you could create a pretty baller, like, fire effect or something with this. But number two, I just wanted to do it in the process function so I could actually see it happening. And then from there, set it to be only when the chunk is recycled. So that's the next step then to get this to work right. Posted the cinematic video and videos if anyone wants to check it out. Nice. Okay. So what did Dragon Blade give us? A code resource? Are you too late? Did we already solve the problem that you were also solving? Or am I bugging? Oh my. Is Discord loading slow or is Dark Reader just obliterating it? It's just being slow. More cat-based keys. Cat drawings are amazing, by the way. Absolutely amazing. Oh. Extends mesh instance 3D. Already variable material. Shader material equals. Whoa, so you're hinting shader material. Got it. Self get surface override material. Nice. Okay, cool. Smart way to do it. And then in the process function, whoa, wait, this is cool. What? Is this creating a noise texture 2D? This is kind of awesome. Material get shader parameter, red texture. Oh, so you are creating a parameter. Oh, but this is like our texture mask or whatever. Noise seed, noise.seed equals random integer. Await noise changed. Whoa. It's like a blowtorch kind of thing with the right colors. Yeah, it is. Totally. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it looks like fire a little bit. Yes, I see the blowtorch effect. Absolutely. It makes me wonder if instead of having to make a brand new fast noise light, if you could just do material, drag in the noise property, then change it. Did this just get updated? It's interesting, but I can't say I understand. All right, and then let's see what Dragon Blade's result was. Oh, look, it's doing it! It's doing it! Well, now I have questions. I mean, I would think that this is more performant, but technically it's going to be less random. There's going to be a fixed number of differences. Well, now I don't know which I prefer. This is difficult. It's not more performant, yeah. Oh, which isn't? I assume that this is more performant because we're not creating new seeds. It looks like it's Z-fighting. It does, and yet it isn't. The UV map is just doing this. It's moving all over the place. Rapidly. My code is sent. I would say it's the worst case scenario in terms of performance. Oh, the code you sent, I see. But it's cool. But it's cool. You figured out how to do it. I have to honor this somehow. Which is putting a number. I mean, I'll give you a number in the credits, but like, I don't think that does justice for what you figured out here. So it seems like this awaiting noise texture resource to change, that seems like the big revelation here. If I were to guess. Just looking at it. And then setting it to the parameter red texture noise texture resource. I see. I think I often get confused with the get set like workflow. I really want to try it. I'm tempted. I just want to see it. I want to see it happen. You know? It's what I want. It's what I want. I'm going to check it out. I think the way we're doing it is probably... I don't know if it's the most And if you want to like change the seed itself, I don't know that there is a more I feel like just changing the seed in general is inherently unperformant. Would be my guess. Oh, you put it in parentheses. Oh, this is what I was trying to figure out before. Get surface override material and you put it in parentheses. Oh, so that's how you choose the number. Wow. Wow. Well, we don't even need to do this anymore because we just have this now. So we can actually just use what we're already using. But this is saying shader material, which is nice. You're hinting, which is just lovely. But let's just skip that. We're just gonna skip that. Terrain shader. Me just now realizing you're doing the whole random generation for the dirt I suggested. I knew one of y'all suggested it. Yeah, it's completely unnecessary. Not a good use of my time in terms of finishing the game. But it's interesting and fun, and so here we are. Totally worth it. I still think I was right to not want it. On the other hand, we're here to learn and explore things, so that took precedent this time. Okay. So we would want to change this to our terrain shader, which I'm not even using here, amusingly enough. I really love strawberry sugar wafers. Okay. Alright. Somebody probably relates to the words you just said. I bet somebody does. I certainly remember appreciating the texture of them. Identifier, terrain shader. Oh, I should spell it right. That's fair. I'm gonna call this terrain shader. Call this terrain. I'm too curious to not see how it works. Instead of red texture, it's called something else. I believe we want to say texture mask, probably. Would be my guess. All right. And then, of course, I'd want to comment out this. Although, heck, this random offset could just add another layer of randomness that could be quite satisfying. But, all right, here we go. Ooh. What? What, Godot? What didn't work? Invalid get index noise on base nil. Really? Noise texture resource dot noise dot seed. Why would that work in Dragon Blade? Noise texture 2D. I wonder if on base nil. So I don't think it's seeing the noise texture resource. Maybe we have to create this noise texture 2D. It like doesn't exist or whatever. UV is more performant because the GPU has the noise texture loaded into memory, but changing the C causes it to load an entirely new texture. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. At this point, it's morbid curiosity. If we use the UV, it's still just one noise texture that we are just sliding around. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely the way to go. But I wanted to honor what Dragon Blade came up with. And at this point, I don't even know how to get it to work. So that's the truth. I wonder if I didn't name this right. Maybe texture mask is not the right name. That could be it too. We can also try not hinting. We could just say, don't hint. Hinting is for squares. Maybe the hint is messing it up. Probably not. What else would it be? Nothing. Nothing else. Yeah, maybe I just have the name of it wrong. Well, let's see. I don't think I do. Noise texture. Oh, I do have it wrong. It's noise texture. Oh, I named it wrong. Noise texture. Noise texture. Wow, I don't know where. I just was like, I know what it's called. It's called texture mask. And it's like, don't think it is. You know, I don't think it is. All right, here we go. The less performant method that may still work. Oh yeah, it's tweaking. Yes. Wow. I mean, it definitely looks more random. I don't know how do I... Can I really tell that it looks more random? Not really. Not really. But it works. Tell me it doesn't work. You can't, because it does. Interesting. And you know, I mean, I could run a profiler to like prove that it's less performant, but I think we just can know that it's less performant. All right, I feel like I can tell. I feel like I can tell. Like, and I'm especially personally looking right here. I don't know why, I just am. And it seems just like in here, it's always like a little different. It's always like a little different. Whereas if we do it the other way, I'm not going to, but I very borderline want to like code in a toggle key so I can just like press a key and it switches between them. Would it be that hard? I won't do it. But I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I probably still have to reload the scene anyway, though. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff in the way here. Gotta cut the grass. You see, it looks a little more... Like, I feel like I see the same shape here every time, right? It keeps coming back to, like, similar spots. But it's... whatever. It's not a big enough deal to really matter. You know, maybe if instead of using a float, the uniform scale thing, we could do it with a vector 2, where it's 2 randomized floats. That could make it a little more randomized. Because it's also dependent on the size of the UV. If the UV is not that big, it's not going to have a lot of space to move it around. Right, and that's the other thing, right? So like but what if I want a big noise size, right? I'm partial to the bigger noise size myself. Have I checked out your resource preloader tutorial? It may be useful for this project. That sounds like a tangent if I've ever heard one. But it's cool that you pointed to that. What's up, G-Wiz? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. G-Wiz resource preloader. Sounds like a whole entire tangent. What would I use it for in this case? What would be the use case here? What's our purpose? Allows you to load in objects in the background, even on a separate thread, to allow for better performance. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, that might be objects you want to spawn. Oh, so you're talking about for like other things. Yeah. Oh. Is this just literally using preload instead of load when you instantiate things? Get resource. Instance equals resource preloader. Dot get resource. This might be something that for chunks, yeah. So like, you know, I don't know if you know, but I've actually completely changed the way that works. So, I mean, while I could test that, I would have to go to like a very old version of the project or completely redo everything. Where were you when I needed this? I would have loved to have tried it like a month ago. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea. So what ended up happening, Gwiz? That's awesome. I wish we could have tried that. But at this point, we've changed to a system that's just utterly so very performant compared to probably even that. And here's that system. So that system that we've settled on was what we're calling a terrain collector. So behind the player is a like node that holds all of the chunks. So it actually at runtime loads every single block that it's going to spawn in. They're all just already loaded. And then it moves them in between the terrain belt and the chunk collector. And it just like moves them and puts them back, and that's it. So instead of instantiating them, it just moves them, which did lead to a lot of changes. Like literally, you know, we refactored so much. So, you know, for example, for things that need to get destroyed and rebuilt, it sure is a method. I know it is. I know it is. So for things, so these like cornfield sections, right? When this reloads, these aren't the same ones. These are different ones. Let's do something that we can see reload more. So like this little barn is set up correctly. So if I destroyed this little tiny tool shed there, when this block comes back around, that tool shed will have returned. And the reason it returns is because there is a script that checks to see, there it is, am I the block that just went into the collector and came back to the belt? If I am that block, take everything that's on me and make sure I didn't get destroyed. If I did get destroyed, put me back. And that's on everything. So, you know, it's actually not that hard to set up. It is hard to set up. It's not that hard to add like new objects. I just have to make sure I add like the replenish script to each one. So, I mean, it ended up working quite well. And at this point, we just can't go back. But I really like that. That's a cool, thank you for thinking of this project, because I bet that would be a helpful thing for it. So nice, thumbs up. Thumbs up! We'll have to try that next time I need to be a little more performant with my instantiation. Alright, so we have a couple different methods of doing this. We will definitely do the UV map one. You know, I could try changing the, let me see, where did that go? Where did that go? Over here. I could try changing it to a vector 2. So we're just changing random offset. I could say vector 2. Would I still want to do the square root thing, Rogi? I have no idea. I guess yes, except I probably wouldn't want to do it on each vector separately. What will the helicopters do, or are they atmospheric? The helicopters are not attached to the chunks. The helicopters are instantiate. Actually, we could try the resource thing over there. Maybe I'll bookmark that, because the helicopters are kind of their own whole separate task. I really, you know, I got them spawning in, and I haven't really like worked on the spawner since then, but I haven't had any performance issues with them yet. But yeah, they're totally separate from the chunks, so it doesn't matter if the belt goes by and they don't get affected by that. No square root thing. The range for components should be 0 to 1. Okay. Oh, we have to do a range. Right. We can't just say any old random float. When it's a float, it goes diagonally, so it has approximately a square root of 2 of space to move. What? What the brain talk? Okay, so we want to say a random float range specifically. And we want to do it between 0 and 1. Okay. Got it. And then back on the shader, the default for random float is from 0 to 1. Also, let's update the credits real quick. I appreciate GWiz coming through and mentioning that. Let me throw a Godot consultant on there for you, GWiz. No, you've given me some information. I could use this someday. And then, of course, Dragon Blade made the awesome way to load a different shader thing in there. Do I have shader things? I guess terrain, textures and shading. Textures and shading. Progegon's been advising all along the way. And I appreciate Joe Schmo's questions. So we gotta get y'all on there. Technically, you could have left it. The default from, okay. Oh, great. Well, then I'm gonna leave it. Let's do that. I see how it's more readable to not leave it, though. Still. All right, so then back on the shader itself, we want to make sure that instead of a float, this is a vec2. I'd rather it look cleaner. Let's see if this looks a little more random, maybe. Maybe not. Oh, crash and burn. Expect a closing parenthesis. Ah, I can see why you'd want that. Where do you want it? Exactly. 33.1. Wait, where? What script? What you on about? Could you be more specific? Oh, is this on the shader? Let me see. Let me see. I don't really know what's happening, but something is happening, and it must be stopped. It's not in the shader. What then? How do I find where? Oh, it is here. Maybe I need another. Oh, I do need another parenthesis. I need a third one. Because there's this parenthesis. There's this parenthesis. And then there's those two. It gets confusing. It gets confusing sometimes. Okay, we're good. We're gonna be alright. Whoa. Couple frame drops there. Couple frame drops there. Alright, so there it is. Does it look more random? Barely, but yes. I would say barely, but yes. It just kind of looks like it's moving a little more. Yeah, we're gonna say it is. Alright, so now I don't actually want it to run on the process function. I don't want it to be every frame. I want it to only be when it goes to reset itself. That should be pretty easy. We just say when the reset block objects runs, which is what happens when it goes into the terrain collector and is going to be potentially added back on the belt. It should run this just that one time, and that should work. It's about 43, 42%, somewhere between there, maybe 42.76, percent. Yeah, somewhere around there. Something like that. Should you, wait, you can't decimal percents, can you? No, neither was I. Neither was I. Why would we do that? Alright, so now, I mean, will I even notice it? I hope so. Probably. I probably will. Probably notice it. Alright, I hope so. Look at this. I don't know where these frame drops have been coming from, but they have been coming. That's a whole thing I gotta look into. What? Oh, it's... Okay, so that's wrong. That didn't work like I thought it would. It's just slowly changing. Wait, so that script is running? Oh, because that script is running every time something goes into the terrain belt. So it isn't checking to see if that block is the one that got sent to the terrain collector. It's just checking to see if any of them are. Which, if you think about it, is something to look into. That means that that is running on every terrain block all the time. So it's static here, but once we start moving and another one goes past us, this should move at least a couple more times. Bam. Once. So that's an issue. It's kind of nice though to just see the randomness. I wouldn't say it's the most different. It seems like a feature that didn't need to be added to the game, but I've learned plenty, and that makes it worthwhile, I've decided. Taking a while for it to come up. There it is, and there we can see how different or not it looks. Pretty subtle, pretty unnecessary. So if we wanted to know that it's the block that got reset, oh geez. If time was spent doing shaders, time was not wasted. I like that perspective. So we can, let me go back to, so where this gets called is over here on the terrain controller. I'm quite sure. Right here. If first terrain has method reset block objects, first terrain reset block objects. I could have this call with the thing that gets reset, so that would be first terrain. So we could just say call with what first terrain is named, and then make sure that it is, which actually, why didn't I do this sooner? Is there a good reason why I didn't do this sooner? I feel like this could just be done now. So then we just have to make sure this calls with, we'll just say block. If block is set to self, then do all of this. And honestly, including this. If this is running, we're running a for loop on all of the children of every terrain block every single time something goes away. If I can fix that, that would be nice. Certainly wouldn't hurt performance. Okay, that didn't do anything. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, because of course one of them is still self. One of them is of course itself. It doesn't mean that that one is itself, but it does mean that, oh jeez. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little harder to do than I would have thought. Okay, all right, okay, cool. I mean, what surprises me is, like, this wouldn't be on all of them. All of those terrain blocks aren't gonna have a random offset. Actually, right now they do. All the ones that... You know, I'm not exactly sure. What I could do, and I hate this, because then I'd be putting it in this messy for loop even more, which would be then running this more often than it needs to. But technically, I could say, because what this looks for is if... Well, I don't know. This doesn't really look for that, does it? Well, okay, let me go back. This is actually a little trickier than I thought it would be. Not delighted about that. If I come to the block object, then I gotta put it on every block object? So this says if needs reset. So I guess I could check to see if okay, this might actually work. If I say if it has a block object in the children that has needs reset set to true, then update it. So I would still have to iterate through all the children. If the object is a block object, we could even say if object, could I say dot needs reset, and then even run all of this in here, which would still iterate through all the children, but it wouldn't necessarily try to run this, so it's like the tiniest bit less unperformant. And then we could also say update the terrain shader. It's not cute. Okay. That immediately did not work. Okay, cool. No, it's fine. Oh, it doesn't see needs reset on base static body 3D. Oh, so it may not, they all may not have that in every object. If object is block object, so I guess I would still need to check if it's a block object. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I would need to go a little bit further in. Get rid of this. We would need to say it in here. Not as... It's getting less and less cute by the second. That's for sure. That just has to be okay. Oh god, this is so hard to see. It's so long. Alright. Just nested it in there, so it has to make sure it is a block object first. Okay, it runs. How gym channels and shader works in live text! Let's go! What the heck? Oh gosh, those performance drops. I don't know what those are. I gotta look into that. Okay. Nice, so it's not changing it every time. That's good. I'm just trying to remember what it looks like. So it looks like that. Yes, we have this smear right here. And look, it may not be terribly different, but I think it's likely that it'll be pretty different. I gotta investigate that lag spike. I don't know what that is. It's probably not gonna be easy to figure out. Oh, it's different. It's definitely different. Look, the smear is coming from the other side. And ever, oh no, it changed it! No! Why? No! Oh, guys, I know why that didn't work. God dang it. I know why that didn't work. Because it's just now changing if the block object needs a reset, which doesn't have to be that one. Oh, crap. Okay, jeez. I'm not embarrassed. I wish I didn't have to think as hard as I have to think to solve this, but it's okay. You know what? We experiment, we make mistakes. So what it's now looking for is if anything that is has destruction on it goes past, then change it, which doesn't have to be itself. I should have realized that. So I really don't know how to know that only if it's the thing, then update it. It still surprises me that it's able to find it elsewhere. I guess because it's instanced, because every terrain, I don't know, I'm pretty confused. Cause like those cornfield, right, those cornfield ones, that it's seeing that something was changed on it. Right? I mean, in a lot of ways, why even bother with this? I don't know. But on here, it has terrain as the top level. Oh, look, it does have that material on it. Wow, they all do have the material. That's why we do override. We should have done override. We never should have set it to this. Because if I don't do override, they won't be different in each instance. They'll have the same material in each instance. But I'm gonna need them to have a different material. And this just isn't doing anything, I guess because we haven't set... I mean, it's a little confusing, like why doesn't... So if I come to just like this blank one here. This has terrain. Oh, it's got an override. So if I were to get rid of the override... then it's gonna put that on it. Wow. So that's why it doesn't give us an error, because this does exist on every single one. Wow. Game dev, am I right? Okay, cool. So, you know, part of me is like happy we went on this detour. I'll try to puzzle it out, but I do need to figure out some way to like call it on just that one that goes past the collector. If nothing else though, I need to actually change this. I'm gonna save this material. We're gonna get rid of it. And we do want it to be added as a surface material override. That is where we want this. So drop it on there. And then we have to update the script probably, would be my guess. Thankfully, because of Dragon Blade's code, we know how to do that, probably. Instead of self.mesh.material, we would want to say surface, I could be wrong, surface material override. But we have to get it. So we want to say get surface material override. Is that the way? Let me double check. Yeah. Oh, get surface override material. Excuse me. Get surface. It's weird because over here it says material override, but okay. Get surface override material 0. Let's make sure at least that much is still working. And this is going to be happening at completely the wrong times. For sure. I mean, this will save us. I did add a little something in here that helps cut down on how often things run, but it's not really a big deal. I could also, yeah, I can't put it in ready because it's already readied. But just to make sure I didn't break it, I'll drop this back into the process. Just so I can see it happen. To make sure we're actually back on track. And that it didn't get angry that I changed it to get override material or whatever. Non-existent function get surface override material on base plain mesh. Oh, we don't have to say mesh anymore. The mesh was specifically because we weren't doing the override. So I don't need that. Alright, good, good, good. I think we'll probably be okay. It seems to be when I attack a helicopter, that's when the lag spike happens. With the first helicopter that I attack. You know, I feel like I remember this happening before, and there was a fix for it. I think that's where that lag spike. Yep, it's every time I attack a helicopter for the first time. Well, at least I understand what is causing it. Or at least I know where to start looking. Okay, there it is, geeking out as desired. If I want it to only happen, if it is the one, I would need... Probably not preloading the damaged model. Really? It's not a model, though. Also, I think it should be preloaded, but you might be right. I don't know if that makes sense, because this seems like a relatively new problem. This wasn't always the issue. This is like kind of a new thing. Like, maybe. I think it's already loaded, though, the way we have it set up. Because it's just not visible. It's like hidden, basically. It's not like instantiating anything. So I would think it already loads it. So the broken is just like underneath it. And then what happens is the animation. Oh, is this the old copter? I don't really understand why it's not animated correctly. Considering it works. Oh, this is the wrong one. I see. That's the wrong animation. This is the right animation. There we go. So it just reveals the mesh that's already there, which makes me think it would just already be preloaded. But I could be wrong. No, I feel like it's like something else. Could be like the navigation agent or something. I'm trying to think of like what recent changes happened to the copter. And there was a time we were like messing with the navigation stuff. And it makes me wonder if that isn't somehow involved. It might not be. Yeah, we could profile it. We could profile it. I just didn't want to be distracted. Good night, Dragonblade. Oh, and then what you shared. Thank you for sharing what you shared. Thank you for your help. Good night. Get some sleep. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Good night, Dragonblade. And this is how Dragonblade got the GIMP stuff to work. On a fresh instance. Made sure your brush is visible. Oh, wow, that was simple. Ah. Whoa. Oh, so they're like toggles. It just lets you do it. It just lets you do it. Wow. I didn't quite realize that, but I see now that that is correct. Wow. Oh, wow. And then you've got the shader here. Wow. And look, it's looking for separate. Wow. And it's applying it. Wow. That's awesome. The super colors or printer ink colors? I don't know what super colors is. And I don't even know if I know what you mean by printer ink colors. You mean like CMYK, because then we'll have more? I don't know if it's gonna work that way. But I like the ambition. Yeah, it is really cool. And it looks like you had to do some settings here. Maybe not. Dragon Blade's up to something here. You're trying to import the texture. I'm sure. I see. Oh, that was the old one that you were showing us. I see. Understood. Nice. And so then in theory we could change what these show based on the fact that they're RGB. Vector 4 red texture equals texture, and we can just set those to different things. That's awesome. I mean, that's super doable. Nice job, Edward. I see you did some code. Look at you coding. Oh, you did print. This is what you did by yourself? Nice, Edward. You know, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. Sometimes just printing that you were here, like, that's it. That's hello world. That's a hello world script right there. Nicely done. Okay. So, my gosh. So many things. What am I doing? Profiling like helicopter now? I kind of don't want to care about it, but whatever. Let's do it. Kablam. Stop. I didn't even see it. The script didn't work at all. Oh no. Well, trial and error. I don't even see it on here. First of all, that is the dinkiest, tiniest little profile I have ever seen. Oh, why wouldn't it see it? There's also been that weird loading thing where the camera is in the wrong place. There's just been, it seems like the more that I do, the more new problems crop up. Oh yeah? So it's not gonna give me the lag anymore this time? Cool. Great. I've been trying to program the equip hat once you put the helmet on for over an hour. I'm so good at coding that I made 0 errors in the output, but I'm so bad that it didn't work either, for I am Schrodinger's code. Wait, maybe it's not related to attacking it. Maybe it was just a coincidence that I had clicked it at the same time. It wouldn't be that far-fetched that it would take me a certain amount of time to click on it. Okay, so let's see if maybe we actually have a shot to figure this out. So I'm not gonna do anything. I wonder if it's even loading in that, I mean, but it was happening before I did that. Uh-oh, I'm not gonna profile it in time. I hate that you can't auto start it with the profiler. I hate it so much because I have to move the window out of the way or I can't get to the button. Oh my gosh, Godot, why are you like this? I almost always need to profile something, not almost, but often I need to profile something that happens early in the game. I don't know. We could look at this lag spike. There is a lag spike. A boot screen ASAP? Yeah. That would definitely cover up certain things. Is physics time the only parameter checked in the profiler? It is. But that has been resolved. So this spike that I'm not quite sure I even know when it happened. Can't say I noticed it. Boot screen would allow you to turn on the profile and then start. Oh, that's smart. You know, in retrospect, that seems obvious. Now that you say it. Wow, what have I been waiting for? Okay, that I know what I've been waiting for. I've been like, what's the point? Why waste my time on that? Because it is not a waste of time. That is the most useful reason to have a boot screen I have ever heard. Okay, cool. Dang, that would be quite a pivot today. That'd be quite a pivot. But then again, today's all been about pivots, hasn't it? Okay, so the profiler at this general point, if I were to try and puzzle out what might have happened. Script functions. Physics process. That's the thing. It's always the terrain controller, which is what moves the levels forward. It's like usually that, which just means it's something on the terrain blocks, which is often not that helpful. It is helpful. It doesn't not narrow it down. Isn't there already a main menu? We can't start profiler from there. There is not a main menu. There is no main menu. The game literally just starts. No main menu. There's a debug menu that can be opened as the game is playing. But there isn't like... I mean, I guess in theory, I could use... I guess, I mean, it's... I guess that's maybe what you're saying. Is I could use this as the main scene. I would just have to figure... I've never actually tried... I guess I would set that as the main scene then. Right? Ooh, breakpoint's a good idea. But is that what you do? It's you set your boot screen to like the main scene. So if I say, this might actually be easier than I thought, thanks to what Joe just said. That might be easier than I thought. Ooh, so it's not a scene, it's just in the main scene, that menu. But I could just try making it an instance, or at least save it as a scene, which is what that would be. What if I do that? What if I just do that then? Where does this stuff, it doesn't matter. Let's just save it here. Save it as its own scene. Everything still works the same, right? Oh god. It might not work now. I might have broken it, actually. Okay, I didn't break anything. Everything is fine. Oh, nope, it's broken. No, that is what broken is. Oh, it's broken because of the shader thing. There's where the shader thing is causing the issues. Yeah, I don't know about this noise texture changing thing. It was a fun detour today, but I think implementing it is actually going to be very, very irritating to me. And so sad as it sounds, I kind of want to not do it. So I'm just gonna comment this out entirely, and someday we can revisit it. Oh man, it's kind of sad. All right, let me try to... There's that little lag spike. It like happens sometimes, other times it doesn't. Okay. So then, Deleting code. Sometimes it's the right thing. Well, I tend to just comment it out. Yeah, commenting. Yes, exactly. So it's deleting code, commenting it out. Ding. Yes. Okay, so instead of main scene, I'm gonna set it to UI, menus. I think I just called it menu. Rogi's a deleter. Yeah, I understand. I understand that. You know, and it's reasonable to be a deleter. Is this gonna work? I don't think this is gonna work. I feel like this isn't designed to be loaded this way. I knew this would be more effort. Oh, because we're referencing something that isn't in the main scene. What happens, or that would be otherwise? What happens if you need the code for later? Yeah, I know. Rogi says, I won't. Nuke it from orbit! So this is probably only the beginning. Why is this even in there? Why is this even in there? I don't know. Yeah, I need to create a whole thing. This is a whole detour, unfortunately. I've not yet tried to do this, and maybe I should have done it sooner. I don't really understand why it needs to load all of that in the first place. I feel like this wouldn't have worked anyway. But why is it running the hit points scene if we're just opening the menu? Oh, I think because the spawn helicopter, that's why. The helicopters are trying to spawn in the menu scene because that spawner is set. See, NPC spawns. This is here as an auto load. And so it's trying to spawn in helicopters where they don't belong. That's why that's happening. So I would need to turn off the NPC spawner. And then maybe it'll be okay. Maybe. It was not. Oh, that didn't do it. Unless just turning that off wasn't actually the solution. Oh gosh. Oh gosh! Oh no, it didn't turn off anything. It's still trying to spawn the helicopters. I don't think this means what I think it means. I'm just gonna delete it. Okay. It's fine. We can re-add it very easily. Well, it's there, but we can't see it. I think because it's invisible by default. So I should probably fix that. Because we were using a toggle to open it. So I would need to come to the instance, make sure it's visible here. Come back to the main scene where I do want it to be a toggle. Did I change the main scene and not set it back? Basically what I did... Oh, whoops. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Basically what I did was I changed my main scene to the menu. Okay, here's the menu. But see, this is, I knew we'd have this problem. So none of the other code exists. So I can press these buttons all day, but they're running functions that don't exist because it's not loaded in. These buttons are connected to... I don't know where they're connected to. Where are they connected? I'm actually a little confused why it doesn't work. Because these should be on the instance. The script is on the instance, and this is where the buttons go. I've just never tried to do this. Yeah, I changed my main scene to the menu. The menu, when buttons are pressed, it gets from globals, which is available. It's an auto load. And then it's gonna reload the current scene. With this set as the level to load. So I guess I'm not entirely sure why this doesn't work, technically. I doubt it has anything to do with deferring the call. So, you know, it's just kind of like something I have to research. Why change the main scene? I thought that's what you were suggesting that I do earlier. So the reason was to have a boot screen. So that way, when the game starts, it doesn't just start the game, but we can load into the game. But I guess main scene isn't starting, so it reloads. So it may be working. It's probably working. It probably is reloading the scene and it's updating the current level, but it's not then running the main scene. I don't know. See, I probably just need to look up a tutorial on how to do a boot screen. You know. I knew I shouldn't have thought maybe it's like easy. I'm sure it is easy to do. Ugh, fine, I'll look into it. Criminy. I mean, I don't know. I don't even want to do this. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm so burned out on this. I don't know if it's messing stuff up. I would leave it to be and just use a breakpoint person. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm like, I really just want to do what I want to do. Okay, so if I were to change it back, this was very interesting detour, everybody. Very interesting detour. Really would like to know what I'm working on when I start the stream. And today I really tried to go with the flow, and it's making me angry. It's making me irritable. You know? It's like I really tried to just go with the flow with the tasks. I didn't try to go with the flow. I allowed the flow to go. And I regret not reining that flow in more. Which is what I usually do. I usually make sure that we don't get distracted. And I just don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to not rein things in. Okay. It'll be interesting to see if there's less lag spikes without the helicopters. Dude, it's the helicopters. Because look, no helicopters. The camera doesn't even go all janky before it starts. I feel like that's some very hacky code that I just slapped in there. That would make the oh, it's still kind of laggy. That makes the helicopters do that. I wonder if it's the shader. Actually, you know what? I think the lag spike. So first of all, the camera jank is gone. Wonderful. Second of all, it seems like every time the terrain block with our new shader on it loads in, that's when it lag spikes. Watch, I'm gonna start running, and the next time we see it do that, I bet you we see that chunk load in the horizon. We gotta wait for the randomness to bring that chunk to us. Okay, I didn't see it that time. I could be wrong. And or it could be more on the subtle side that it's not always super noticeable. Let me restart it. It could also be when it's earlier in there. Another way to test it would be to... I keep restarting it. Another way to test it would be to remove it and see if it still happens. There it happened. Big time. See? See? And then this one came in. You saw that. I know you saw that. You saw that. And so I think maybe to a lesser extent. See, it just happened again. It happens to a lesser extent. It just happened again. So, I mean, I don't think I need the profiler to tell me that it's when that spawns in. So the question is, why is that one the one that's doing that? Does it have to do with anything we did today? Does it have to do with other things? I don't know. Something with the resources loaded at the beginning of the game, possibly? What? Maybe. I mean, what do you mean resources? I don't even know what that means. Like, I mean, just to eliminate it, and I'm sure it's not the material, okay? I'm sure it has nothing to do with the shader. But just to eliminate it, since that's what we've been working on, I might as well try it first. It's a little tough since that, I mean, if it's the first thing that spawns in, it probably still would happen if it wasn't the first thing it spawned it in, but I'll give it one more shot to not be. Okay, here we go. So waiting for the lag spike. There's so much I'd rather work on in this game. I didn't notice it that time than doing things like this. Like, I really want, like, I want the helicopters to attack. I want to have more control over what levels spawn in. I want to paint the rest of these textures. Dude, I think it's the shader. Because now it's not happening. Look. It's spawning in with no issue. Something on the shader is a little unperformant. I removed the code that was randomizing the UV. Now I'm not seeing any problems. If I put the shader back on there and we run it. But maybe when you say resources loaded, I wonder if it could have to do with like the texture mask and stuff. There it goes. I just saw it. It's 100% that. Something to do with the shader is slowing down the game. But what? That's a pity, because I would have thought it could be not that. I would have liked that to be something that isn't causing performance issues. That disappoints me a lot. Right? It's like totally that. But the question is, why? What specifically about it, you know? Like, maybe I could try removing just the texture mask, which is pretty much the whole thing, so maybe not that. I could try removing the noise. There, I just saw it lag a little bit as it loaded that in. It seems like once it loads it in a couple times, it's no big deal. Now it's interesting because again, it's not the loading, it's not loading it. There is no loading happening. It's just moving it. It's literally moving the terrain. So it's like, I mean, it's weird because it's moving constantly anyway, right? It's constantly coming towards the player. But that act of shifting it around, I guess, is having some effect on it. I've commented out the code that was randomizing this or that. So like, what about it is causing that issue? I wonder if our noise texture is just like really large or something. Maybe going on screen for the first time does something. Yeah, right, like some like occlusion culling or something. Didn't Dragon say it wasn't optimal? I had to step away for a bit. I don't know if you modified it since he said that. Yeah, I think that was, I could be wrong, but that was probably related to either the actually changing the seed of the noise, or even just like accessing that in general. I think that's what Dragon was talking about, actually. I'm gonna get rid of, speaking of the noise, I'm just gonna get rid of the noise. Only the noise. See if I can still notice it. Now sometimes it happens more or less, so I might have to do a few tries to make sure we're actually testing it properly. So far this seems okay. So far this seems alright. I'm not noticing anything. So I wonder if the noise texture is just like freaking huge, you know? It's just like super enormous. I did make it quite large. It's a really big UV map. So we might be okay. It might just be that. It still kind of confuses me why it matters since it's already preloaded. But yeah, there could be like some occlusion culling or something that happens to affect noise textures somehow that I didn't know about. And actually, that's not even happening anymore. Like, I commented that code out that was shifting it. Put the noise texture back, and again, it's, I mean, well, you know what? I guess I am on readying it still. Actually. We're still on readying it. So I could, but that's just the shader, but that's the shader in general. So I feel like it still doesn't have to do with that. But it just might be that the noise texture is so complex, which is kind of weird because it's just a noise texture. It's just a freaking noise texture, jeez. See if the lag spike is back. Oh, the suspense. It hurts. Oh, I saw it. I saw a lag spike. It was quick, but it was there. So if I come to that noise texture, and what if we just modify it a bit so it's not so gigantic? It's 1,000 pixels by 100 pixels. So if I reset that to about half that size. Not that much smaller, but it is smaller. What size is the noise texture if you get, oh yeah. It was about 1,000 by 100, and now I made it 500 by 100. Which I think won't look as good, but. I didn't notice if there was any lag. I didn't notice it. Any moment, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I see it's a little bit. It's not as much as it was. So I think the noise texture is causing that issue. And if I make it smaller, it's better, but like, what if I just didn't use a noise texture? Like, what if I just painted it on? I mean, if painting it on means it'll be more performant. Oh, I saw the lag spike there. Then why bother with a noise texture? You know? Like, it just could be fundamentally for some reason. I mean, maybe there's settings. I still don't really understand why it isn't like preloading that to some extent. I'm gonna put it back to the about 1,000 value. So yeah, that's what it is, 1,000 by 100. Maybe we could not do bitmaps, you know, just like various things. Enabling this results in less texture aliasing in the distance, at the cost of increasing memory usage by roughly 33% and making the noise texture generation take longer. That might help. It might considerably it might considerably impact the performance, but like maybe so what? Or sorry, it may considerably affect the appearance. I didn't notice any appearance difference. Because it specifically says it impacts how it renders at a distance. So it does have some kind of culling on it, some LODs on it that are based on how far close away it is. That definitely is what could cause part of the issue. And I'm not seeing the lag anymore. I think we needed to turn off generate bitmaps. Yeah, I'm not noticing it now. And we still have the big 1,000 by 100 one. Well, I would like that to be off then. It's definitely dependent on the particular GPU, but that doesn't seem like that large of a texture. I know, right? I think that fixes it. I think that fixes it. And like what bitmaps are, I don't know exactly what bitmaps are, but I know that they're related to like occlusion culling and, you know, quality of how something is rendered. I couldn't give you a technical definition of a bitmap. Pyramids that are pre-calculated optimized sequence of images, each of which is progressively lower resolution representation of the previous. Right. So I guess it's adjusting it so that when it's further away, it can still look good or something? Could somebody explain? Oh, and it's in Godot too. What they are as if I were 5 years old. High-res textures look messed up when you squeeze them into a tiny space. Right. Use lower res textures. Okay, so that is what's happening. It's making sure that when it's far away, it looks better. It's interesting because it's actually making the resolution lower, but it's not making the resolution lower in service to performance. It's making the resolution lower in service to appearance. So, I mean, interestingly, this person does say it's to save performance, but then on the other hand, here in the tooltip, it says that turning it on increases the memory by 33%. So I think that makes sense, that would be causing the problem, to make sure that it doesn't look so bad from far away. But I don't think it matters. It's not a super tiny fine noise map, right? And so I feel like it's not even doing us any good, and hence why I didn't notice any difference, because it's not really doing anything. All right, well, at least that's been resolved. I don't know if you guys know this, but I set this up on Monday. We got these telephone poles that spark out. Oh, I love it. Wow, that looks great. We got sparks that come out of them. In theory, it should hurt you if you attack it. Wow, that looks so much better than I realized it did. Like, I thought it looked good, but dang, it looks even better than I thought. That's cool. Anyway. Yeah, it's nice, right? Your favorite asset that I've made? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it turned out really well. Wow, I'm actually surprised. It's weird, like I work on something one day, I come back and it's a lot better. Well, this has been an interesting experience so far. So what am I doing? I guess I'm just gonna keep working on texture stuff. I wanna get this one caught up. I mean, we could try to implement Dragon Blade's color channel idea. We kinda could. I feel like I don't not have a pathway to try to puzzle that out. Because that would definitely be a moving forward type of thing. So I would want to, in theory, on, I guess, like a green or blue channel, add a bunch of, like, noise manually in there. I've totally let go of the randomizing of it. Darn maps, I had no clue what they were a minute ago. Yeah, right? I knew they had something to do with distance, but I didn't realize exactly what they did either. So like, yeah, learning, let's learn. Yeah, it made a huge difference in how everything appears. Probably been slowing down all my projects. Yeah, because it's default. It's default. I mean, look, you know, it's probably good for certain things, like, you know, maybe like text display and stuff, it might be nice. In this case, for a noise texture that isn't that finely detailed, it seems quite unnecessary. I love when a problem just gets solved easily. That's a wonderful feeling. All right, let me see if I can get this fixed up. So if I wanted to draw on just one channel, we just click on it and it'll toggle it on or off. And then we can draw on it. I guess it doesn't matter what layer we're on. I guess I'm still a little confused because I'm generally still a little confused. Let me look back at Dragon Blade's video, because it doesn't look that simple. Sorry for the little internet blip. It's been going in and out, but everything is fine. Sorry about that. It's just this, so this has to be a layer. I guess we have to make a layer for it, I think is what has been confusing me. So if I create a layer, get my brush, go to the channels, click on green. Nice. I like that it looks like a weird color. This is good. Then I'm gonna export it. Come over here to Godot. Wow, I don't actually see anything. That's a good sign. There's nothing there. It's like it didn't even happen. Nice. Oh, look. But it is on here. This is good. So then I just need a way to actually access that. In the shader code, this is promising. In the shader code, everything was already on the red channel, right? right here. The mask value, the texture is on R. The noise value, the texture is on R, which is for red. So now if I wanted to access something that's not on red, how the hell would I do that? I have no idea how I would do that. Dragon Blade did provide some code. I think because the image is white, its red channel is technically 1, so it won't be able to distinguish. Really? Oh, so we still can't access it? It gave me hope that it was appearing here. But if you think about it, that's kind of a good thing on one hand, if it isn't here. It's confusing to me that it's magenta. Yeah, right? Because I drew that on the green channel. I don't know. I guess because maybe I did do it on the red channel. Maybe this is turning off. Oh, I see. They're on. It's normally on red, green, blue. When I click on it, that's dis-enabling it, right? That's why it was magenta, because it was only doing red and blue. So actually, I wouldn't even want to do that. I'd want to turn off red, turn off blue, draw a line, export that, come over here. Oh, now it's a little different too. That's interesting and unexpected. Oh, cool. Wait, but now it's just a green color. That's independent, right? I don't actually know what's happening. Wait, it's not independent. Because you set those pixels to red 0 by drawing green. Oh, so it's just not rendering the shader on it. Oh. So we would have to get a little bit more complicated if I wanted it to be in addition to what's already there. This could add something as it is instead of. So we really need to like rewrite this shader. Not rewrite it, but add some. We need to read this as okay. The dirt uses the red channel, and that green stroke has 0 red value. I see. I see. Wow. So it's essentially black. Well, I mean, let's say this. It's a good proof of concept. I don't know that I actually know how to make this implemented, because I would need to somehow tell it to blend. My problem with it is that now the white areas also have green of 1. Well, yeah, so I would have to make sure I somehow don't ever put it on the white areas. I'd have to, or the black areas, I'd have to make sure it's only on the white spots, which is not good, not sustainable. If you try to scale something with green, it'll affect everything, right? You're trying to paint like a blended green on top. No, what I want Thank you for asking, because it makes no sense. What I really want is to be able to put a layer of dirt on top of the brown. So this example is a decal, which is just a separate node entirely that we just drop on top, and it projects a noise texture onto it. So this isn't part of the shader. This is its own separate thing. And so ideally though, this could somehow be implemented into the shader, so I wouldn't need the decal to put that dirt on there. And so one possible idea was suggested to use different color channels to have like a different design, and then set that different channel to be something like this brown color. I could be wrong, but I think whites should be converted to reds, and then greens can be put on top. Oh, well, that makes sense. Sounds like it comes with its own little hang-ups though, right? Because then you could scale the gradient sample with red, right, that part, and then scale whatever you want with the greens. Okay. Let's see if I can figure this out in GIMP. If I say... I don't think I want to do color to alpha. But I think there is a way, there's a pretty easy way to switch colors. Maybe if I even just do... There is so, oh, I'm on the blank channel, that's why. There is some way to kind of do this. Let me grab all of this. I just have to find out if I can remember how to do it. It's definitely possible. But I usually don't faff around here on GIMP, because people react very strongly. And that's not true. And then let's mess around. Oh, first of all, we're still omitting the other channels. Okay. No. Almost. That makes it yellow. That makes it red. Okay, cool. Got it. Red. And then we would want to do green on top. Oh, wow. And you can even see here, if I get rid of red, it's all gone. Let's go. Okay, cool. Now I still have to do the scaling things differently. But in theory, we could come over here, omit the red channel, omit the blue channel, just have it be this green stuff, which feels terrible. I'm making it blue, not green. It being red makes it look mildly menacing. It does look mildly menacing, I agree. ... This is not the texture I would ultimately use, but whatever. We'll do it like this for now. We'll just do it like this for now. Because it's fun. Pressing little dots everywhere. Who wouldn't have fun doing that? Psychopaths. Okay, so export that. It's gonna look really messed up. Really very messed up. Ooh, it looks like germs. Honestly, it doesn't look that messed up. But it's doing what Rogi was saying earlier. It's reading the red as white, and now it's reading the blue as black, is how it's parsing it, more or less. So we would want to say instead, how do I even do this? Here? No, that's different. UV factor, gradient color. Wait, what did Rogi say to do? Scale the gradient sample with red. Gradient texture. Vector RGB. And then scale whatever you want with the green. I mean, there's no way this is all I would do. Chaos. It needs to be a vector 3. I see. Right, because we said vector 3. That makes sense then. I don't know what to do from here. I feel like I need to take the shader tutorial if I'm gonna know what to do at this point. UV factor. Oh, you're here. UV factor is how the gradient scales. Oh, yeah, lead me to the answer. I like that. UV factor is how the gradient scales. I think the shader tutorial would majorly have helped. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. It's tough because I'm kind of busy in my away from stream time right now. And so I can't really do it off stream right now. But I don't want to do it on stream because it's like a paid tutorial. And I really don't want to just like stream an entire paid tutorial personally. So I don't even know what I want to do. So UV factor. What the hell is a UV factor? What even is that? I gotta look it up. Follow UV factor back. Oh, are you defining that here? Oh, you are. UV factor equal. Oh, it was this. Oh, UV factor equals dirtiness times 1.0 minus mask noise combo plus 0.01. It sounds relatively simple, but not gonna lie, I'm lost. I know. Yeah, me too. The gradient has a UV that tells it where on the gradient to pick a color from. The gradient has a UV that tells it where on the gradient to pick a color from. Okay. 1.0 minus mask noise combo, which is noise value times mask value times noise strength. On that square, the UV tells it literally, like X and Y, where to go on that square. Then take that color and put it on the pixel. The UV says where to go on the square. Interesting. Then take that color and put it on the pixel. That's why it's a square. If it was a rectangle, that would be bad because it wouldn't be uniform. And then the numbers wouldn't work. It is YouTube Premiere Music. Sometimes I think about removing it because of how iconic it is. But when I first added it, I didn't even realize that's what it was. I was just like, this is Joe. The coordinate 1, 0 is dark green. 0.750 is light green. So you're just talking on the X. So the only thing that matters is the X-axis. Oh, right. We don't have to define the Y-axis at all. It doesn't matter. So if the UV factor, mask noise combo plus 0.01. This part is a little confusing to me. So we're trying to tell the shader where the bacteria-looking green patches are and that they need to be darker brown. Yes. Yes. And I guess technically we need to tell it not to look, we need to tell it to look for red as well. I'm taking the values from the noise and the mask, converting that to a vector 2 and telling it use this to pick a color from the gradient. Whoa. Mask value equals texture, mask texture, which is what we set here. The drawing that we did is mask texture. This is mask texture. That's it. It's just establishing it as a float. It maps the blue coloring in GIMP to dark brown. Actually, it's mapping it to green, right? But we want it to map it to dark brown. Mask value and noise value are where we originally read the red channels. Oh, I see that it has R. If I change it to G, if I change it to B, whoa! Mask value equals how much red is in the mask. Not anymore. How much blue is in the mask. This is dope. So this is where we can add the dirt, is if we just say float mask value, or a new thing, float dirt value. Noise value is how much red is in the noise. And there we don't even notice a difference. I'm surprised that we don't have to change something else, though. But maybe we do. Because, I mean, technically, I'd want it to, like, overlay it. Not necessarily straight up replace it. But replacing it kind of doesn't matter, I guess. Okay. So if I wanted to be able to update that in here, you can use another gradient if you want. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So we have gradient texture, then do blurry blues on the mask. Yes. Sure you saved it after it changed the shader? Oh, when I did them both to blue? I think it just updates it right away. So, I mean, if I just do one of those instead of both of them, where did all that go? Up here. If I do one, we change the noise value to be on B. I just don't think this one, I don't really know why, but that one doesn't seem to matter what it's assigned to. Rogi says here in the notes, grayscale values have R set to G set to B. I don't know why you spaced it that way. I'm sure there's a reason. So it doesn't matter which I pick. I did R to get a float. So I think changing this doesn't actually do anything. It just needs one of them, or it's not gonna work at all. So it'll update it right away as soon as I change it, even if I don't save it. It just does it. If I learned about shaders when I was in college, I think I would have instantly become a comp sci major. What? That's wild to think about. how things could have been different. It gives me the same feeling now that math did back then. Well, I'm glad we're doing this today then. Shoot. Let me change this. This is gradient texture 1. All right, we're just gonna rename this a bit here. Just so that way we can have different ones. What did I do wrong? Why does it not look right? I just changed the name. All I did was change the name. Is that all I did? That's all I did. When you rename it, it loses the resource. Oh, I see. You gotta drag it back in. Okay, I was like, what? Like, who cares? It cares. It cares, man. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And we'll make a new one, uniform sampler 2D, gradient texture 2, source color. All right. Why didn't it like that? Capital D? Oh, I'm like, what did I do wrong? Thank you. Okay, now we got a second gradient texture. If I wanted to go ahead and create a little gradient in my heart of hearts, and this may be a mistake, but a part of me really wants to make it transparent, but I feel like it's not going to behave as a transparency. It's going to do maybe what it's doing here and cut it out and be green underneath. But at least in the spirit of experimentation, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make it transparent. And then otherwise I want like the dirty texture. Let me just, actually, you know what? I actually already have a gradient that I wanna use. Wait a minute. I've got this one. The one that I used in the decal. Give me that. That's what I want. I'm gonna save it. We're just gonna say dirt top layer. I think because you're setting the albedo, that might not work. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure it won't work. But I didn't know that that would be why. I'm still gonna try it. I mean, you know, because the main step right now is to just get it, you know, to work at all. And then maybe I can worry about getting it to be the right colors. Because what I would just do then is I would want to make sure that the brown matches the other one, which is entirely doable. That I put in here probably. Where did I put that? Or did I put it in this? Maybe it's in here? It's somewhere. Wait, did I save it? Because it's not even showing up in quick load. Oh, there it is. Got it. Okay, we got it. Okay. I see. It was a gradient, not the... It's not a gradient texture 2D. It's just like a gradient. It's different. Okay. So there's gradient texture 2. And then what I'd want to do is say something like... Wait, what would I want to do? I mean, float... This, we can't just repeat this, can we? Mask... Texture UV B. It's not gonna work, is it? Hell no. Yeah, redefinition of mask value. So we need a new mask value. Mask value 2. Mask value 2. How about that? What you think about that? But then we have to do something with that. So that's over here. Noise value times mask value times mask value 2. We're times in everything up in here. Expected expression found optimal. Oh, I put 2 timeses. Whoa! No. Thank you. But like, wow. We made little donuts. Some of my stuff you can skip. Okay. I don't think you shouldn't change mask noise combo. That can't be what you meant. I don't think you shouldn't. Okay. So I guess I make an entirely new one? It's kind of interesting what it did though. Okay, so don't need a new one. Just skip forward. Oh. Gradient color equals gradient texture 1 vector 2 UV factor RGB. So I might need to add it in there. This blue channel will be the UV factor. So, oh, so maybe add another one of these in here. Just add another little Vec 3. Pop that on in. Maybe not. Probably not. Oh, but then the albedo of gradient color is the only one that's being output. Instead of UV factor, put the blue mask thing we made. Instead of UV factor. But that's, I mean, what I'm about to do is not even what you were saying. An if statement. Whoa! Oh, shoot. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. Oh, Danger Town. Dear God. That's a whole thing. That's a whole entire thing. Guess I need to look that one up, huh? I kind of had a feeling that was gonna be tricky. Yes, there's a lot of the words ifs in here. Gosh, we're in danger. Oh yeah, we're way out of our depth here. We don't know what we're doing. This isn't gonna happen. We shouldn't have 2 gradients. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rogi's thinking a whole thing. A whole entire thing. Wow, if is a very common word in this document. Or pair of letters, anyway. We're in danger. This is always the worst idea. But I have a new idea, but I'm not sure we should pursue it. What? I mean, at this point, I've completely given up on focusing on moving the game forward as a sole part of my thing today. Today, I'm just, you know, maybe that's a kind of a nice thing to do when coming back after taking a week off. Are there two separate masks? I don't know, probably dumb question. Not a dumb question at all. Right now, there's one mask, and we're trying to work with that one mask by splitting it from its red and blue channels and using those to apply different things, almost as if it was two masks, but it is just one mask that is just using the different color channels to achieve different things. So it's just one mask right now. Godot shader code. I want the gradient texture 2 to appear mixed on top of gradient texture 1. Oh, dang it, I forgot to paste the code. Don't try to do that, Copilot. Give me a second. Chill. Dude, wasn't there something we found that was way better than Copilot? I forgot what it was. I've been meaning to use it more. No, dang it. Okay. This will almost certainly not yield the results I want. But it can't not lead me down some kind of path. To achieve this, we'll use the mix function to interpolate between the two textures based on the mask and noise values. Oh, it's easy! Well, I'm sure it wouldn't hallucinate something that doesn't make sense. In this modified code, we calculate the combined mask value, mask-noise combo, by multiplying the noise value with the mask value. The UV factor determines how much of each gradient texture to blend. We sample colors from both gradient texture 1 and gradient texture 2. The final color is obtained by blending the two gradient colors based on the mask-noise combo. That doesn't sound like it'll work. Let's paste it. Let's paste it. What the hell? I'll paste it. Who cares? Oh, so this is actually, first of all, this is actually not that bad. It's just applying the gradient uniformly across everything, which is not what I didn't state the question correctly. Sorry. I meant to say that, I meant to ask you to apply gradient 2 to just the blue channel and gradient 1 to the red and black channels. Good luck with that. It's not there's no such thing as a black channel, but I'm sure it's AI, it can figure it out. With such little explanation, I have to assume it did something that makes no sense. But hey, let's see what happened. Whoa. Oh, it did some black, all right. What in the world? Apply gradient 1 to red and black channels. I will, yeah, I figured I'd finish this thought first. But yeah, I'm sure what Rogi's doing is going to be much better than whatever Copilot could possibly come up with. Well, this looks like Dookie. Looks like Dookie Poopy. R greater than or equal to B? Okay, let's see what Rogi came up with. Sorry, ChatGPT. I don't think you're the answer for me. But it's always fun to see what you have to say, ChatGPT. I think I would do if... Oh. Whoa. How would I even structure that? The symbols I typed are just how you type it. Really? Just like one line? Just slap it all into one line? It's kind of soothing. Sometimes the music is not soothing. But it's always helpful. I hope. There is indentation, but the indentation is the same as normal if statements. Oh, okay. So this is replacing the albedo entirely. We're obliterating that. If R is greater than or equal to B, red is greater than or equal to blue. Look, it's snowing, if you think about it. Albedo equals gradient color 1. Else, oh, those are curly brackets. We can't just type R. Unknown identifier in expression R. Whoopsie. So like mask value, we do have two. We have mask value 1 and mask value 2. How many times does that appear in here? And I'm gonna break something if I do that. Mask value 1. Okay. So if mask value 1 is greater than mask value 2, oh, mask texture. Whoa. I see, because they're both in there because that's the RGB. Whatever I called it. Whatever I called what? Wait, what am I calling things? Mask texture. Oh, because we're assigning it. Okay. The uniform sampler 2D, that is the mask. Okay, so it's mask texture. Yeah. I called it what you called it. Mask texture B. If mask texture R is greater than or equal to mask texture B, invalid member for sampler 2D expression .R. Are we sure that's the right thing? Mask texture? I mean, you must be right. Let me just type the rest of it while we're sorting it out. Oh, curly brackets. Thank you. Those seem important. Okay. This has been a very chat controlled stream. And you know what? It was frustrating me earlier. Not that chat was in control, but that I was going with whims. This is nice. This is nice. It's nicer when I'm not like trying to implement something that I don't know how to implement. Okay, so we want curlies. We want lots of curlies. Not too many, just some. I don't know what it's called, Joe. I actually don't know. Master Shar, I was gonna say, wait, the curlies aren't applying over here. It was 1 and 2. Oh, I see, I was right. Okay, cool. Because those are already separated into R&B. Rhythm and blues. Mask value 2. Unknown identifier. Okay, that's okay. So albedo equals gradient color 1. Unknown identifier in expression. Yeah? Yeah, you don't know about gradient color 1? Okay. It's right up above. We talked about. Oh, it's texture. I'm just kidding. It's gradient texture. It's wrong. Invalid arguments to operator. It's like always something. I'm like, oh yeah, I can fix that. And it's like, what about this? And I'm like, oh, I can fix it. Okay, well, what about this? Like, oh my gosh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for helping it be correct. Jeez. Else albedo equals gradient color 2. Okay, so at least this is what we're supposed to be typing according to Rogi. I think else should be on a new line, but it might not care. Yeah, that's something that makes sense to me. And we probably should do like a little semicolon or whatever. .rgb? Where? Where does that go? After gradient texture 1. And probably the second one too? Yeah, not sure. Invalid member for sampler 2D expression .rgb. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. The second one is called color. Oh, well, that's something. That's something. But it's not enough. Yeah, I know. I wish it were easier for me to show you all of it. Where's the gradient color? Oh, it is vector 3 gradient color equals. Wait a minute. Yeah, maybe. There's something we're not setting up correctly here. Gradient texture 1 is the texture itself. We only set up one gradient color. So it sounds like I need to set up another gradient color. Right? Yeah. Okay. Alright. We get there. We struggle through it together eventually. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so like this. Expected a semicolon. Really? You don't think, oh, like here? I see. We need it like on every line. What do you mean, expected a semicolon? Where? After all this, I still don't know if it'll look any, right, we don't know. We have no idea what's gonna happen. We just don't know. Where do you want it? Godot. Where do you want it? Where do you want it at? What you looking for? You expected a semicolon. Okay. Do we not need this like ending curly bracket? No, we probably do. Whoa. Expected expression found else. Okay, sorry. I take it back. I mean, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. Put semicolon right before the ending bracket. What? Please. What? Oh, shoot. Dang, good call. What? How did you know that? Nice guess. Or that wasn't a guess. Oh, something's happening. Whoa. It looks like something. Hey, it's putting brown on the blue spots. That's brown on the blue spots. That's what that is. Does it look weird? You betcha. Is it putting brown on the blue spots? You also betcha. I think it made the albedo 0. Okay. This is not progress. Period. Try messing with, yeah, let's do it. That's what I was thinking. I expected that to do more. Oh. So it's wrapping green around it. Like a small layer of green, like when it's blending. Which is surprising. It's always that darn albedo. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? What's up, Kai Guy? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Your exploits in GDevelop are serving you also well. You were worried this would happen? Well, shoot. I mean, it's certainly doing the thing of applying the gradient to the blue splotches. It has been achieved. Those blue splotches look like pixelated mitochondria, but they have been blessed with the gradient, and that's something. Kai Guy, I am pretty much just going on tangents today for funsies. Right now, I'm just trying to, with the same mask, set an additional gradient that can be added to this texture. That is to say, without having to make another mask, how can I get some dirt flecks to be on top of this stuff? And Rogi is just here experimenting on this with me. I think the color on the left should be the same as albedo 1. That makes sense. And then faded to a darker brown. But I don't think I can figure out how to move the green ring right now. That's okay. Yeah, the green ring is interesting. It's a lot to think about. It'd have to be rewritten. Yeah, that makes sense. But also, yeah, I see why that would make it blend better if we changed to this color. I kind of thought we'd at least need to do that. I did not expect the green thing. So do you know why that's happening? Like, you obviously know why, you know, this was happening. But, like, why does the green thing happen? I'm not asking you to solve it, just, like, wondering if you know why. Kai Guy says, I have made progress on my GDevelop dilemma. Yeah? I posted to the Discord. Oh, good. With my spotty time and attention factored in, I want to post my cool progress soon. Yay! That's awesome! I hope you do. I've been so out of touch with the world for the last, like, week and a half. I've been trying to do this make a game in HypeHype, which is a mobile app that lets you make games, and it is not something I would really recommend serious game developers get involved with, but it's something that I already knew how to use, and they have a very lucrative competition going on right now. And I am, as a person without much money, very compelled to try to attain some of that money. And so I've just been like working so hard to try to have a shot at getting even a little bit of that. So I've just been so out of touch. I've missed all the updates in the Discord, but I'm glad to know that there's juicy stuff to dig into. Good work, Kai Guy. It's because the gradient color 1 is losing red as the blue approaches. Even though the red isn't less than the blue, it is still smaller, so it starts becoming green. In theory, you could mess with the gradient 1, but it would be very finicky. Oh, so like what? Like insert like a brown in there somewhere, or try to get it so... Oh, this... I see. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I mean, it's kind of interesting. That did not work. I mean, I see it's finicky, right? Like, it's not quite... It's not fantastic, and it's not gonna work everywhere. And then at some point, I'm gonna end up, you know, losing all of the difference. Yeah, it messes up everything, right? It's gonna mess up all of the purpose of doing so much of this. But, I mean, as like a temporary thing, it's actually not that bad. It's kind of not that bad, though. I could live with this as a temporary thing. Like, it's obviously not ideal because now we don't have, you know, a great range. It's not this nice blendy gradation anymore. But we can sort of blend out the green around the edges. And then if I come back to the mask and make these look not like literal dookies, it might be almost halfway decent. Money is a great motivator. It sure is. I remember your streams where you were using HypeHype. Luck be with you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I stopped streaming HypeHype because nobody wanted to watch it. Because HypeHype isn't something anybody knows about. And ultimately, what it was doing was promoting HypeHype well. A lot of y'all tried HypeHype, and that is great for HypeHype, but it wasn't doing anything good for hyper game dev, because it was just kind of wasted time and the channel wouldn't experience any growth for that. It was just basically advertising it to the existing audience of hyper game dev. And it's not like Hype is doing any sponsorship, so not worth it. Honestly, probably never. Hype would have to not only pay me, but allow me to be critical of it at the same time, which I don't know. I don't know if that's likely to happen. So probably never gonna do a Hype stream. If you remember to push a GitHub for me, I can mess with it tomorrow or Friday maybe. I always push GitHub at the end of my work sessions. I'll be at my university tomorrow, so I might not have time. Yeah, whatever. Ain't no rush, but it's good to know what your time frame is. Well, I'm gonna languish in what we have achieved, because I think it's pretty cool. And then let me add some credits. I'm gonna add some credits, of course. We gotta throw you another one, Rogi, for the textures and shading. I mean, Joe's just been chilling and hanging. I gotta give a point there. Giving thoughts and ideas and stuff. I appreciate it. Okay. You saved me with that semicolon earlier? Let's just brush it on the best we can for now, because we can. So I might as well. Now, on these different channels, I assume I can't, like, make it... Oh, I can make it blendy. Any kind of coloration in the mask always weirds me out. Why is it red and blue? Yeah, so it's red and blue because we're using the different color channels to get different layers. So that is to say, all of the brown dirt, the light brown dirt that you see on here, is looking for the color red, right? And all of the blue, or all of the dark brown splotches on here, are looking for the color blue. That way we get more than white and black. We can use red, green, and blue because those three channels are already being looked for by the engine. And so we get black, white, red, blue, and green, and everything in between those to use for applying different things. And we're kind of experimenting with how this would even work, right? But it's kind of coming along, and it's not bad. What do I have to do to get on that credit spreadsheet? Honestly, just like when I feel like someone has contributed something meaningful to the project, yeah, really that's it. And here's the thing, if you ask that question, there actually is a credit for you. This is the secret ask the question credit. Maybe not so secret, and that is moral support. That's moral support. So you know what, Kai Guy? We gonna get you on there. We gonna get you right on there. Thank you for the moral support that you've been given by hanging out and wanting to be helpful. That matters. And so, now you're on the spreadsheet. Let me make sure the code is set right. Sometimes the formulas don't always go right. There we go. Bam! You on there. Alright, so if I wanted to blend these out a little more... Thank you so much, Rogi. This has been awesome. We definitely made some good progress here. So I have to go back to coming up with my own splotches. I wonder what'll happen if I do it on the green. Actually, let me just drag some blue across. I'm just kind of curious. Will it drag brown across? It will! Wow. Look at that! We got another... Rogi, we freaking got a third color on here. Look at that! Super fun. Yay, super fun. Let's go. Look at that. That's a third color. How awesome is that? All right, have fun, Rogi. Thank you. And of course, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Also, I appreciate that deeply. Okay, I need to play the next set of music. So yeah, it goes on the green and the brown. It seems to function a little better on the green. Well, yeah, it seems to function a little better on the green. On the brown, it gets a little more confused, but it's halfway decent, which is a huge success. So, I'm gonna get my sloppy noise brush. We need the dynamics. I need to increase the spacing. That's too much spacing. And I need to increase the size. Let's do a little more spacing. Something like that. Something like that. And this isn't the most complicated thing. You can just sort of do something like that. And then, I mean, we could export it to see what this looks like. I kind of want to blur it a bit so it blends a little bit better. It's quite dirty. It's not bad at all. It's not that bad at all. Add filters, blur, Gaussian blur. Really just been focusing on this painty texture stuff a lot lately. This has been like the main thing past few weeks. But it's good to learn. Oh, so this is kind of where we have a problem. It doesn't really blend. It just kind of has these harsh edges. So that's a kink being worked out right now. Might not be able to get the blurring to work quite so great. I guess I'll come back to this, see if I can't adjust some of these things. We could just lighten it up a bit. That helps, actually, considerably. Interesting powers of masks in Godot. Multi-channels like how normal maps use RGB channels for movement. Exactly, in XYZ. So more power than just grayscale bump maps. Yeah, exactly. And this should work in like any game engine, probably. If they have shaders, you could do this trick anywhere, I would think. Oh, so the blending isn't gonna work as well on the green. I kind of need to keep it off of the green. It blends the worst on the green parts. It blends really well on the brown parts. But on the green, it looks not so blended. And that's just a limitation of this iteration of the shader. At some point, we might have a better version that won't behave so badly. For now, I will cope. And we will just do it a little different. But yeah, it's super powerful. It's really just like being creative and thinking a little outside of the old box. More than anything. Would not call this the most conventional approach for solving problems like these. But isn't that what makes it so great? I could actually use, I could do this in a different way. I could use a different overlay type My idea is to multiply the red and blue. Rogi's like, wait, I'm not gone yet. My idea is to multiply the red and blue channels to control the gradient. That sounds like that would work. Maybe do some math things to adjust the blend. Maybe add instead of multiply. I like that idea. I'm not gonna try to do this in a clever way. I'm just gonna erase it. I could, but I don't feel like faffing around in GIMP. It should be good enough. That sounds like a solution. It honestly sounds fun. I'm jealous that I don't get to know how to play around in the ways that you play around. I've got to do that tutorial. I'm sleeping on it. Yeah, this looks wild. This blue and red, like this aesthetic is a whole entire vibe. Probably even where it's starting to fade into green is gonna need to be eliminated here. Or we're gonna get those really strong splotches. So for many reasons, not ideal. But ideal is no fun. All right, export that. It's a little better, it's a little better. You know, I can't control all this because that's part of that seed. I mean, I could just adjust the seed. So I guess knowing what it is, I can just come in here and erase this stuff. So that way it isn't applying it to that. No, now that I know what it's gonna look like, I might as well just do that. You know, it's all very temporary. Very temporary. But at least in the meantime, it can kind of look sort of nice. Which makes it worthwhile. I kind of want to add some more blue into the center path. But now I gotta change my brushes. And then erase the extra parts. Oh, and then blur it again? Ugh. Boring. So I need to make a new layer, actually. Why is it so hard to see? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm using the wrong brush. There's the right brush. Space it out a bit more, make it a little bigger. Go back to my other brush. Erase around the edges. When I blur it, I'm gonna have to erase it again anyway. But just a bit. Alright, let me see what that's like. Nice. Okay, and then I kind of want to, darken it a bit. I think we could loosen up the dirt in here a bit. I'll actually go back to my noisy brush. and I'll erase it using that. Not very blurry though. That's okay. Export it. Beautiful. All right, see what it looks like. Crash. None of this function instantiate in base gradient. Oh, the gradient got saved in the level folder. Whoops. I actually do remember doing that now. Now that I think about it, I remember doing that. So I need to move this gradient to, let's just put it in terrain textures. Okay. I was like, what did we do? Yeah, that tends to happen. Okay. Sum total of our efforts has been a little bit of dirt on top of something that I still have to get to. There it is. This cornfield's out of my face. It's a little dirtier. It looks kind of nice. I like it. You know, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. It's a little harsh in places, but you know, if you don't look too hard at it, you're just flying by playing the game. It adds a little extra dirtiness, a little extra variety. So why the heck not? Now I'm just destroying things because it's fun. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, huh? I gotta change the color on this tool shed. It's too red. It's really fun to destroy things. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna continue with this task in a way, what I kind of wanted to do all along, which was apply the shader to a new terrain. Well, this is not a new one, but at least update this terrain chunk in order to, or such that it uses the new shader. This is using old stuff. So let's upgrade it. Let's upgrade it. So this one is here. Right, and we've got this decal, which looks great. This is more the dirt that I want, right? Is something that's much more smeary, natural looking. But this is like extra steps that if we get the shader right, we don't have to worry about in the same way. And we lose a lot of control. This happened to work out because it's just in a very linear rectangle. So the decal just fits in there perfectly. But if I wanted to apply it to like these paths or something that's more blobular, this decal method is not gonna work well. So it just kind of was a coincidence that it works on this one. But let's get it off of there. And so you can see this has actually white and black instead of black and white. So we want to invert those. I'm going to open that up over here in GIMP. And let me save this. And I'm going to open. Do I have it open? I may already have it open, actually. That's the old one. Here it is. There. So this is the one that we're actually using over here. I don't want this noise because this shader that we have made creating that noise unnecessary. Although, if you think about it, I actually do want it now for the dirt. Interesting. So maybe, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna remove that for now, and we'll add it back on in a different way. And actually, let me do this real quick. I am going to... Oh, we're using an addition. That makes it a little trickier. Let me try this. I'm going to flatten this into one piece in GIMP. And then I'm going to remove the black. So I'm going to do a color to alpha here and remove the black, which will just leave the white splotches. That should kind of generally work. Yeah. Okay, good, good, good. And then I'll set that aside. And then this portion we want to keep, except I want this to be inverted now. So I'm going to copy this. And we're going to paste a new layer on top. And then I'm going to invert these colors. Now I'm putting this back on, which is looking quite absurd right now. Not exactly what I would have wanted, but I'll take it. I need to make this be... We need to make it blue and red, actually. So I'm going to go to the color curves. And I want to take the green channel, drop it down. Take the blue channel, drop it on down. Now it's red. And then we'll do the same for this, except we want it to become blue. So we'll drop down the red, and we'll drop down the green. Not like that. Do over. Drop down the green, and then drop down the red. Now it's blue. A very scary blue, I might add. But blue. I don't know if these splotches are gonna work well. I think I should redo the splotches. I'm just gonna redo them. I don't think that's working well. Not a problem. Easy enough. So I'll just create a new transparent layer here. Make sure I set the color channels red and green to be off. Get my paintbrush. With the confetti one, yes. Make it a bit larger. And put some dirt on here. It's gonna be a little hard because this is so faint. I think it's gonna be a little hard to get blue on those little sections anyway. Which is like, you know, kind of defeats the purpose of not using the decal. Doesn't defeat it, because, you know, we're keeping it all a little bit more contained without adding extra things. But still, I would have liked to have. It's okay. I don't like this big splotch here. It's bothering me. Okay. Alright, so just a little dirt. Maybe I'll try to put some on here. And then I'm going to want to blur it a bit. And then clean it up so it's not in the black sections or the green sections, i.e. the green sections. It'll be a little tricky, and it's almost not even worth it having it on the little nodules. That's okay. And then I think I'm gonna need to change the shader that's currently loaded onto that terrain. Not too difficult, but must be done. All right, we'll see what that is like. I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna export it. This would be cattle ranch 2.png, and then we're just saying invert at the end. Okay. Export it. Now I need to update the shader. This is the old shader. We have a new shader that we use here. Looking pretty snowy. I will change the mask texture to the one that I just made, which is somewhere. This one. Okay, still looking a little funky because we have to define the noise texture and the gradient textures. I'm content for now just grabbing the noise that we're using over here, especially since it already has our unmip mappitude. Not that that's a particularly difficult thing to add in or to uncheck, but it's one less thing to think about. All right, paste that in there, and then we need the gradient textures. So I'll actually get the same gradient textures. I should even save this as, this is not just Pierogi's gradient. I should save this in here. This is ranch gradient 1. There's actually ranch gradient 2. It's not 1, it's 2. I think we already saved this, so I'm not gonna worry about that. But, well, I didn't, I'll save it. Okay, so then I'm gonna copy this, paste this on here. I could just load it. Whatever, this works too. Looking a lot better. You can see it looks like there's snow splotches instead of dirt, because I just have to load this texture in here. Nice. It looks so dirty. It looks so dirty. I cannot say that I think it looks better than it did before, but that's for a lot of reasons. One, this noise texture is not optimized for this purpose, so let's adjust those things a bit here. Or let's do the parameters first. It's just kind of a bit much for such a smaller area. Okay. And, you know, I might want to change how this sort of looks a bit. You know, we lose a lot of detail because of this, trying to get this dirt in here. This extra layer of dirt. It's not ideal. At all. but that's okay. It's something we can update in time. I'm going to adjust this a bit. It's looking a little strong. So it's very much temporary. I really don't like... I don't like a lot of this. Okay, let me make an adjustment here. I kind of don't want this to be so blended. So we actually want to be just on the red channel. This up a bit, shrink that down, whoop, shrink that down, soften it, just kind of like it to be a little bit more solid here. It's looking a little bit too faint. That seems too solid. Probably. Oh, I think I want it longer too. Not just less faint, but longer. Because it's weird that it just like ends all of a sudden. But if it could go under the cornfield, I think that would be good. Oh, interesting. I'm actually surprised that that's what happens. That it's still wrapping the green around. And I exported it. Because this is a decal over here on the cornfields. Which I think kind of makes sense on the cornfields here. Let's see if I can find that. There. This, oh, I think it's the noise. The noise just happens to be breaking right there. There we go. That's funny. Well, please don't. Thank you. I think it looks better overall, but art in games is just so tricky. Like, you can spend a lot of time making a few game assets look really good, but they'll stand out if everything is slightly more stylistic or simplified. That's so true. That's very true. I completely agree with that. Yeah, it is a careful balance to keep. And, like, you know, for me, like, I'm prototyping this game. It's going to get a makeover someday. And I'm also trying to just learn these different techniques and get better at them. But that also includes there being some kind of consistency in the art style. And really, my consistency in the art style is me just making everything myself, and that generally cohesing in its own way. I mean, you know, the paint on the ground is very, you know, there's almost a contrast between how blendy it can be and how harsh all of the other materials are. At some point, I'd love to just make everything kind of a little cartoony. But yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that maybe that speaks to that, where like before the dirt was blended a little more texturally, and here it's got harder edges, which does fit more with the overall style. So that point is well taken. Still, I certainly don't expect my game to be the prettiest game out there. But I do expect it to be a great learning experience. Okay, I gotta space this out again. increase the size, because now we got this part that doesn't have all the dirtiness on it. That just ain't right. It just ain't right. Blur it. Erase. Cartoon style, I'm into that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll suit the whole alien kaiju thing very well. You know, I've barely experimented with it. But like a little bit. Not like it was just a couple splotches. That's okay. Splotches that we needed. I've like barely experimented with it. I don't know if it's, it might have even gotten undone at some point. You can kind of see that there's not a lot of texture to these. Mostly with the heart. The heart you can especially tell. Because the heart is actually like three-dimensional. It's actually like even a little bubbled out, but you can't even tell. Let's see here, where's the heart? There's the heart. So like, see, this material is super flat. That's because I've got these toon diffuse shaders, which isn't like a full-blown shader. It is, but it's like a built-in feature. So if I remove these, you'll see it's actually like a bubble heart. But because of that, we're saying make it unshaded, which is pretty much the main effect. I would say the diffuse and specular aren't really doing much, because we're saying make it unshaded. You can appreciate more what it does. Let me adjust the zoom just a touch, just a bit there. You can appreciate a little more what it does when I take off the unshaded. But adding the unshaded on there makes it super flat. So this kind of gives it more of like a cartoony vibe. And then, you know, that's something that I wouldn't even mind. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't think I'd want that. But like, you know, something to that effect, except like harsher shadows. Like instead of this having this very blended shadow on it, it would be nice if it kind of was a little harsher. So like even just setting these to tune can help a little bit, not a lot. I would want to be more official. And then maybe even get a shader that like puts an outline around the edge of the character. There's like a hair on my face. It just puts like an outline around the whole edge. That'd be fun, but it actually seems like not the easiest thing to code in. I think this changes it on all of the body parts automatically. I mean, it should. It'd be nice if it did. Does it? I think so. Yeah, it does. Dun, 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 dun. You should have the cutscenes be crude 2D animation meme style, like your lore planning sketches you've shown. Yeah, you know, I've thought about that. It's a little bright. It kind of brightened it up a bit more than I would want it. I've thought about that. This is what Kai Guy's referring to, is These. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should do that. That suggestion has been made before, and I'm like, nah. Because, you know, kind of what I would do is just, like, what I was thinking is I would actually just set it up in the game, and so, like, have the camera, like, go down and actually move around the scene, and then these things would act out the cutscenes. So it'd literally just be like the cutscene is the game, which is probably not very often done in games for a good reason. And I'm gonna find out the hard way. But that's not to say there couldn't be some other method of implementing this into the game. But I like the idea of trying to go for like an immersion aspect. Not like realistic immersion, but like the cutscenes and the game. Like you don't get taken out of the game to get the story. It's like part of it somehow. You know, with most of my ideas for this game, it's just that, an idea, and it may very well be a bad idea. You know? I really don't expect to be making the best choices. I, in fact, expect to make bad choices. And then learn from those choices. Like, this whole game, I just conceived of. It was an idea that I had, and I decided to make that idea according to that idea, without necessarily iterating much on that idea until I manifest that idea, and then iterating on it after it. Like, I want a playable version of the game that I have in my mind. And then once we realize, okay, actually, this is pretty bad. This doesn't make sense. It should be more like this. It should be more like that. Okay, make the changes. But I'm curious, what happens when I just take my idea and try to realize it without making a ton of changes? What is that like? Consistency is key. So hard to achieve. I always struggle with it. Now look, I could say I don't feel like I struggle with it, but that doesn't mean that I do a good job. I'm not trying to imply that I do a great job here. I find that I don't struggle with it. Yet. That I know of. Unless I do. I'll take stylistic but consistent graphics and well thought out gameplay over fancy graphics. Anyway, personally, nice. I mean, me too. Me too. Same. Same. I think it does get hard if you're combining asset packs. I think that gets really, really difficult. Something I'm noticing, I mean, you may not be able to tell because of the YouTube compression, but these dirt splotches are very they move around a lot. They don't really stay put. It's kind of interesting, but it might be because of the mip-maps thing. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's definitely a little funny in its behavior, which is fun. Maybe a few still image cutscenes with a narrator might be cool. Yeah, that's and totally. That would be really like easy, right? It would get the point across. It would tell the story that we need to know. It could even be pretty visually interesting, like storybook style. Yeah. Yeah, and someone had even had some ideas, like maybe it could be like it's being told through the eyes of a child or something, like children's drawings that are explaining what happened when the aliens attacked. And so, like, that's why it looks the way it looks. So definitely something to consider. If you'd work in any kind of flat 2D animation, it could have the camera swoops into a computer screen, say in the alien ship, then we're watching it there. Oh, jeez. No, you're right. We could somehow justify why it's happening. You're not wrong. That's true. That's true. Right, yeah, the eyes of the child, right. So, like, maybe the child has a coloring book, and we swoop into that. Then it's immersive! Yeah! It feels like a workaround. But workarounds are what we do, isn't it? I never tackled nearly as big of a project as you're doing. I'd say you're doing really well with consistency and art style. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I'm trying. Well, look, y'all. I gotta say, I think we are at that. We're just about at that 8-hour mark. We're just about at that 8-hour mark. And like, look, you know, there's more that in theory I could have wanted to do, but you know, I'm glad we explored shaders, and I'm glad we got this texture just set up in more and better and different ways. I think it turned out really well, even though there's still a lot more to learn. But what turned out the wellest to me are the lessons learned. Like, we experimented, we kind of bounced around and did different things. We got some GitHub pull request stuff sorted out. I loved that. That was honestly thrilling. Sounds good. Bye, Kai. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for dropping by. But I'm really happy to have learned more about shaders and to get to see Rogi show off their shader skills. You know, this is a work in progress, the dirty texture, but it's implemented, it's on there, the workflow is emerging. I didn't get to add in any new strips on here, but I'll be back tomorrow. I kind of took a break from the game for a week, so, you know, this has been a good easing back into it, you know, and not going right into the most complex stuff. I still would like to find a way to choose what chunks load in when. So like, make sure no more than 5 cornfields appear in a row. Honestly, that's fine with me if 5 cornfields appear in a row. That's something I'm still interested in looking into. Probably what I'll do tomorrow is just set up more chunks, or something else that I think of, or figure out the idea that I have for setting up the different chunk orders is going to be maybe setting up multiple arrays and having certain blocks or chunks go into different arrays instead of just going into the terrain collector behind the camera. They would also there would be other places that they could go besides just this one spot behind the camera over here. So right now everything goes back here, but maybe there'd be yet another node collector, and that would be for certain things. And we would say, okay, this has all the cattle ranches on it. Only pull from this after you've dropped a few from the filler chunks, like the cornfields, forests, or whatever. That's kind of my idea with that. So we'll see if I get to that tomorrow. I'm excited, whatever ends up happening. And I gotta give love and appreciation to the people who helped make this stream possible. I am so very thankful to you all. Gotta give love to the patrons for contributing over there on patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can actually join the Patreon for free if you head on over there. And that will entitle you to a newsletter that you now can officially only get if you're a free member. That newsletter I send out every Friday, and it comes with a secret live stream where we check out community creations or what you guys have been posting on the Discord. It's a really, really fun stream. It's becoming more and more fun. So make sure you join the Patreon for free so you can get access to that. Much love to the YouTube contributors. Thank you for being a member and all that good stuff. I do a special Monday live stream that's just like this one, 8 to 10 hours, except it's focused on making game assets. And if you are a YouTube member, you'll get access to that and other posts that I upload. And you might get a gift membership, so make sure you set up your gift memberships. I'm sure you can look it up if you're not sure how, so that way you can get a free YouTube membership potentially. All right, you too, Joe. You too. Thank you for your help and for your company and for hanging out. I appreciate it. And thank you for hanging out. Yes, you, who's watching this after the live stream. You're still here, or you made it this far. I'm so glad you did. Thank you for that. Are you subscribed to the channel yet? You kind of might as well be if you've been here this long, right? I mean, it might be worth it. Thanks if you're willing to do that. If you want to keep things going, you can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog. Ooh, you can tell I need to stop. The dyslexia is ramping up. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that we did, or tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I will see you there. All right, y'all. Good night for now.